Part 4 guys, like now for more amazing parts. Chapter 146. Time flies, and it comes to the day when Chen Ziki enters the copy space. Jiang Ziliu also made some preparations, and paid a little price for the forging throne, which made him a disposable treasure made of SS-level soul crystal. Sky-breaking ship. This air-breaking ship can directly cut through the void and break through the space turbulence around the copy space, allowing Jiang Ziliu to escape safely into the real world. It's powerful, but it's also a one-time creation, containing a ray of the pure power of the forged throne. This strand of power was purified by him, and other powerful people would definitely not be able to see any connection between it and the forging throne. After preparing this trump card, Jiang Ziliu let the demon under their control make a backup plan in the dream of someone outside, which could also allow him to escape from this SSS-level copy space from the dream space. However, by doing so, there is a high probability that it will alert the Academy's Supreme Masters. He usually doesn't use this method, but it can be used as a backup in special circumstances. After some preparation, Jiang Ziliu was ready to embark on this adventure. Jiang Ziliu understood that the harvest this time would definitely be amazing, and that thing would also be useful for forging the throne. Otherwise he would not be willing to take such a big risk. Contrary to his expectations, the gate of Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy was not difficult to enter. A three-eyed colorful deer guarding the door just glanced at him, and he followed Chen Ziki and successfully sneaked into the academy. Jiang Ziliu knew about the three-eyed colorful deer, a rare beast. It was a high-level beast with SSS-level bloodline that could see the good and evil in people's hearts. The public information he knew showed that this three-eyed colorful deer was most likely a diamond-level beast, or it could be a supreme-level beast. In any case, he couldn't tell. Fortunately, the other parties seemed to be trying to see whether he had any ill will towards the college itself, and did not sense whether he had any other intentions. Jiang Ziliu just had other plans for the copy space, but he had no intention of harming this college. So he passed this level. He used a method of transforming his flesh and blood, and his current appearance looks exactly like his original appearance to outsiders. Seeing Jiang Ziliu, the middle-aged Beastmaster, enter the Yunmen's Beastmaster Academy with Chen Ziki, some people were shocked and quickly ran to report the news. Some people gloated over other people's misfortune and wanted to watch a big show. There are many people who don't want that senior sister to succeed. After all, the aristocratic families are the biggest competitors for interests. Every family has countless invisible enemies. If some people like it, there will naturally be countless people who don't like it. If Chen Ziki, a SSS and level genius, joins an aristocratic family, it will definitely increase the power of the aristocratic family by 1 point, or even more. But no one stepped forward to cause trouble, and no one made direct sarcasm. The scene in the novel never happened at all. Jiang Ziliu investigated the specific situation and he understood that no matter what choice Chen Ziki made, whether he escaped from the senior schoolmate or fell into the trap, his future would be limitless. The Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy is not big, and the buildings are the same as those outside, with no more than 2 floors. There are many flowers, plants, and trees in the college. It looks like a garden full of historical traces. It is relatively ordinary. Its appearance was completely inconsistent with the Supreme Beast Taming Academy that Jiang Ziliu had imagined. But Jiang Ziliu understood that those inconspicuous buildings themselves contained huge spaces, and there were otherworldly things inside. The true heritage of this college lies inside, not outside. The two of them came to the entrance of a huge copy space together. There are many students here waiting for the opening of the copy space, and each of them has a Beastmaster with an extremely powerful aura by his side. When a very cold and beautiful girl in the crowd saw Chen Ziki appear, a trace of disappointment flashed across her face. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Ziliu. Seeing her expression, the 1-star diamond-level Beastmaster beside her looked at Jiang Ziliu with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. The murderous intent was very faint, but Jiang Ziliu caught it. He also noticed the cold and beautiful girl. Her looks were at least 80 points above average, but Jiang Ziliu could tell from her facial expression that she was an absolutely rational woman who could not be restrained by emotions. If Chen Ziki met such a woman, it would not be a big loss if he could live a peaceful life. After all, she is very beautiful and has a good family background. She can be a very comfortable living for him. But Chen Ziki obviously didn't want to rely on others for free. When Jiang Ziliu was observing this beautiful woman, she was observing Jiang Ziliu. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the woman frowned. Because he didn't see any fear, uneasiness, or other negative emotions in Jiang Ziliu's eyes. In Jiang Ziliu's seemingly middle-aged face, there is a kind of wisdom in the eyes that can be discovered with careful observation. His invisible demeanor also made the woman frown. Because of this kind of performance, among so many gifted people, in such a noble supreme academy, it is the most special and the strangest. Only a truly strong person would have such a look. She remembered that when her ancestor faced something, no matter how big the problem was, he could always maintain this look. The woman's heart suddenly rose. It couldn't be that some powerful person had sneaked into the academy through Chen Ziki's help. This kind of thing has happened before. After discovering this, the girl suddenly became a little nervous. The truly successfully educated children of noble families always act with two words in mind: safe and cautious. She gave a look to the strong man from the tribe beside her. The meaning was very clear: wait and see, and don't act rashly. This diamond-level beastmaster had originally planned to kill Jiang Ziliu in the SSS-level copy space. After all, if something happened to him in the copy space, the academy would not care. They only care about the students themselves. This diamond-level beastmaster has now put away the murderous intent in his heart. He noticed something too. He is not a very intelligent person. He is one of the ascetics from an aristocratic family, but that doesn't mean he has no brains. No one can underestimate the thinking ability of a diamond-level expert. At this time, other colleges were also curiously observing the reactions of Chen Ziki, Jiang Ziliu, and the senior student. They are also waiting to watch the show and be a spectator. But they were soon disappointed. Jiang Ziliu was very calm, and the famous senior sister did not take any other action, and even secretly stopped her younger brothers. There are undercurrents here, yet it is extremely peaceful. No one knew that the intelligence department of an aristocratic family had already been mobilized to find the origin of the Jiang Ziliu alias. But before Jiang Ziliu and Chen Ziki entered the copy space, they did not find any useful information. Chen Ziki and his men entered the SSS-level copy space this time to actually participate in a competition. The academy hid 20 SSS-level soul crystals in this copy space. Students who can find these 20 SSS-level soul crystals can become members of a special training program of a certain academy. Don't underestimate the test questions. But this past has tested the academy's intelligence capabilities, search capabilities, crisis handling capabilities, and luck. The locations of 15 of the soul crystals are extremely dangerous, and 5 of the soul crystals are hidden in very special places, and only people with good luck can find them. The college was even prepared for only about 10 students to pass the test. But what they don't know is that this matter is nothing to Jiang Ziliu. He can help Chen Ziki get the things directly, like cheating. It's because of his probability judgment that he can determine the distribution of these things. After gathering here for half an hour, the door to the SSS level copy space was opened to everyone, and the participating students and their external aides stepped in together. This was also the first time that Jiang Ziliu entered this supreme level copy space. He didn't pay much attention to other things, he was just curious about what the thing that the forging throne mentioned was. Chapter 147. SSS level copy spaces are truly unique. There is not much difference in terrain between it and the small world outside, except that the dark energy level here is nearly 10 times that of the outside. Moreover, this world gave Jiang Ziliu a feeling of oppression and restraint. Here, his power was suppressed and restrained by time and space itself. Outside, his power can destroy the world and destroy an entire city in an instant, but here he can only cause minimal destructive power. Chen Ziki walked in front, thinking about how to find the SSS-level soul crystal in the mission. According to the rules of the task, any soul crystal successfully brought out will also belong to you. This SSS-level soul crystal allows him to use the diamond level, which is very important to Chen Ziki. Jiang Ziliu, on the other hand, was quietly making probability determinations. What is the probability that the object the forge throne refers to exists within 10 kilometers of me? 100%. Being so close, Jiang Ziliu was delighted, but he also felt weak. This time, the probability judgment actually consumed nearly 1/5 of his dark energy, which was a good thing because it meant that his gains would be more advanced. Let's find a place to hide for a day. After we find what I want, I will let you get the SSS level soul crystal. After Jiang Ziliu gave Chen Ziki some instructions, he took him underground and hid in a cave. Chen Ziki didn't want to be manipulated by Jiang Ziliu, he wanted to find the target soul crystal as soon as possible. But Jiang Ziliu easily suppressed him during the space transfer, making it impossible for him to resist. How could he not understand at this moment that Jiang Ziliu's strength was not at all the 9-star gold level as it seemed on the surface, but that he was at least a super powerful diamond level beast master? There is no need to control the beast. With his own strength, he can easily transfer through space. Without space-related skills, the person next to me simply can't do this. Without super powerful hidden skills, the opponent would never be able to sneak into the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy and avoid the secret detection of the academy. He opened his mouth, and finally chose to comply with Jiang Ziliu's request. After arriving at this place, Jiang Ziliu began to make real probability judgments, but he retained nearly 1/5 of the dark energy remaining. If you go out now, even if you find an SSS-level soul crystal, you will be robbed or even killed. I believe you also understand that for some students with super powerful backgrounds, killing you will not have any impact on them at all. A living genius is much more important than a dead genius. Jiang Ziliu said this, he saw Chen Ziki's anxiety. Chen Ziki is not a fool, but he is too eager for something. After all, such an opportunity is very rare for him. But it was precisely because of this that he subconsciously ignored certain dangers that existed in the copy space. After hearing Jiang Ziliu's words, Chen Ziki finally reacted. I was indeed a little anxious. So what if he found the soul crystal? There were many people who were stronger than him and had already reached the gold level of beastmasters among those who came here. They can rob or block people at the entrance to the copy space. They have many ways to make themselves lose what they have gained. There are no less than 15 supreme-level beasts in this dungeon space. Guess where those soul crystals are? While Jiang Ziliu was restoring the dark energy, he also gave Chen Ziki a hint. At this point, Chen Ziki broke out in cold sweat. The move by the academy was really insidious. Those SSS-level soul crystals were actually next to the supreme-level beasts. This means that they are simply ordinary people snatching food from the tiger. The danger is so great that it is no exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival. The academy is ruthless enough. This is clearly a test of their abilities, wisdom, patience, and even their cooperation with each other. Only when all these qualities have reached extremely excellent levels will there be a chance of snatching soul crystals from those supreme-level beasts. Chen Ziki quickly figured out these things. Cooperation has become very necessary now, but how to prevent others from betraying and doing something dirty during cooperation is another test. He thought about many problems. But he didn't expect that Jiang Ziliu didn't tell him one thing, that is, the supreme-level beasts here seemed to have their strength sealed, and their true combat power was only at the high diamond level, and they had not reached the full combat power of the supreme level at all. Jiang Zihan's soul power has just covered a large area and has confirmed some things. After Jiang Ziliu spent most of the day recovering dark energy, he continued to make probability judgments. Finally, after waiting for a day and a half, he finally determined the true location of what the Forged Throne was talking about. The Forged Throne only confirmed that this thing was in the copy space, but said that he could not sense the specific location. Jiang Ziliu suspected that the Forged Throne did this on purpose, and he just wanted him to find it. Jiang Ziliu was not upset about this matter. After determining the location of the treasure, Jiang Ziliu did not go there immediately, but continued to stay in the underground world to recover his dark energy. He must take away his target treasure in the best condition. After making sufficient preparations, Jiang Ziliu did not let Chen Ziki go, but asked him to stay where he was and go to get the things by himself. If there is a problem in this process, he will just run away. As for Chen Ziki himself, there will be people from Yunmen's college to take care of him. Jiang Ziliu came to the location of the treasure and discovered its true form. But it was precisely because he saw the true form of the treasure that he felt embarrassed, because this treasure was actually a huge mountain range that was 150 kilometers long. From the appearance, it looks like an upside-down stone boat, covered with towering trees and weeds. It doesn't have any special aura and looks like an ordinary mountain. That's it. It's a divine ship of origin forged by me. It was my weakest ship ever. In a fight back then, my opponent exiled it to the depths of the void turbulence and it was lost. I never expected it to appear here, sleeping for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. The Forged Throne finally spoke at this time, introducing the origin of this huge stone ship. Jiang Ziliu knew that this origin-class divine ship was an extraordinary treasure. I am afraid that even if the entire Blue Mercury is sold as a package, it still cannot compare to the value of this origin divine ship. How can I control it? Jiang Ziliu asked impatiently. He instantly thought of the purpose of this thing, which was that it could be used as the best weapon for him to escape, or he could control it and let it take him away from this planet to see a more magnificent world in the starry sky. Just put your hand on it and you can collect it directly. But it will take at least 30 seconds to collect it. And there are 3 supreme beasts hiding in this mountain. You'd better lure them away, or let others lure them away before taking action. But the Forging Throne told him a bad situation. Jiang Ziliu understood that, let alone 30 seconds, even 3 seconds would be enough for a supreme beast to launch a full force attack on him. It seems that even if the true identity of this treasure is discovered, it is not an easy task to obtain it. Moreover, collecting this treasure is bound to cause a huge commotion. Jiang Ziliu began to consider how to lure away these 3 supreme beasts. At this moment, his spiritual power suddenly scanned a student who was looking for soul crystals dozens of kilometers away, as well as the diamond-level beast Tamer foreign aid beside him. When Jiang Ziliu saw them, his eyes lit up and he had a rather malicious idea. Chapter 148. Murong Kaiyuling is the pride of the Nangang family, an SSS-level super talent, the top student of the 3rd year of Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, the campus goddess, and a powerful 1-star gold-level beast master. Murong Kaiyuling is only 19 years old this year, but she is already famous throughout the Supreme Base. If it weren't for the need to open more soul-hidden stars at each stage, she would have grown to the level of a Diamond Beast Master long ago. She had activated the Mark of Contract at the age of 2, and with the support of family resources, her original SS level talent was upgraded to SSS level with the support of the activated resources. Others were heading for Rome, but she was born in Rome. Murong Kaiyuling is also the strongest contender for the Soul Crystal and the Academy plan this time. Her external aid is a 9-star diamond-level elder of the family who owns a quasi-supreme level beast. It was precisely because of this trump card that she did not plan to block others from snatching the Soul Crystal in the end, but instead prepared to take it herself. But this does not mean that she is a pedantic person who is bound by rules. Murong Kaiyuling can also adopt the method of plundering other people's achievements, and can also determine who has the Soul Crystal. She just wanted to try out her skills and exercise her abilities. After all, facing a supreme beast head-on and snatching soul crystals from such a being can be a great training exercise. She knew one thing very well: you can take unusual paths and shortcuts, but you can't take them too often. Most of the time, on the path of growth for a beast master, taking the true right path is what is beneficial to his own growth. She began to use one of her own talismans to locate the soul crystals, and then used some feedback skills, successfully capturing the locations of 3 relatively dense soul crystals. But Murong Kyuling didn't know that Jiang Ziliu, who was with Chen Ziki at this time, showed a cunning smile. No matter how Murong Kyuling operated, she could only capture the locations of these 3 soul crystals. The soul crystal aura from other places was bound to be vague in her perception. Even though the soul crystal was only 1 meter away from her, right next to her, she couldn't detect it. Jiang Ziliu relied on his powerful soul power to perform precise and subtle manipulation, successfully disrupting the soul crystal positioning of some students. These people are all super geniuses like Murong Kyuling. They are also geniuses with extremely powerful family backgrounds and extremely strong external support. Jiang Ziliu believes that they can complete the tasks that he has assigned to them invisibly very well. Helped me to lure away those 3 troublesome supreme-level beasts. Murong Kyuling is a goddess who possesses strength, intelligence, and beauty. The method she used to lure away the supreme beast was simple yet effective. That is to take advantage of the dog. If he could pursue her, he would have a beauty, a strong man, and a greater power background, which was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. With such a reason, and with the blessing of beauty, temperament, and talent, there are many strong, talented and smart bootlickers. Murong Kyuling didn't even say much, but just hinted vaguely in her words that whoever could lead away the 3 supreme beasts on the mountain would have the opportunity to date her. So all the bootlickers got excited and rushed to do this. Being able to date the goddess Murong, who never flirts with anyone, is a big step forward. Many of them had learned how to deal with women since childhood. Although they knew that this was a trap, they were confident that they could find an opportunity to take the next step with Murong Kyuling during this date. At that time, it will depend on who has the better move. As long as they can go on a date, it will depend on the wisdom and ability of both parties. They were confident that they were not sure who the trap belonged to. For Murong Kyuling, it was just a date, and she could ignore it in the future. She had not yet met a man who could catch her eye. These bootlickers were quite resourceful and successfully lured away 2 supreme-level monsters. The area within 100 miles around the mountain turned into a huge piece of rubble and ruins. Even if the power of the supreme-level monster was suppressed, it was still a terrifying force of natural disaster level. The last strange beast was led away by other talented students who wanted to obtain the soul crystal and sensed an opportunity. They adopted a cooperative relationship, and the basis of the cooperation was that the 2 families were closely connected and had common interests, so they were not afraid of the other party causing trouble. The supreme beasts are very powerful, and their intelligence should not be underestimated. But these supreme beasts all have certain weaknesses. For example, some resources that they desire that can help strengthen their certain skills. These chosen ones used some specific resources and treasures to lure the 3 supreme beasts away. Different treasures have the same attraction to different exotic beasts, so they are a 3-party action. At the same time, they set up traps at the place where the treasure was, to make the 3 supreme beasts cautious. Their own caution would delay the time of their return. These resources are advanced and expensive, but they are willing to invest. Through this cooperation, these people took the 3rd SSS level soul crystal on the origin throne and everyone got what they needed. Their actions, under Jiang Ziliu's covered interference, were almost synchronized. Less than 3 minutes after they completed the task, Jiang Ziliu came under the origin divine ship, ready to take the ship away from below. At the same time, he summoned the hammer of the Dwarf King, and let its spirit, Eland, borrow the forging throne to give it a bit of power to help him hide the movements in this area. The forged throne is responsible for awakening his own flagship and handing over its master authority to Jiang Ziliu. Jiang Ziliu broke open the rock crust on the surface of the origin divine ship, revealing the stone body inside. The hull of this divine ship is itself made of an extremely high-grade stone. It is precisely because it is a stone-like existence with no obvious aura that it goes unnoticed and has always existed here in the form of a stone mountain. The forging throne activated the energy of this divine ship of origin, allowing it to fully revive. This process alone takes at least 30 seconds. The aura of the entire origin divine ship gradually emerged, but it was just a revelation, not an explosion. But even if it was revealed, the power contained in its breath shook away all the rocks, weeds, and trees on the stone mountain, reducing them to ashes. This aura almost shattered the blockade of the Dwarf King's hammer, causing the horrific movement here to erupt. If this aura were to burst out, the entire SSS-level copy space would explode. This aura will even attract the perception and attention of the strong people in the entire Blue Mercury. Inside the hammer of the Dwarf King, if the little girl Eland could sweat on her forehead, she would be sweating profusely by now. It was too difficult. She could only barely suppress the noise here. If it weren't for the support of the Forging Throne's own power that purified its unique aura, she wouldn't have been able to hold on for even a second. The hammer of the Dwarf King is, strictly speaking, just a special medium through which this power is exerted. The origin divine ship was reviving, as if it was not a sun that was erupting, but a huge galaxy that was reviving. Fortunately, the essence of the breath was very high, but the power was too weak and too little, which allowed the hammer of the Dwarf King to hold up. After all, this origin divine ship was in a state of sleep, which meant that it had suffered extremely severe damage, and its power had been lost to the point that its soul had fallen into a state of sleep. Rather than saying that the Forged Throne was awakening it, it would be more accurate to say that it was replenishing a bit of energy, allowing it to recover a little bit. More than 30 seconds passed slowly, and to Jiang Ziliu it felt as if every second was a year. Because this aura is too powerful and terrifying, and he is the one facing it now. It was like a weak mortal facing a giant as big as a planet. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have almost fallen down. Fortunately, he managed to hold on. At a certain moment, the entire throne of origin exuded an aura of wisdom, as if a person came to life. Then it whooshed, and the divine ship, which was 100 miles in size, turned into a stream of light, quickly becoming smaller, and finally merged into his body. Jiang Ziliu immediately activated the means he had prepared before, forcibly broke through the blockade of the copy space, and escaped into the air. At the same time, he threw an SSS-level soul crystal that he had secretly obtained before to Chen Ziki, who was waiting in the underground space, as a way of repaying his kindness for bringing him in. The disappearance of Bailey Mountain can cause huge changes in this copy space. Jiang Ziliu didn't run away at this time. He waited until the Supreme Masters from those academies came in for a more detailed inspection, and they would definitely find out that something was wrong with him. Therefore, this is the best time to escape. Jiang Ziliu was quite decisive. He ran away as soon as he got the things, not caring at all about what kind of violent reaction this powerful academy would cause. He successfully escaped from the academy, then left the Yunmen's base without looking back and disappeared into the depths of the swamp. After Jiang Ziliu left, the island turtle quietly opened its eyes, looked at him from a distance, and fell asleep again, as if it had discovered nothing and seen nothing, like an uninformed person. Chapter 149. Buzz. 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 As the space within hundreds of kilometers vibrated silently, 5 powerful and terrifying auras erupted completely, gushing out directly from the Yunmen's beast-taming academy. The powerful life pressure of the supreme strongman made all the lives within 1,000 miles crawl on the ground, not daring to move. Some exotic beasts above the gold level even fled far away, forming scattered small beast tides on the lake. Everyone in the entire Yunmen's base knows one thing without having to think too much. Something big happened in Yunmen's beast-taming academy. And it's not a good thing. Didn't you see that the 5 supreme masters, including the 4 previous deans of the academy and the current dean, all burst out with terrifying auras? The 5 supreme powers did not want to make a big noise, but they had to do so. Because they were using all their mental strength to search the surrounding void, searching for the guy who mysteriously escaped from the SSS level copy. Less than 10 seconds after Jiang Ziliu left the copy space, the fluctuations caused in the void attracted the attention of the supreme powerhouses. They immediately entered the copy space and saw at a glance that a mountain range of hundreds of miles long had mysteriously disappeared. The consciousness and memory of supreme beings have been improved countless times compared to ordinary people. Combining their own memories, they immediately confirmed the appearance of this mountain range. At this moment, they immediately discovered that this seemingly ordinary mountain was actually the shape of an inverted giant ship. Most of the supreme and powerful people come from noble and aristocratic families and have rich life experience since childhood. When they arrived, they understood that this mountain range of hundreds of miles in length might itself be a huge, undiscovered boat-shaped treasure. At their level, they are qualified to access some of the secrets of the human race. Blue Mercury is very unusual in the entire starry sky. It is the only star body that has had a copy space channel opened up by the myriad races of the starry sky, leaving their own power on the star body. Other life planets, even if faced with invasion by other intelligent races, only have 1 or 2. Unlike Blue Mercury, it faces all the races in the starry sky. If it weren't for the fact that there were terrible taboos and secrets in many areas of Blue Mercury, which were either dormant or sealed with countless extremely ancient beings, the myriad races in the starry sky would have long ago formed an all-out siege on the human race. Blue Mercury is a very dangerous place, but it is also a planet full of mysterious opportunities. Therefore, they immediately came to a conclusion at this time, that is, this mountain itself is an extremely powerful treasure. Although it was in the Academy and had not been discovered by the Academy, the 5 supreme powers still believed that someone had stolen their treasure. When the supreme strong man gets angry, the weather and the clouds change color. They were searching for Jiang Ziliu with all their might, but Jiang Ziliu came in secretly, and his aura, identity and appearance were all fake. This meant that the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy could not find any trace of the opponent even after trying every possible means. The only information they found was that this person came in with the help of Chen Ziki. But Chen Ziki didn't know anything about this person. He only knew that on the surface he was a 9-star gold level expert, but in reality his strength must be at diamond level or even higher. The other party seems to have the ability to escape in the Earth's space. But unfortunately, the other party never revealed his beast control, otherwise they could have obtained some useful information through beast control. Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy did not give Chen Ziki more than a symbolic punishment, but it was very light and did not even affect his participation in the Academy's training program after he obtained the Soul Crystal. On the surface, they relaxed their surveillance on Chen Ziki, but they were secretly keeping an eye on him. After all, he was the only person who had contact with Jiang Ziliu. Maybe Jiang Ziliu would come to find him in the future. For supreme beings with a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, they have the patience to spend countless years setting up a trap. They also knew that doing so would most likely be futile, but it was the only way to catch Jiang Ziliu at the moment. These supreme masters are also very smart. They began to let the intelligence department of the Academy search for abnormal events that have occurred in recent years, trying to find any trace of Jiang Ziliu from these events. There was still some aura of the Origin Divine ship in that copy space, which made these supreme powerhouses realize that this was a super treasure, an extremely precious treasure to those powerhouses above them. If they had the chance to obtain such a treasure, they would naturally not want to give it up. 3 months later, they actually found some information. For example, the sudden change in the Kongling area, the mysterious disappearance of the Dwarf King's hammer, and the mysterious figure behind the Jiang smuggling incident. They also captured some other special information concerning forces such as the Holy Beast sect and Western forces. But for some of these secret events, no one can find the people behind them. They guessed that this was related to the person who stole the treasure from the copy space, and began to investigate based on these events. But in the end, they only got some superficial information and found some traces of Jiang Ziliu's vest, but could not find any trace of Jiang Ziliu himself. The information intelligence capabilities of the Supreme Strongmen are so terrifying. If Jiang Ziliu had not been extremely cautious, he might have completely exposed his true identity this time. Although Yunmen's Academy's actions were secretive and the students were asked to keep silent afterwards, countless forces still found out what happened in the Academy. After all, the disappearance of that huge mountain was too conspicuous. The students who participated in the mission in the Academy, as well as the external aid they invited, have all secretly passed on the important information. Some forces do not have the map information of that copy space and have not obtained detailed intelligence. But some forces, such as the Yunmen's military and some families with supreme powerful people, know the actual situation. They also made the same judgment and conducted an investigation. But when the investigation proved fruitless, they began to keep a close eye on the covert actions of the Yunmen's beast-taming academy, letting them act as vanguards while they followed behind to see if they could catch any clues about the treasure. The bosses of these top forces all act like the sixth best. The supreme masters of Yunmen's academy also noticed this, but they were still willing to take the lead. It is easy for a pioneer to fall into a trap, but it is also easy for a pioneer to take the initiative. Whether you have the advantage of being the first to move or the advantage of being the last to move depends entirely on your personal means and choices. Under this series of changes, the entire Yunmen's area seemed calm on the surface, but in the secret intelligence confrontation, the waves were surging. Jiang Ziliu, who knew nothing about this, was carefully examining the origin ship of this harvest. It can be said that this item is the most top-level opportunity he has obtained so far, except for the beast-taming origin throne. Chapter 150. The level of this origin divine ship is the same as that of the forging throne, both are origin grade. But it is slightly inferior, as it is made from a piece of shed stone skin from the throne of origin itself. Its name is very simple and plain, it is called Hammer of the Gods. It used to be not hundreds of kilometers in size, but the size of a star. However, it was damaged so badly in previous wars and even more powerful void turbulence that it had to shrink on its own. Now, 98% of the secondary parts of the Hammer of God, the origin ship, have been damaged and are in an extremely damaged state. Like the forging throne, it will require huge resources and energy to recover in the future. The origin ship of the Mjolnir now exists in the soul of Jiang Ziliu. The forging throne bound Jiang Ziliu as its master through the soul's recognition of its master. Master, my name is Qingling. The spirit of the Hammer of God is a little girl, who looks very cute. Jiang Ziliu didn't expect that the image of the weapon spirit set in the forging throne would be so cute. It seems that this guy also has a heart that loves cute things. Qingling, hello, how are you now? Jiang Ziliu asked. He could check some situations but couldn't know the details because he didn't know the details of this treasure. The important core of the entire hammer has been preserved, but the auxiliary system has lost 99.3%, the power has lost 70%, the weapons have lost 100%, and the void jump ability is only 34.5%. The energy is only enough for the most basic startup, which can achieve ultra-short distance space-time shuttle of less than 10,000 kilometers. The energy reserve is now less than 1/1,000,000th. Qingling reports the situation of the divine hammer. Jiang Ziliu knew that this divine ship was seriously damaged. Does the god hammer need Yuan crystals? I have a large amount of Yuan crystals here, which I can give to you as energy reserves. The Yuan crystal may not work. The divine crystal sublimation and transformation equipment of the divine hammer is missing, and it is impossible to transform the Yuan crystal into a higher level energy body, the divine crystal. Only the divine power of the divine crystal can truly serve as the basic energy of the divine hammer, an origin ship. Qingling said no and gave an explanation. Elemental crystals are just a kind of low-level energy derived from the active dark energy environment of the planet itself, which can only meet the operation of treasures below the demigod level. However, the basic energy of treasures above the demigod level is divine power, and divine crystals are a kind of solidified natural divine power crystal. After hearing Qingling's explanation, Zhang Ziliu understood the reason. That is because the energy level is not enough and it is not compatible with the real artifact. It is naturally impossible for a nuclear-powered reactor to use diesel as fuel, as the power mechanisms are completely different. Yuanjing is actually also usable, but the prerequisite is to solve the problem of Shenjing sublimation and transformation equipment. So what is the most important issue for the entire Origin Divine ship now? Zhang Ziliu asked. Qingling's answer confirmed his guess. It's still a problem of insufficient energy. The divine power I'm using now is provided by His Majesty the Forging Throne, but it's not much. I may not be able to maintain this state for even half a year. It was indeed an energy problem, Zhang Ziliu thought to himself. Now the Forging Throne had fallen asleep due to excessive power consumption, and he had to solve this problem. After all, it is not an easy task to collect and take away the entire Origin Divine ship. Is it easy to upgrade this device from Yuanjing to Shenjing? Zhang Ziliu knew that he couldn't count on the energy to forge the throne. The forged throne himself is often in a dormant state. This time, he helped Zhang Ziliu get the Origin Divine ship and prepared a way out for him. The energy consumption was very high and it has already helped Zhang Ziliu. Zhang Ziliu must find a way to find the divine crystal by himself, or create energy upgrade and conversion equipment to upgrade the Yuan crystal to the divine crystal. I have the construction drawings and data here, you can take a look. Qingling passed the information of this closed drawing to Zhang Ziliu. This is a very complex equipment, and the casting information is very huge. It took him nearly 10 days to basically understand the operating principle of this equipment. If he had not obtained the dwarven casting technology, Zhang Ziliu would be absolutely at a loss when facing these drawings. He spent another 10 days carefully studying the key details of this equipment. Fortunately, one of the most difficult core components can also be completed using SSS-grade low-level casting technology. Zhang Ziliu figured out the operating principle of this set of equipment, and then streamlined the entire set of extremely complex equipment and designed a simplified version of the equipment that converts Yuan crystal into divine power. It is no longer directly converted into storable solid divine crystals, but some low-level divine energy. Zhang Ziliu is fully confident that he can manufacture the simplified equipment. What is the probability that my design can successfully transform the Yuan crystal into divine power? Zhang Ziliu conducted a probability assessment to ensure that there were no major problems with his design. 88.6%. The answer showed that his design was feasible. Zhang Ziliu also speculated that the reason why the probability is not 100% is that this is probably because the energy conversion efficiency of his design is not high. But he couldn't care less about that now, as this design was already the limit of what his casting technology could achieve. If the technical level of the drawings was higher, his casting technology would not be able to solve the casting problem of the equipment at all. Next, Zhang Ziliu stayed in the small world of the Dwarf King's hammer and began the manufacturing of the entire equipment. The components of this set of equipment itself are not difficult to make, the difficulty lies in the shaping of the runes. This is truly a delicate and difficult job. The runes used here are all of relatively advanced level, and the rune ink materials involved are even more advanced. If one is not good, the component will have to be recast, and there is no way to make modifications. Zhang Ziliu worked hard with all his might, and finally spent nearly 2 months to complete the casting of all the parts, and then successfully assembled a low-level equipment that converted Yuanjing energy into high-level divine power. He also designed a set of automatic crystal replenishment equipment. After this set of equipment was successfully cast, Qingling was very happy, as it meant that she had the most basic energy replenishment. She would no longer fall into a dark and gloomy sleep. Without Zhang Ziliu's help, Qingling completed the installation of the equipment by herself. Then Zhang Ziliu gave all the A-level Yuan crystals on him to Qingling, allowing her to add Yuan crystals by herself and operate the device to make up for the lack of divine power. This set of equipment operated at full capacity for nearly a month, and the divine power it converted reduced the energy loss of the origin divine ship, the Hammer of the Gods, to 1 in 200,000. The basic operating energy of the origin divine ship has achieved a balance in terms of input and output. For the following period of time, Jiang Ziliu did not sit idle, but continued to manufacture this equipment. It took him nearly a year to produce nearly 20 of these energy conversion devices. Anyway, the dimensional space inside the origin ship, the Hammer of God, is large enough, and if the efficiency is not high, then the problem can be solved by quantity. With 20 energy conversion devices used together, the energy shortage problem of the origin divine ship was actually reduced to 1/10,000th of the level. Some basic core functions of the origin divine ship can also be used. For example, a self-healing system. Next, what Jiang Ziliu has to do is to prepare more advanced materials for the entire origin divine ship, the Hammer, to enable it to activate its self-repair function until it has the most basic interstellar navigation capability. Chapter 151. The Hammer has solved the energy problem and has basic interstellar navigation capabilities. It can take Jiang Ziliu away from Blue Mercury at any time and start his interstellar journey. This made Jiang Ziliu very excited, but after thinking it over again and again, he decided to resist the urge. The best option now is to stay within the human race and use the huge number of humans to conceal your low-key existence. If a drop of water is hidden in the ocean, it will be difficult to find it. In Jiang Ziliu's subsequent journey, the most important thing was not anything else but to carry out large-scale storage of Yuan crystals. After all, every time the function of the hammer is activated, it will consume a huge amount of energy. As for the issue of his fifth beast, he would have to wait until the Forge Throne awakens again. Jiang Ziliu started out by looking for Yuan Jing everywhere, but after careful consideration, he realized that this was too inefficient and a huge waste of his time. So Jiang Ziliu set his sights on those intelligent alien races. The amount of energy crystals stored in their treasure houses must be huge. After all, they are fighting across planets. Their reserves of energy crystals are not abundant, and they can easily be locked out of resources by the human race on Blue Mercury. His target this time is a relatively powerful race, the Jiao people. The Jiao people are the strongest aquatic race in the center of Yunmen's. They were born with the dragon as the most suitable beast to control. They occupied the underwater world in the central area of Yunmen's and established a foothold there. In the Yunmen's lake, some alien races can be found underwater, but they cannot move lightly above the water, otherwise they will face a devastating blow from the human race. There are too many alien races on Blue Mercury, but this does not mean that humans have no bottom line. The entire surface of Yunmen's is the activity range of the human island turtles and the apparent free land of the human race. In the underwater world, humans can also move around. But in Jiang Ziliu's view, all of this is a wise plan of the human race. These seemingly endless alien forces that exist like psoriasis are deliberately allowed in by the human race. They serve as a training ground for the lower-class human race. After all, only through the trials of blood and fire can the human race produce a steady stream of strong people. These strong men will be the cornerstone of the entire human race's strength. The upper class of human beings only restricts and controls the passage to the strong upwards, but it does not mean that they are weakening the average combat power of the lower class of human beings. The Jiao people are one of the objects that the human race uses as training. The Jiao people are very powerful. The young Jiao dragons are all true gold-level life forms, while the adult Jiao dragons are diamond or even supreme-level life forms. Anyone from the Jiao people of Yunmen's who wants to become a supreme beastmaster must leave Blue Water Star. At least on the surface, the Jiao people cannot retain any supreme-level strongmen in the Yunmen's force. If they are discovered, they will be destroyed. This is the attitude of the human race towards the supreme strong ones. Although the Jiao people will not really be obedient, there must be some supreme powerhouses hidden in secret, but the number is definitely not large. The reason why Jiang Ziliu targeted the Jiao people was simple, that is, their people were very powerful, but their numbers were very small. They are just like the undead race, a race that possesses powerful bloodline and combat power. Xiantian is inherently powerful, has inherently powerful talents, and has inherently excellent ability to contract with exotic beasts of high-level blood. This is the advantage of them as a powerful and intelligent alien race. However, the powerful bloodline of the Jiao people makes them have the same disadvantage as the immortal race, that is, reproduction becomes extremely difficult. The Jiao people were of silver nature, leaving behind many mixed bloodlines, but the appearance of a pure Jiao human offspring is an extremely small probability event. Their nature is as special as that of dragons, which is caused by their pursuit of more bloodlines. The scarcity of descendants of their ancestors' bloodlines has placed great restrictions on them. Jiang Ziliu targeted the Jiao people because there were very few of them, and these scarce members had various important tasks on Blue Water Planet, so each Jiao person existed in a very scattered manner. This means that although the Jiao people have strong combat power, their energy is very limited. Unlike other intelligent alien races, this tribe has a large number of people, which allows them to have enough manpower for defense, patrol, and other matters. In other places, the Jiao people would forcibly use some intelligent alien races as slaves to help them complete some tasks. But it is not like this in their core tribe areas. In their core tribe areas, they will never allow the existence of slave tribes, as this would risk exposing their core secrets. This arrangement means that the number of people patrolling and defending the core territory of the Jiao people is very small. This made it easy for Jiang Ziliu to sneak in. Jiang Ziliu's powerful ability to restrain his aura can prevent him from being discovered by the mental scans of those powerful people. It was precisely these factors that made Jiang Ziliu choose the Jiao people as his target. He took action only after he had carefully investigated the intelligence and purchased a lot of information about the Jiao people from some intelligence agencies. The Jiao people lived under a huge abyss in the center of Yunmen's. This water abyss exists between 1,000 and 3,000 meters underwater and is a large underwater rift. Under it, they have opened up an SS-level copy space as their core clan territory. The alien race can only open up SS-level copy space as their clan base on Blue Mercury. If you dare to create an SSS-level copy space, you will attract a powerful attack from the human race. Even so, this copy space itself will be checked by human strongmen from time to time to ensure that there are no hidden supreme strongmen. After all, some supremely powerful beings, if they seal themselves, can still exist in a low-level copy space for a limited period of time. However, to achieve this, the cost and consumption of resources are very high, and the seal must be maintained with continuous resources. This is one of the conditions that the human race and the Jiao race compromised behind the scenes. Jiang Ziliu also learned some relevant secret information from the information in the Jiang family treasure house and knew this information. This time, he still used the Devil's Dream channel and carefully sneaked into this SS-level copy space to look for the treasure house of the Jiao people. The Jiao people are a kind of life form with a human body and a dragon head. They have scales on their bodies similar to those of dragons, and their beasts are also various types of dragons. However, the superiors of the Jiao people or those with noble blood contracts are all pure-blooded Jiao dragon monsters. However, those low-level lower-class Jiao people can only contract with aquatic creatures with mixed blood and insufficient blood concentration of Jiaolong. In the Jiao people, bloodlines are used to determine status, and the hierarchy is very strict. After searching for a while, Jiang Ziliu successfully found a treasure trove that the Jiao people had left in the open. It was a bone house made up of Jiao dragon spines that was as big as a house. It doesn't look big from the outside, but the rich spatial aura fluctuations indicate that there is a different world inside. Moreover, this house made of dragon bones is used by countless dragons carrying resources and treasures in and out, so one can tell at a glance that it is a resource warehouse. The Jiao people were also very careful, and they actually set up 10 such treasure houses. Jiang Ziliu hid his aura in a small place and observed the void level of the earth. After careful investigation, he finally found a treasure house with a large number of yuan crystals. This is his goal. Jiang Ziliu's way of knocking down the guard was to use poison. He is now a master in the art of poison. Jiang Ziliu has learned more knowledge about poison from the medical knowledge of the human race, from the knowledge records of the dwarves, from the forging throne, and from the secret records of the Jiang family. At the same time, he also collected some knowledge of poisons disclosed by other races. The essence of poison is to interrupt the operating mechanism of life from within, and even destroy the orderly operation of the life system. This time, he used a special kind of soul poison that was made from soul crystals combined with some soul poison from the Yin Sha land. It was a more advanced soul poison. This poison spreads through smell and can put the souls of the Jiao people and their beasts into a self-sleeping state. The dormant period is generally around 3 to 10 days. Afterwards, the poisoned dragon man will wake up, and his soul power will even be slightly enhanced. Strictly speaking, it is not a poison but a treasure for the soul. But this precious medicine is like an invisible poison to the guards of the treasury. Because it is beneficial to life itself, it will not attract the powerful intuitive perception of these Jiao people. If it is a harmful poison, the Jiao people's keen intuition of life will serve as a warning and make them defensive. Unfortunately, it is beneficial, and the life instinct will not give any warning at all, and may even desire it. The wonderful use of this medicine, which is clearly beneficial, has a poisonous effect. Jiang Ziliu quietly placed the medicine on a female Jiao person, making the Jiao guards think it was a perfume. As a result, after the drug took effect for a while, they all felt very comfortable and fell asleep. The strong men of the Jiao people would use their souls to search the Jiao people's base camp once every half an hour. Jiang Ziliu immediately seized the time and entered the treasure house of the Jiao people, and took away the entire treasure house's value of more than 10 million S-level yuan crystals and various yuan crystal resources. The Jiao people are very wealthy. Although they have very few members, their treasury contains terrifyingly rich reserves of crystals. This amount of income is equivalent to countless times the dwarven treasure that Jiang Ziliu had obtained before. The reserve of more than 10 million S-level yuan crystals is a very large number, but it is only a small part of the hidden resources of this group of Jiao people. The Jiao people must have hidden other secret vaults in secret. But Jiang Ziliu was satisfied and ran away immediately. If you take advantage of someone, you will inevitably face their crazy revenge. This is a simple truth. Jiang Ziliu ran very fast, and the Jiao people reacted quickly as well. But we are destined to gain nothing. Not long after, a terrible war broke out between this group of Jiao people and another powerful group of elves in the Great Duan Mountains. The powerful Jiao people have robbed the elves of countless resources. Because this time, Jiang Ziliu used the image of an elf, making the elves take the blame. The Jiaolong clan has a way to trace back to the image of Jiang Ziliu when he robbed the treasure house. They knew it was fake, but they needed a reason, and they needed to perform a certain amount of blood recovery on the elves. The most important thing is that the Jiao people as a whole are much stronger than the individual elves. Jiang Ziliu did this on purpose. He wanted to give the Jiao people an excuse to send troops, let them have a wave of conflicts first, and divert everyone's attention. Jiang Ziliu succeeded. He obtained a large amount of yuan jing, and the Jiao people also recovered a wave of losses from the elves. But no one noticed that when the war broke out between the two sides, a large amount of yuan jing resources disappeared from one of the elves' treasure houses. Jiang Ziliu brought trouble to Deng Shui and took the opportunity to steal the homes of this group of elves. He is extremely cunning, insidious, and unscrupulous. Stealing from the elves was an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment after he discovered that the Jiao people had really sent out troops. He didn't expect that this would allow him to make another fortune. But this time, the elves blamed the Jiao people. Because this time Jiang Ziliu used the same old trick again, using the image of the Jiao people to carry out the action. He achieved 4 goals at once this time, and he used his evil and unscrupulous skills to the fullest. The elves' harvest was smaller, Jiang Ziliu only received 800,000 S-level crystals. But this is also a big gain. The combined Yuan crystal gains from the two operations are enough for the hammer to conduct 3 interstellar voyages to medium-distance stars, the kind that transcends time and space. With the ability to cross the stars, Jiang Ziliu's backup and safety value have reached a higher level. If there is a problem and he cannot stay on Blue Mercury for long, he can go to other life star worlds to continue his development. Chapter 152. In this tribe of elves, Jiang Ziliu not only snatched a large amount of Yuan Jing. He also obtained many life-related treasures. For example, 30 leaves of the lower tree of life, 5 drops of juice from the tree of life itself, and a special treasure called Life Starlight Essence Milk. These treasures also arrived at a very timely moment. Jiang Ziliu, who had caused 3 major incidents, immediately fled to a wilderness on the easternmost side of the Yunmen's base complex, hid in the underground area there, and continued to live there. His next step was to use the resources at hand to upgrade the Fairy of Life to Diamond level, making her a powerful Diamond level Beastmaster. The life-related treasure obtained unexpectedly this time is just right to be used to strengthen the 1,000 faces of the Life Fairy. The evolution of the little Fairy of Life this time is very simple, that is to use various advanced life resources to achieve the sublimation and transformation of dark energy. This transformation is a transformation of attributes. The gold level is the evolution of the essence of life, the diamond level is the evolution of energy, and the supreme level is the evolution of the soul. Among these 3 stages, the evolution of energy is particularly special in the Fairy of Life. That is, the originally pure dark energy began to bear the mark of life. From then on, its dark energy was no longer pure dark energy, but was endowed with life attributes and underwent a further transformation of dark energy. With this characteristic, even if the Fairy of Life does not use any skills, the dark energy that bursts out directly will have powerful vitality. The evolution process of the 1,000 Faces Fairy of Life is very simple, which is to eat the leaves of the Tree of Life, drink the water of life, and absorb the juice of the Tree of Life. However, Qianmian has to complete this step bit by bit. Its absorption is very slow, and it can only absorb 1/10 of a leaf of the Tree of Life in a day. After swallowing the leaves of the Tree of Life, 1,000 Faces' body was filled with powerful life energy. It fuses this life energy with its own dark energy, bit by bit, allowing them to become one, allowing its energy to continuously sublimate and transform. This is a very slow process that needs to be done bit by bit. If the beast tamer's talent, bloodline, or willpower is not strong enough, he may suffer backlash in the process and fall back to the gold level or even lower. This is why there are many gold level experts, but diamond level experts are rare. Because the transformation of the beast is itself a process of either progress or regression, it is impossible to easily stay where you are. Moreover, this process of giving energy properties and transforming energy is best completed in one go the first time it is done. The resources, timing, and preparation required for this are enormous. After all, if part of the energy in the beast's body has special properties and is more advanced, while the other part is just ordinary dark energy, then there is a high probability of incompatibility between them. This incompatibility is the conflict between the beast taming powers. Once it cannot be suppressed and explodes, it will cause the life level to fall. This is a very dangerous and risky process. The strengthening and evolution of life has never been a stable process, but a process full of risks. The Fairy of Life must continue this transformation in one breath until all the dark energy in the body is upgraded, transformed, and sublimated into high-level dark energy that truly possesses life attributes. Only then will it be elevated to the level of diamond-level life with the feedback of dark energy. And this is only the first step of energy transformation. The transformation of golden-level flesh and blood is relatively easy, and can be continuously improved by relying on bloodline and other powers. But when it comes to diamond level improvement, there isn't much else to rely on, you have to do it yourself. In the 9-star diamond level realm, each star level upgrade is a small transformation of all dark energy. The Fairy of Life first used the leaves of the Tree of Life, which had the weakest effect, then took the Water of Life, and finally consumed the juice from the essence of the more advanced Tree of Life. After all, under continuous absorption, life itself will develop a kind of evolutionary resistance, which is similar to the inertia of medicine. Starting from weak to strong, using low level first and then high level, can make the whole process go on smoothly. This transformation took a very long time. It took nearly 3 years for the Fairy of Life to complete the transformation and successfully allowed the dark energy of breath to complete its first transformation. And after all the dark energy transformation was completed, it itself was directly upgraded to the advanced life level of 1-star diamond under the feedback of power. At this point, the 1,000 Faces Fairy of Life transformed into a diamond-level beast. Life Fairy. 47.6% Fairy Bloodline, SS, Flesh Transformation, SSS+, Plant Transformation, SS, Animal Transformation, SS, Super Digestion, SS+, Emerald Light, SSS, Hymn of Life, SS, Holy Wings of Life, SS. The achievement is 1,000 Faces of Diamond level life, and all skill levels have also been slightly improved under this feedback. After all the resources it uses are from the life system, and are high-end products from the Tree of Life. After the evolution, the biggest benefit she got was the improvement of her Holy Wings of Life. Originally, Jiang had 3 pairs of Holy Wings of Life and 3 chances of resurrection, but now the Holy Wings of Life have been upgraded to 6 pairs. This means that Jiang has had 6 chances to resurrect. This benefit is huge for the beast Tamer itself. With 6 chances of resurrection, the Fairy of Life is not afraid of being killed at all, as it does not play the role of a nanny. Jiang Ziliu was also envious. If he could refine the feedback skill, he would definitely replace the Emerald Light feedback skill with the Holy Wings of Life. Who wouldn't want to be able to be resurrected again and again? Unfortunately, he didn't know if he could find a way to reselect the feedback skill. Anyway, the Forged Throne didn't know about this method. Its fairy bloodline was also enhanced, and Jiang Ziliu found that its invisible connection with nature had become even closer. This is a huge benefit of evolution. Maybe one day, its bloodline will completely transform into a more advanced life form. Jiang was sublimated, and it also led to a small improvement for Jiang Ziliu. He improved a small part under the feedback, but it did not allow him to break through from the 7-star diamond level to the 8-star diamond. This made Jiang Ziliu feel a little regretful. The attributization of energy has no effect on the Beastmaster. The energy in the body of a Beastmaster, especially a human Beastmaster, also transforms on its own, but the dark energy of a human Beastmaster has no specified attributes. Strictly speaking, it is more suitable for the dark energy with chaotic attributes in the whole system. The energy evolution of a Beastmaster does not require self-transformation like the Beast Tamers do, it requires their own efforts. Under the influence of the contract pattern and the rules of the universe, the Beastmaster's dark energy is directly transformed, and the rules themselves are responsible for its own operation to complete this process. Therefore, the Beastmaster is the real lucky one in evolution. After the Life Fairy evolved, Jiang Ziliu began to strengthen Accompany and White Snake, allowing them to break through from the 9-star gold level to the diamond level of beast control. Chapter 153. After the Fairy of Life completed its evolution, the appearance of that cute elf became even more charming. Its body size has only grown slightly, and its 6 pairs of holy wings of life make it look even more noble. If it wasn't so small, you would think it was a fairy. Great, Master, I have successfully improved again. Master is still amazing. Jiang excitedly fell into Jiang Ziliu's ear, spoke sweetly and said a lot of nice things. That's not true. If it weren't for the Master, I would still be just a lowly low-level sky blue rock man. How could I evolve directly into a more advanced Earth Titan bloodline like now? Accompany, the rock man from Kongqing Rock, also praised. If it weren't for Jiang Ziliu's efforts, they would never have been able to improve and evolve so quickly. According to the attribute panel, Akun's race is still a Kongqing Rockman, but in fact it has far surpassed the category of Kongqing Rockman. With the blood of titans, it seems like a son of the earth. Master, Jianmian is lucky this time. Next time, she will help me evolve first. Last time, I was the last one to improve. The mini-dragon body of the thunder dragon and white snake floated around Jiang Ziliu, with a pair of big watery eyes, full of cuteness. It is obviously a scary thunder dragon, but it manages to act out the soft, cute feeling of a cute animal. As if you are guilty if you don't agree to it. No. I'm the boss, I have to go first next time. I'm the main force in every battle, and I have the greatest credit. Besides, we have protected the evolution of both of you. Akun refuted this. Seeing that Jianmian had grown into a diamond-level strongman, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Obviously, they are all the master's beasts, and it is the number one beast, but now everyone is on the same level. Moreover, the fighting power of Thunder Dragon White Snake is becoming more and more terrifying, and it is worried that its main combat position will be replaced. Fighting for favor is something that is bound to happen between beast masters. One of the most troublesome jobs for beast masters is to coordinate conflicts between beasts to prevent them from fighting each other. Jiang Ziliu attaches great importance to the knowledge learning of the three beasts. Now, under his guidance, the three beasts have read a lot of books, watched a lot of movies, TV, novels, and other stories, and learned something from them. Jianmian has become more quiet and is increasingly showing the aura of a wise little fairy. It is usually very quiet, but will also try to please its owner Jiang Ziliu. The Thunder Dragon White Snake, however, has more and more potential to be a dramatic actress. The skill of acting cute has been mastered by a dragon that should be majestic. That cute little look made Jiang Ziliu feel unable to refuse its request. But if you underestimate it because it likes to act cute, then you are in trouble, because it is a real thunder dragon and a powerful and violent creature among dragons. White Snake and Akun have fought several times, and their strength is evenly matched. What's more important is that they fight very crazily, with a kind of madness that makes them want to conquer the world. The image of the cute creature it portrays is completely different from the real thing. The dragon's character, its original character, as well as the knowledge, wisdom, and human experience learned from books and stories have made it what it is today. This is the one that gives Jiang Ziliu the most headache. The originally timid and cautious Akun, perhaps influenced by the Titan bloodline, became somewhat wild, violent, and liked to be the boss. Fortunately, the nature of Kongqing Rock Man is still in Akun, and he still has his cautious character. Otherwise Jiang Ziliu would think it had transformed into a barbarian. The learning of wisdom and knowledge played a great role in the growth of the three beasts. Let's look at the situation first. We'll help those who can get the resources we have first. Don't worry, you will all become stronger. Jiang Ziliu gave a plan and decided to rely on luck. The Thunder Dragon needs high-level lightning resources, while Akun needs earth resources. Who will upgrade first depends on luck and Jiang Ziliu's opportunity. At this moment, the thousand-faced face of the Fairy of Life suddenly changed. Master, I feel a very strange life force deep underground that I can't quite explain. It's very vague and weird, and it gives me a very bad, yet not so bad feeling. It discovered that deep in this land full of lakes, there seemed to be some unknown secret hidden. I don't know why, but I feel like it has some connection with who I am now. Jiang Ziliu understood Jianmian's meaning. This connection might very well involve the bloodline of the Fairy of Life. This shows that deep underground there is a mysterious aura related to the bloodline of the Fairy of Life. As a person of modest means, Jiang Ziliu did not want to be involved in these mysterious things, but he subconsciously made two probability judgments and changed his mind. What are the chances that Jianmian's discovery will work in my favor? 0%. It turned out to be a completely useless discovery. What is the probability that Kunmian's discovery will be unfavorable to me? 0%. It's actually completely harmless. This discovery, which would neither benefit him nor harm him, made Jiang Ziliu feel curious. There won't be any harm, so there's no danger. Why don't we go down and take a look? A thought, driven by curiosity, made Jiang Ziliu want to know what was underneath. He is still very curious about the many secrets on Blue Mercury. Jiang Ziliu understood that he was not the kind of traverser who relied on signing in or drawing lots to escape danger completely. If you want to grow, resources, information, and vision are indispensable. Under safe circumstances, he should obtain as much information, knowledge, and various resources as possible, so that he can continue to implement his cautious development strategy with adequate preparation. He began to dive deep into the earth to see what was going on. 100 meters. 200 meters. 300 meters. 5,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. It was not until he went nearly 300,000 meters deep into the underground world and avoided one magma channel after another that Jiang Ziliu successfully reached the target area. Then he saw a scene that surprised him. This is actually a huge underground world, a world that is thousands of kilometers long and wide, with countless huge stone pillars supporting the upper rock. But what shocked him even more was that this area of thousands of kilometers was actually covered with blood. This place is simply a huge lake of blood. With Jiang Ziliu's ability in medicine, he could tell at a glance that the blood in the lake was real blood and not fake at all. And it's made of real human blood. I don't know how many people died here to form this huge lake of blood. An endless smell of blood covered this underground space, making people feel creepy and cold all over. He couldn't tell how long the blood here had been there, but it seemed to be no different from fresh blood. He didn't know how this blood lake with blood activity was formed or how it was created, but he understood the cost of many lives. Jiang Ziliu now discovered that in the dark corners of this world, there were people and things that were countless times more terrifying than he knew. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He tried his best to restrain and hide his breath, and even dared to only look at the new things with the corner of his eyes. In the center of the blood-red lake, a crystal coffin appeared that was 10 meters long and 2 meters wide. Jiang Ziliu had no idea how it appeared. But what he knew was that this thing suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Out of caution, Jiang Ziliu chose to observe it with his peripheral vision. This crystal coffin is full of roughness and simplicity. The only special thing is that its coffin lid is transparent and has a closed eye printed on it. This eye reminded Jiang Ziliu of another special eye. The eyes of the forged throne, except that when he first saw the figure of the forged throne, his eyes were golden and open. The eyes of the crystal coffin in front of him were somewhat similar, but they were blurrier than those of the forged throne, and they were closed. Could it be that this crystal coffin is also in existence similar to the King of Origin level? Jiang Ziliu couldn't help but have this thought. The true form of the forged throne is a golden chair with a golden divine eye on it. This crystal coffin itself is equally strange. It looks like an artifact, but it possesses mysterious power. Certain similarities led Jiang Ziliu to make this bold judgment. Although the original crystal coffin was transparent, it was still a little blurry. However, as time passed, it gradually became clearer. When it became truly transparent and visible, Jiang Ziliu saw what was inside the crystal coffin. There was actually a young girl inside. But she is not a beautiful girl, but a girl with average looks, plain appearance, and very ordinary appearance. Even her hair looked a little sallow, showing signs of malnutrition. The clothes she was wearing were made of ordinary material, not yet rotten and still intact, but full of signs of being torn and worn. That kind of tatters didn't look natural, but more like the result of an attack by some person or creature. Overall, she looked like someone who came from the bottom of society, lived a very difficult life, and later suffered some terrible misfortune. There was something strange about the girl's body. There were scratches on her arms and neck from some sharp object, but they were very faint, as if they had just healed. This seemed like an ordinary girl who had died, yet seemed not dead. The terrifying blood lake, the mysterious crystal coffin that is suspected to be that of a powerful being of the king of origin level, and an ordinary girl who is equally mysterious. All this shows that this place contains a great secret unknown to the world. Jiang Ziliu observed carefully, and before long, changes began to occur. Chapter 154. The eyes above the crystal coffin seemed to open, and then the entire sea of blood began to boil. The blood color of the entire sea of blood is gradually fading. Jiang Ziliu could clearly feel that the life essence of the blood was being absorbed by the mysterious crystal coffin. However, the crystal coffin itself did not utilize the essence of the blood, but instead passed the essence to the girl in the coffin. It didn't take long for the girl's injuries to heal. Jiang Ziliu saw that he was lucky this time, as he happened to catch up with the changes, rather than his appearance causing the changes. The cause of the girl's injury was not simple, and even with the power of this crystal coffin, it could not be repaired quickly. There is a 90% chance that the mysterious crystal coffin is behind the formation of this lake. But such a large blood lake has existed for who knows how many years, but it has not been able to repair the girl's injuries, which shows how special the injuries are. At this point, the restoration seemed to have reached the final step. After all the essence of the blood in the blood lake was drained, the entire blood lake disappeared and became a lake of clear water. The girl's injuries in the crystal coffin were also completely healed. Because of the crystal coffin, Jiang Ziliu couldn't judge the girl's strength level, but his experience told him that she was not very strong. The reason is simple. This girl looks too ordinary and can't be considered a beauty at all. A normal beast tamer, no matter how ugly he is when he first enters the limestone level, or even if he becomes as fat as a ball, will grow towards the most perfect direction of life as his strength increases and his life level sublimates. For example, Jiang Ziliu, he was not very handsome originally, but after growing into a diamond level life, his appearance in his previous life would have been so handsome that he would be a national male god in terms of physique and appearance. This is true for men, and even more so for women. The stronger those women are, the more beautiful they look. This is the result of life naturally evolving towards the most perfect direction, adjusting and correcting its own defects. Therefore, powerful women are all goddesses in appearance and figure, and there is no ordinary one among them. The girl's sallow complexion and average looks indicate that she is not a very powerful being. It is this crystal coffin that has been maintaining her life and repairing the horrific injuries on her body. While Jiang Ziliu was thinking, the entire blood lake had completely turned into clear water, and the girl woke up. She opened her eyes. Although she looked ordinary, her eyes seemed like two seas of stars with endless stars. Jiang Ziliu knew that his guess was wrong. This girl has an ordinary appearance and her life level may not be high, but her spiritual level is definitely ridiculously high. Only those with strong spirits will have bright eyes. When there is nothing covered, a person's eyes can reflect two seas of stars, which means that his spiritual power has far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even a 9-star supreme powerhouse who has completed the transformation of soul power can only reflect 1 star in his uncovered eyes. The girl who can be in such a state, with her eyes reflecting 2 seas of stars, must have soul and mental power that has definitely reached a level above the supreme, or even a super strong person above demigod. What kind of girl could have such a powerful soul and mental strength at such a young age? Jiang Ziliu only thought of 2 situations. One is a reincarnated person, and the other is a person whose soul has been reborn in another body. I just don't know what kind of person this girl is. If his probability had not determined that this place was harmless to him, he might have turned around and ran. Because this girl and this crystal coffin itself represent great terror. Jiang Ziliu noticed the changes in the girl, and the girl also noticed Jiang Ziliu, who was hiding in the Earth space level and observing her. A ball of energy turned into a veil and covered the girl's body, silently replacing her original clothes, leaving her wearing a beautiful set of folded gauze clothes formed by the dark energy of heaven and earth. The crystal coffin opened, the girl stood up and flew out of the crystal coffin. After the crystal coffin was closed again, she stood on the surface of the crystal coffin. At this moment, the girl's original ordinary temperament completely disappeared, and was replaced by the aura of a strong person. That temperament was as if it was the temperament of an invincible emperor who dominated the heavens. It seemed to represent that she was already high above, standing above all living beings and gods, invincible in the world. The crystal coffin carrying the girl suddenly disappeared from the lake and reappeared in front of Jiang Ziliu. "Give me energy, divine crystals or elemental crystals are all fine," the girl said, her tone unquestionable, as if giving orders to others was her birthright. Jiang Ziliu did not dare to underestimate her. He secretly guessed that this girl had a very important background, and even if the forging throne reawakened, she might have to be treated with caution. He was also very sincere and immediately took out a large pile of yuan crystals regardless of the other party's true strength. He took out all the A-grade crystals worth 1 million. As for the yuan crystals above S level, he doesn't plan to give them for the time being. This was Jiang Ziliu's attempt to explore the situation, to test this woman's background and character. Seeing Jiang Ziliu taking out so many yuan crystals, the girl's face showed no joy or anger. She waved her hand, and all the yuan crystals entered the crystal coffin. I don't know if it was my illusion, but Jiang Ziliu found that after these yuan crystals entered the mysterious crystal coffin, the crystal coffin became much more exquisite. The change was so subtle that if his soul had not been so powerful, he would hardly have noticed it. Interesting, the forged throne, who is the best at craftsmanship, actually chose to become a human's beast master. An ant actually controlled the giant, and the giant took the initiative to submit to the weak ant. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Ziliu felt cold all over. This girl was indeed the reincarnation or possession of a powerful being, otherwise it would be impossible to see the beast-taming relationship between the forging throne and him. An ordinary strong man cannot even tell whether the forging throne is on his body. This was the secret told to him by the forged throne. Even the king of origin, who was at the same level as the forged throne, would find it difficult to detect his existence if he tried to hide himself. But now, this girl not only discovered the existence of the forging throne, but also discovered that the forging throne was his contracted beast. Is the power of fate so mysterious? My innate origin was taken away by someone before I woke up, but you, the forging throne, chose the strong to surrender to the weak. We used to be the supreme ones in the world, but now we are all homeless dogs. The other party did not care about Jiang Ziliu's situation, but instead expressed a sad emotion. It seems that the girl had a very miserable life in this life, otherwise this strong man would not have sighed so much. Jiang Ziliu didn't know what happened to the forged throne, and only the core fragments remained after it eventually fell. He also didn't know what happened in this girl's previous life that caused such a strong person to become what she is now, and that she could only recover by creating a horrifying blood lake. But he could hear that the girl seemed to have encountered something similar to what happened to Emperor Shi Tian. He had never heard of such a thing as the origin of one's talent being taken away by someone, but he was not surprised when such a thing happened. But this strong man is really tragic. It was obvious that she had once been a human girl with extraordinary talents, so extraordinary that it was terrifying. But this also aroused human greed and covetousness, so some people used special methods to rob the girl of her innate talent before her true will awakened. It is not strange that what happened to Emperor Shi Tian happened to the young girl. But now the girl has awakened and recovered, and her revenge will come. Jiang Ziliu will not care about this, does not want to care, and may even applaud. He knew without thinking that this was done by one of the top families among humanity's top families, or by one of humanity's super powerful men. Jiang Ziliu was actually expecting such a thing, such revenge to happen. So when the girl was sighing in sadness, Jiang Ziliu made a decision. He took out half of his energy crystals and some other high-level resources and gave them to the crystal coffin. After the girl discovered that the forged throne was on him, she had no ill will and did not take any action, which meant she was kind to him. Jiang Ziliu believes in the judgment of probability. So at this moment, he decided to use the resources he already had to support the girl and the good show that was about to be staged. Chapter 155. The girl's emotions took a long time to recover. She naturally noticed Jiang Ziliu's actions, and she also discovered Jiang Ziliu's thoughts. "Thank you for your help, but I am not a reincarnated person. I am a real reincarnated person." The girl said bluntly, "Your thoughts are transparent to me." But by saying this, she directly explained her rebirth situation, which meant that she and Jiang Ziliu would not be enemies, and she also accepted Jiang Ziliu's kindness. "I hope to see the noble families in trouble, especially those with bad family traditions." Jiang Ziliu also expressed his support directly. To conceal it at this time would be a bad attitude. His eldest brother was almost ruined by the aristocratic family, although he is now enjoying the benefits of a great opportunity. But that's what happened. Coupled with the affairs of Zhao Xinling and Chen Ziqi, he realized that the lower-class civilians in the current human race have no chance of making a breakthrough. If the common people below want to stand out, they must eliminate some of the power of the aristocratic families and intimidate some of the aristocratic families. In this way, the resistance to upward mobility faced by the lower-class civilians will be reduced. Jiang Ziliu believed that among the upper echelons of the human race, there must be forces that favored the common people. But the power will not be too much. Let this girl kill some of the power of the aristocratic families, balance the high-level forces of the human race, and give the common people a chance to come forward. This situation is most beneficial for people like him who come from a lower-class background. If circumstances allow, Jiang Ziliu also wants to go to university and compete with geniuses in an open and above-board manner, rather than pursuing mediocrity in pursuit of success. Staying in the dark was not the choice he wanted most deep down. The power of civilians should never be underestimated, because there are too many of them and there are the most variables. Zhao Xinling will be a part of the civilian force in the future, Chen Ziqi may be a part of it in the future, and many unknown people such as Jiang Ziliu will also be part of the civilian force. This girl will be the biggest attacker against the family in the near future. When a whale dies, all things come to life. The fall of a super family will inevitably lead to cannibalism among sharks and cause conflicts and struggles within the family due to interests. This is an invisible weakening of them. Do you know the Gao family? My talent source was taken away by them. Their family has this kind of specialized beast control. This time I have recovered. It will be the beginning of their destruction soon. Even if you humans come together, you can't stop me. The girl seemed to be venting, as if she wanted to talk, and she directly said the most useful information. Jiang Ziliu already knew the information about the upper echelons of the human race through the Jiang family. The Gao family does exist. Their family is the top family among the human race and also the family with the most geniuses. Moreover, the Gao family is also the family that is most concerned about suppressing the power of civilians. Jiang Ziliu understood the reason, and it was not for the sake of maintaining the collective interests of the family. The conflicts between aristocratic families far exceed those between aristocratic families and common people. They just eat each other and take advantage of any opportunity. The reason why the Gao family did this is very simple, that is, the geniuses in their family all grew up by seizing the talents of civilian geniuses. The contradiction between them and the civilian geniuses is irreconcilable. That is why they are so active in playing the role of safeguarding the collective interests of the aristocratic families. In the final analysis, it is for the sake of safeguarding the interests of the Gao family themselves, for fear that one day they will be liquidated by geniuses rising from the common people. The girl's experience allowed Jiang Ziliu to easily analyze the deep-seated root of her attitude. The theory of cause and effect is not accidental. If you walk on the road too much at night, you will definitely encounter ghosts. This girl was a powerful being far beyond the forging throne in her previous life, and she was the cause of a catastrophe that would destroy the Gao family in the near future. This girl is able to create a lake of blood to restore herself. She is definitely not a good person. She is definitely ruthless and capable of taking action. I know the Gao family, one of the most powerful families in the human race. Here is their information. Jiang Ziliu directly helped the Gao family and gave the girl all the information he had about the Gao family and the top human families. The detailed part of the information was all about the families that were closely related to the Gao family. He hoped that the girl could catch more rabbits by raking grass. As for the possibility that this might shake the strength of the entire human race, Jiang Ziliu would say that you are overthinking it. The more he understood the secrets of the human race, the more he realized that extremely powerful human forces were hidden at the bottom of the human race and in the starry sky. No one knows how deeply the human race's strength is hidden. The human race, which was able to survive the invasion of alien beasts and all other races on Blue Mercury and regain the position of the main race on Blue Mercury, is much more powerful and hidden than people know. Moreover, the human race is one of the few races that can contract all types of beasts, and is a race with strong latecomer power. This kind of late-developing strongman will have more and more advantages in combat power and growth potential as time goes by. No one knows how many top forces there are in the human race, and how many lone rangers there are who choose not to establish a family and who pursue supremacy alone. The destruction of a few families will not have any serious impact on the entire human race. Jiang Ziliu even speculated that the destruction of several of the top families would not affect the superficial part of the human race, and would only appear to cause great damage on the surface. There are many secrets and many ancient existences on Blue Mercury, but the human race is still able to occupy the mainstream on the surface. Do you think the human race is strong or weak? The girl looked at the information in her hand and smiled. Your choice is very wise. You are young, but you have a mind of 800 years. You even dare to plot against me. However, I don't care about your plot against me, and I will give you a benefit. The girl took out a crystal, which contained a drop of colorful liquid. She handed it to Jiang Ziliu and said, "This is the origin liquid of the creation system. It is useless to me, but it can help the kid who forged the throne recover. I hope that in the future, when there is a real battle in the starry sky, I can see your figure. Your character, opportunity, and wisdom may have the potential to make it to that step." When Jiang Ziliu heard that this thing would be useful for forging the throne, he immediately took it. But when he looked up again, the girl and the crystal coffin had mysteriously disappeared, and only the pure lake below showed traces of their existence. What Jiang Ziliu didn't know was that what he gave to the girl and what the girl gave to him just achieved a causal balance. This is why it is said that he neither benefited nor suffered any harm. Because he got it, but the resources and information he paid for were also huge, which just balanced his gains. Chapter 156. Jiang Ziliu received the gift from the mysterious reborn girl, but he was not foolish enough to use it to forge the throne. He first made a probability judgment. What is the probability that this item can restore the forged throne to the state of awakening? 100%. This time, the answer consumed nearly 1/5 of his dark energy. This item may pose a hidden danger to the forging throne. What is the probability that there is a hidden hand? 100%. Jiang Ziliu sighed in his heart, and he knew that these old foxes who had lived for thousands of years had extremely strong calculations even if they were reborn. This treasure that seems to be able to restore the forging throne actually has a hidden hand. We are all strong people, how could we help you for no reason? But Jiang Ziliu also guessed one thing, that is, this item must be of great help in the recovery of the forging throne. Otherwise, considering the existence of this thing in secret, the gains from his trip would be harmful. However, the result of probability judgment proves that the help of this item in forging the throne can offset the harm caused by this hidden hand. After taking this, what is the probability that the forged throne can eliminate this hidden hand in its current state? 100%. This time the answer is good news for Jiang Ziliu. The forged throne can remove the hidden hand by itself, which means that if the forged throne does not discover this hidden hand, this hidden hand will always exist on the forged throne. With me as the center, within a radius of 30,000 kilometers, there are resources that can be safely obtained and can allow the forged throne to recover and wake up. What is the probability? 0. This answer shattered Jiang Ziliu's fantasy. It turned out that there were no resources he wanted nearby, and it was impossible to have the resources he wanted. After all, any resource that can be useful to a king of origin-level existence like the forging throne must be of extremely high level. Even a tiny bit of this resource would be like a treasure in the eyes of the strongest supreme being on Blue Mercury today. There are beast masters in the world with many abilities, and they have no shortage of specific treasure hunting methods. If there were any good stuff, they would have been looted long ago. However, Jiang Ziliu knew from the secrets recorded by the Jiang family that aristocratic families, large chambers of commerce, the military, basic high-level officials, alien forces and other forces would specially train beast masters with special treasure hunting abilities to search for resources on Blue Mercury from time to time. The resources Jiang Ziliu had obtained before were all the leftovers from other people's plunder, or some overlooked resources. Large forces' desire for resources is greater than most people imagine. The way they search for resources is also very powerful. Under such circumstances, the probability of non-dangerous high-level resources remaining is very low. So what is the probability that there are resources useful for awakening the forged throne in dangerous areas? 0. This answer still disappointed him. The last time I brought out the origin ship, the Divine Hammer, the startup and master recognition process consumed a lot of energy for the forging throne. The forging throne had told Jiang Ziliu about this before. He was prepared for this person's deep sleep, but he still hoped that he could wake up soon. The forging throne is Jiang Ziliu's grandfather in terms of knowledge, insight and experience, and is no less than an assistant in probability judgment. Unfortunately, he still couldn't wake the other person up soon. The original treasure liquid that the mysterious girl gave him seemed to glow with mysterious colorful light. It was useful, but it was a pity that the girl had kept a backup plan. Jiang Ziliu knew that the best way to awaken the forging throne was to let him use this drop of mysterious origin liquid, a treasure hidden in his hand. After thinking about it, he was not in a hurry to use the original treasure liquid on the forging throne. He wanted to wait and see what the situation was. Next, Jiang Ziliu began to travel throughout the Yunmen's area, looking for resources that could allow Bai Niangzi or Akun to upgrade to diamond level. While he was beginning to hesitate, something big happened suddenly on the other side. One day, a girl with a mysterious fog on her face and a mysterious crystal coffin floating behind her came to the center of the Gao family's base. The Jaishi family is called the top family of the human race because their family occupies a supreme-level basic group. The entire base complex was built by the Gao family and is their private territory. All the people and things in the entire base serve the Gao family. Moreover, the Gao family controls dozens of SSS-level copy spaces, and even 3 demigod-level copy spaces above the SSS level. Their clan also occupies several seats in the upper house of the human race, which is the highest level. The entire Gao family can be said to be powerful, rich in resources, astonishingly wealthy, and with a strong foundation. It is an existence that the upper echelons of the human race have to treat with caution. But even such a powerful force was discovered only after the girl sneaked into their core tribe territory. When the girl comes, everything is peaceful. When the girl left, there was endless blood. All the bloodline members of the Gao family, including their beasts, were turned into mummies. Their blood was absorbed by the crystal coffin behind the girl. When the girl broke into the core territory of the Gao family in a semi-god level copy space that served as their base camp, the entire city was covered by a mysterious force. No one could get out and no information could be transmitted. Even if the demigod-level ancestor of this family came out, he could not stop the girl for a moment. The terrifying crystal coffin opened its eyes, and its aura alone was enough to suppress the Gao family's demigod-level warriors, sucking out their blood and taking their lives. Countless geniuses of the Gao family's bloodline who were secretly cultivated by the Gao family all died in this battle. The girl seemed like a terrifying bloody messenger of death. Wherever she went, death came, and there was no escape from the end. As all members of the Gao family turned into mummies, all the resources accumulated by the entire Gao family also disappeared. The next day, the girl walked through the entire area of Gao's bloodline like a phantom, killing all the members of the Gao family and 5 aristocratic families affiliated with the Gao family. On the second day, the girl broke into the most top-notch beast-taming academy of the human race, and took away 7 members of the Gao family whose talents were above SSS level. On the third day, the girl came to the upper house of the human parliament and took the lives of several Gao family members and members of the aristocratic families who were very close to the Gao family. One of the counselors was the genius who had plundered the girl's original talent. Although this person was the direct descendant of the family, he was an ordinary genius whose talent was only at the S-end level. But later on, his talent suddenly improved, and under the protection of the Gao family's power, he grew into a demigod-level powerhouse, and even entered the Senate of the Parliament, becoming a member of the core power level of the human race. He died in the most miserable way. His soul could not even dissipate and was directly taken away by the girl. I don't know what kind of torture he will face. During the whole process, the human race strongmen only symbolically confronted the girl. They also knew what Gao had done, and they were also doing it secretly, but they would not do it as big or as thoroughly as Gao had done. They understood the most likely reason why the girl wanted revenge on Gao. But most importantly, they could never see the girl's true colors clearly and were worried that they would become one of the fallen. However, the truly powerful people of the human race had no intention of paying any attention to this matter during the whole process and allowed everything to happen. The news of Gao's demise was only widely spread among private individuals. But there was not a single report about it in the public media, as if the incident had never happened. But this time, the power of the aristocratic family suffered a great blow. Especially at the level of parliamentary power among the human race's high-level officials. Jiang Ziliu's guess came true. This time, the girl's act of destroying the Gao family and its affiliated families suppressed the arrogance of the entire family. There was an internal struggle among the aristocratic families, and to a certain extent, the power of those of common people was rising. Jiang Ziliu just smiled slightly after learning about this major event, and continued to look for resources to upgrade the other 2 beasts through probability judgment. The moment the girl recovered, the outcome of everything was already determined. In a supernatural world where the strong can be reincarnated and where inexplicable chance appears, forces formed by certain causal forces will really appear. The aristocratic family is very powerful, but it is not the strongest among humans, nor the strongest in the starry sky. If you offend a truly powerful person, no matter how big or glorious your family is, it will be destroyed. This world is essentially a world where the strong prey on the weak, and the transformation between the strong and the weak always exists. Jiang Ziliu also has more confidence in his development actions. There is a reason why he has been looking for resources at close range instead of conducting probability judgments over a large range. The fundamental reason for doing this is that the closer the distances and the smaller the space-time barriers are, the more accurate the probability will be. At the same time, the probability judgment consumes less energy for him. Searching for treasures and resources at close range based on probability is the most advantageous and safest option for him. A month after meeting the mysterious girl, Jiang Ziliu successfully found an SSS-level Thunder Abyss heavy water in a half-fishman copy. This is a magical water that is of great help to the improvement of Thunder Dragon White Snake. 2 months later, Jiang Ziliu found an SS-end lightning-struck spiritual peach tree heart and a SS-level mountain spiritual core jade in the lair of a mountain giant. 3 months later, Jiang Ziliu sneaked into the altar of a deep-water shrimp tribe and snatched a drop of thundercloud liquid that they had hidden. 4 months later, he encountered another erupting swamp volcano. He found a way to sneak into the depths of the rock commander, killed the 5 diamond-level rock fire crocodile monsters lurking there, and successfully searched out an SS and Earth's core unmeltable hell rock mine. Just like that, after a year-long search in the entire Yunmen's area, Jiang Ziliu finally gathered all the resources to allow Accompany and Bai Niangzi to be promoted to diamond-level life forms. Chapter 157. All the resources needed to evolve the Kongqing Rock Man Accompany have been collected. But Jiang Ziliu discovered a more important piece of information during an experimental probability determination. That is, if the Kongqing Rock Man Accompany evolves in the Titan's nest, the true core of Titan life, he can upgrade to a complete Titan bloodline at one time. The Kongqing Rock Man at that time was more accurately called the Kongqing Little Titan. The best place for Thunder Dragon White Snake to evolve is also the core treasure of the Dragon Clan, Longmen. At that time, the Thunder Dragon White Snake will also have completely evolved into the complete Thunder Dragon bloodline. However, no matter whether it is Accompany or Bai Niangzi, they will appear younger because of the completeness of their bloodline. After all, although the bloodline has been elevated, the strength has only been raised to the diamond level. The stage of life growth naturally cannot be raised, but will naturally degenerate. You can also regard it as the effect of reversion to childhood after the evolution of advanced bloodline. After discovering this, Jiang Ziliu began to think about how to make the Beastmaster Accompany evolve in the Titan's nest and the Beastmaster Thunder Dragon White Snake transform in the Dragon Gate. The higher the foundation of the Beast Tamer and the better the bloodline, the greater the possibility of evolving into a higher level bloodline in the future. Jiang Ziliu, who values his roots, will not give up on this. He now has no shortage of life, resources, or knowledge. In that case, why doesn't he build a stronger foundation for his beast taming and have a brighter future? Whenever possible, you should pursue higher growth potential, even if it means going slower and taking risks. Jiang Ziliu is also confident that with the probability of judgment, he can find ways to minimize the risk and maximize the benefits. Kongqing Rock Accompany and Lilong White Snake have the benefit of such a transformation, and the Thousand Faces Fairy of Life should also have it. It's a pity that Jianmian missed it, he hadn't discovered this at that time. Jiang Ziliu speculated that perhaps the real Tree of Life could play a similar role to the Titan's Lair and Dragon Gate. As for Jianmian, Jiang Ziliu can only find ways to make up for it in the future. Currently, the main action target is still to improve Accompany and Bai Niangzi. There is no real Titan's Nest or complete Dragon Gate on Blue Mercury, only a secondary existence exists. However, Jiang Ziliu still discovered through probability search that there was a secondary Titan's Nest in the mountains south of Yunmen's. But it is a very dangerous place, and also a place where terrible Titans and strong men hunt. The places that the Titans consider as hunting grounds must be extremely dangerous places with many giant beasts. Otherwise, ordinary resource lands will not be able to support the growth of the Titans. Even if the Titans there are not pure-blooded, they are extremely terrifying. They are extremely powerful and have such thick defenses that ordinary beings of the same level cannot defeat them at all. Except for not being able to fly, Titan is invincible in its land class. This is true even for non-pure-blooded Titans. They have never lacked anti-aircraft means, so in such a dangerous place, it is extremely risky to allow Accompany to evolve peacefully in this secondary Titan's nest. Jiang Ziliu knew that this was a troublesome matter, but he believed that it was necessary. Because his intuition told him that there might be more hidden benefits to evolving Kun in the Titan's nest. Otherwise, according to the information he had investigated, the Titans would not have guarded the Titan's nest so strictly. Humans once broke into the Titan's nest, but at the last moment, the Titan's nest was blown up by the last Titan left behind. Even if they destroy the Titan's nest, they will not leave it to the enemy. From this we can see that the Titan's nest is precious and its role is more than what people know. It definitely has more and more important benefits. After making this judgment, Jiang Ziliu would never give up the idea of letting Accompany evolve in the Titan's nest. But his usual methods, the poisons he already had and knew were almost useless against the Titans. Because the Titan bloodline is also the son of the Earth. The Earth accommodates all things, embraces all things, and also accommodates dangerous poisons. This kind of power makes the Titans almost immune to all poisons. The most effective method seemed to be ineffective on the Titans, so Jiang Ziliu had to find another way. He spent a month secretly collecting information from some small families, and finally got more information about the Titans. A member of one of the small families accidentally escaped from the Titans' pursuit, and this incident caught Jiang Ziliu's attention. His intuition told him that perhaps he could find a way to deal with Titan through this disciple from aristocratic family. So Jiang Ziliu took immediate action and began to look for this person. The descendants of this small family are only at the 7-star silver level, and the strongest in the family is only at the 4th level gold level. This person is a favored child of an aristocratic family, and now he is visiting a secondary base. According to the information obtained from Jiang Ziliu, this guy has been frightened since that incident and has a heavy psychological trauma. He no longer dares to participate in the outdoor adventures he once loved. This base, also located on the back of an island turtle, is a secondary branch base of the Yunmen's base and is also an important entertainment base. Jiang Ziliu chased after him and found that the other party was actually hanging out in an entertainment city that was similar to an ancient brothel. Modern people spend much more on entertainment than ancient people. The women here are not humans, but are orc women similar to rabbit women, cat women, fox women, wolf women, as well as female mermaids, female jackals, female snake women and other races with strange appearances. There are always some people who like to explore new things and do things that normal people cannot accept. There are even races such as ghost banshees, mermaids, female dwarves, etc. The most expensive female slave here is the female elf. There are even handsome male elves here. It can be said that all the evil desires of mankind are realized here by greedy businessmen. After coming here, Jiang Ziliu felt that he had really broadened his horizons and seen the lower limits of human flexibility. Unfortunately, his goal was not to save foreign girls, nor was he here to hunt for curiosities. After a quick search, Jiang Ziliu successfully found his target. The master is a guy who drinks while holding a cute little cat girl. He is a bit indulgent, but also has a lot of decadent airs. Jiang Ziliu found the person and walked straight up to him. He did not choose to interrogate this person somewhere else because the security in this place was equally strong, but this entertainment city was even more of a mixed crowd, and the special environment was more suitable for hiding when something went wrong. Who are you? Seeing Jiang Ziliu, who had transformed into a middle-aged man, sitting directly next to him, he asked with a little more caution in his tone. I'll talk to him. Go over there and have a drink and take a rest. Jiang Ziliu directly threw a sea-level crystal over. This piece of crystal is nothing to him, but to Catwoman, it is a big reward. Their status here is that of female slaves, but the human race will not admit it openly. Therefore, in order to maintain some superficial glamour, casinos can also get tips from customers, which they count as their own income. This can be considered as a measure taken by the people behind the scenes of the entertainment city to stabilize them, and it can be considered as an attitude to ease the relationship. Catwoman was smart enough to sit on the other side to make it easier for the two of them to talk. Sir, what's your problem? After Catwoman left, Jiang Ziliu's aura of a gold-level expert flashed by, just enough for this person to sense it. This person was also smart and immediately used the honorific. I'll ask you a question. Tell the truth. If you answer correctly, it's yours. Jiang Ziliu stated his purpose directly, and at the same time took out an A and grade Yuan crystal and secretly placed it in his hand. This one also knows what happened. But when he thought about what happened back then, he was not only a little scared, but tears of sadness flowed from his eyes. As soon as Jiang Ziliu saw his appearance, he realized that although this person escaped with his life, he paid a huge price. Otherwise they wouldn't be so heartbroken. Back then, we encountered a titan, a gold-level titan. Not only did my second brother die, but my wife also died at the hands of that titan. If I hadn't detonated a bomb I got from the dungeon ruins at the critical moment, I would have died there too. He slowly recounted his past experience, in which his wife also met with an accident. Later I found out that it was a soul bomb from a soul-type alien race. It was it that stunned the Titan and gave me a chance to survive. I'm regretting it now. If I had detonated it earlier, my second brother and wife wouldn't have died tragically. This person said a lot, seemingly telling a story, but more like venting. Jiang Ziliu also saw that this person was both straightforward and acting. It seemed that he wanted to arouse his sympathy in this way so that he would not be silenced later. After all, since I came to ask about this matter myself, it must involve confidential information, or some kind of major operation. In order to avoid problems, it is common to silence people when such things happen. He is a smart man, trying to get out of the dangerous situation he imagined and guessed by combining his true feelings with his acting. Jiang Ziliu heard the key point. A soul bomb could make Titan faint? Could it be a specific soul shock effect, or soul fluctuations of a certain frequency band? He kept analyzing. As far as he knew, the Titan's souls were not weak. Although they were strong physically, they were also very strong spiritually. Jiang Ziliu analyzed it and guessed some possible reasons. But no matter which one it is, this person may have accidentally discovered a hidden weakness of Titan life. He asked the man to describe the bomb and then let him go. Jiang Ziliu didn't use his real image, so he wouldn't do anything to silence anyone. There was no need to do that. Chapter 158. This soul bomb comes from a copy space with ghosts, zombies, and skeletons. The peculiarity of this copy space is that when it was first formed, the invisible force of death attracted the ruins wandering in the void. These dead and broken ruins were very tough and were not crushed by the power of the void. Some ancient things remained. Soul bomb is one of them. Jiang Ziliu began to search for this kind of bomb with all his strength, but the copy space where the ruins itself was located was of a low level and he could not enter. But in the base outside the ruins, there are a lot of things related to that place for sale. Many people also shop there, but the chances of finding good stuff are slim. This kind of Dobao street market is similar to the gambling on jade stones in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. It all depends on luck. Here, Jiang Ziliu did not find the soul bomb he needed, but he successfully found a manufacturing blueprint for a soul bomb. This kind of drawing did not attract people's attention, because its core material is actually soul crystal. Using soul crystals to create bombs that can only stun the enemy, such a high investment, low efficiency thing will naturally not attract attention. But for Jiang Ziliu, it is a treasure. Jiang Ziliu used his forging knowledge to study the core secret of this treasure and finally discovered the fundamental principle of its function. It is not a soul shock bomb, but a special creation of soul resonance. This kind of soul bomb can form soul impact forces in countless soul frequency bands, allowing the soul fluctuations of one of the frequency bands to resonate with the soul of life. Soul resonance causes the soul to vibrate, causing the life to fall into coma directly, but there will be no injuries visible from the outside, and the enemy will not die. The target of soul resonance attack will only fall into a state of soul sleep for a long time. Moreover, the stronger the soul strength, the stronger the effect of this vibration, and the easier it is to make the opponent unconscious. Because the existence of a powerful soul is stronger, more stable, and purer, it is easier to form a soul resonance effect in a specific band. Everything has its weaknesses, and this is it. But at the same time, soul resonance can easily target beings with powerful souls, and the opponent's recovery speed after coma will also be very fast. After discovering this, Jiang Ziliu was ecstatic. He did not use this high-cost soul bomb, but instead used his own powerful and finely controlled soul power to simulate the effect of a soul bomb. In other words, he found a way to deal with the Titans. I can't penetrate your shell, but I can use soul resonance to attack your soul and put you into a coma. That should be okay, right? You know, the last person guarding the Titan's nest has the ability to directly detonate the Titan's nest if the situation is not right. With this soul resonance attack, Jiang Ziliu can launch a soul resonance attack on the existence inside the Titan's nest from outside, stunning the opponent and making it impossible for the opponent to self-destruct the Titan's nest. After finding the core solution to the enemy, Jiang Ziliu now only has one last problem left. He wanted to confirm one thing, whether the power of soul vibration could penetrate the Titan's nest. Being able to penetrate is naturally a good thing. If it can't pass through, he has to find a way to let it pass through and attack the guardian Titan inside. But the prerequisite for confirming this is that he needs to find a piece of the Titan's nest first. The fragments of the Titan's nest are hard to find elsewhere, but they must be found in some first-level bases south of Yunmen's. Because it was the human forces here that launched a tentative attack on the Titan's nest. As a result, the Titan in the Titan's lair detonated it. Later, the main line of the Titans sent a new Titan's nest to this area to continue maintaining their presence on Blue Mercury. The self-destructed Titan's nest is of course of little use, but someone always collects some fragments. After arriving here, Jiang Ziliu searched everywhere and finally bought 3 fragments of the Titan's nest from a merchant who was a collector. This Titan's nest is made of a special colloid with dark energy guiding properties, and has the breath of the earth. After finding the 3 required fragments, Jiang Ziliu immediately conducted tests. This Titan's nest does indeed have a certain effect in blocking soul power. The myriad races in the starry sky have many means. If the Titan's nest does not have the means to defend against soul power, it will not become the core existence for the Titan's own life transformation. It is normal for it to have all-round defensive capabilities. Jiang Ziliu began to conduct a full range of tests, and after nearly 5 days of constant exploration, he finally found a way to allow soul power to penetrate this Titan's nest. This method is to use 2 soul frequencies. One frequency delays while the other frequency infiltrates the soul power. The reason for this is that this Titan's nest can only block one frequency band of soul power, and this is its special mechanism for blocking soul power. Then, if Jiang Ziliu activates 2 frequency bands of soul shock at the same time, he can penetrate it and attack the Titan inside. After coming up with a solution, Jiang Ziliu conducted research on soul power manipulation and successfully developed the ability to launch 2 soul attack bands at the same time. After everything was ready, Jiang Ziliu began to enter the living area of the Earth's Titans based on the information obtained from the southern area. This area is also known as the giant tree jungle. The south is hot and humid, and its geology is special, which makes this place extremely suitable for the survival of giant trees over 200 meters tall. They form a huge forest of giant trees here. The giant tree forest is extremely huge, which means the herbivorous beasts here must also be big enough. Because they are big enough and have long enough necks, they are able to eat the leaves of the giant trees above and survive here. They are so huge in size that they can easily crush small and weak monsters to death with just a few steps. This means that only more large herbivorous animals can survive here. When the basic herbivorous beasts become very large, only giant carnivorous beasts can survive here. The existence of these giant beasts just happens to meet the survival needs of the Titans. The trees in the giant forest are not quiet creatures themselves, and have evolved many defensive capabilities. Trees are dangerous, behemoths are dangerous, Titans are even more dangerous. This place can be said to be the Titans' pasture. They eat the giant beasts here and also protect them, keeping their numbers at a certain level to ensure the survival of the beasts and allowing them to exist as a stable food source. Therefore, the Titans' first choice for all outsiders is to destroy them. This is what makes this place famous as a dangerous place with giant trees. Jiang Ziliu came here and almost fell into the trap. He didn't expect that the giant trees here were in a special flowering period, but the flowers of the giant trees had a special hallucinogenic effect. This is a way for the giant tree to protect its own seed reproduction process. However, this kind of protection is extremely lethal to other lives. If Jiang Ziliu did not have an extremely strong soul, he would have been dragged into the illusion by this special pollen. Because its hallucinogenic mechanism is not soul power, but a biological mechanism. There are also some alien life forms here, called tree herders, which are transformed from giant trees. They are a kind of half-alien beast, half-intelligent life form. They are also extremely xenophobic and are intent on protecting the entire forest of trees. But the tree herders did not stop the giant beasts from eating leaves. Instead, they believed that this action was beneficial to the growth and existence of the giant trees. They can also live in peace with the titans. The tree herders here use the giant trees as special spies. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't been hiding in the Earth's spatial level, he would have been discovered. He carefully avoided the sight of these tree herders, avoided the various giant beasts that shook the earth as they walked, and carefully lurked in the core tribe of the titans. At this point, Jiang Ziliu had no choice but to force his way in. Because his escape ability is in the Earth space system, and the titans themselves are the sons of the Earth and have a certain ability to perceive the fluctuations of the Earth space. Some of the special ones among them can even escape directly into the Earth's space. Jiang Ziliu's covert infiltration methods don't work here at all. Even if he concealed his breath and sneaked in secretly, it would not work, because the core territory of the Titans was a huge empty place, and there was no possibility for him to hide and move forward. After making sufficient preparations, Jiang Ziliu carefully approached the Titans' territory, ready to launch a surprise attack. Chapter 159. Buzz. An invisible energy dual-band soul shock occurred, sweeping through the entrance to the Titans' territory. There are 3 Titans nearly 200 meters tall guarding here, all of them are diamond-level Titans. They were so powerful that they had no time to exert their strength and fell unconscious due to the effect of soul resonance. 3 tall Titans fell to the ground, but Jiang Ziliu had no intention of helping them up or reducing the noise. He turned into a galloping shadow and rushed directly into the depths of the Titans' territory. As he moved forward, he released the power of soul resonance on a large scale. The soul frequencies of most Titans are very close, so Jiang Ziliu plans to eliminate most of the Titans as quickly as possible, making them unconscious in a very short time without causing too much noise. The quieter the noise, the more time Akun has to transform in the Titan's nest. Jiang Ziliu had sufficient intelligence and reconnaissance ahead of time, and with the help of some special electromagnetic wave detection methods, he was able to predict the locations of all the Titans in advance, so the entire attack process went very smoothly. He knew 80 to 90% of the Titans' intelligence in advance, and had accurately rehearsed and analyzed the battle process, which was why it went so smoothly. The reason he was able to take down so many Titans so quickly was due to accurate intelligence, precise information, and efficient rehearsal of action plans. Unfortunately, no matter how careful the preparations are, there will always be mistakes. Jiang Ziliu rushed to the last wave, and when there were still 3 Titan giants who had not been dealt with, he released the last wave of soul resonance and knocked down these 3. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and his whole body flew backwards rapidly like a falling leaf. At the same time, electromagnetic barriers formed in front of him. In 1 second, Jiang Ziliu laid down 13 electromagnetic barriers in succession, forming a powerful energy defense belt. But even so, he was still knocked flying by a small fist. He was seriously injured and even spit out a large mouthful of blood. His ribs, chest cavity, and even lungs were shattered. Jiang Ziliu opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, with fragments of internal organs mixed in the blood. But then an emerald light surged through Jiang Ziliu's body, and his ribs quickly recovered, and his chest and lungs also quickly recovered, returning to their original state, as if he had never been seriously injured. The moment he was hit, the small fist suddenly appeared. The skin on the fist is thick and rough, as if it has been honed by years of hardship and has become tough. This new force seemed to emerge from the dust, growing from small to large, carrying with it an unparalleled mighty force. With its pure and majestic power, it shattered the 13 layers of electromagnetic barriers urgently set up by Jiang Ziliu. This electromagnetic barrier that could withstand a full-strength attack from an 8-star diamond-level warrior shattered easily in front of this fist, like fragile porcelain. Only about 60% of the fist's power was consumed, and the remaining 40% was completely applied to Jiang Ziliu, severely injuring him. If it weren't for his powerful recovery skill, Emerald Light, Jiang Ziliu would have been in great trouble. Jiang Ziliu's huge soul power accurately scanned the enemy. The opponent turned out to be a Titan Elder as small as a speck of dust. Even though this guy is as small as a speck of dust and his entire body is hiding on a larger speck of dust, his hair and beard are all white, his skin is old, and his aura is ancient. The most important thing is that the opponent's strength is at the 9-star diamond level. Jiang Ziliu judged that this was an old Titan Elder who had no hope of growing to the supreme level, and he was also a guy with rich combat experience and extremely powerful skills. The skill used by the opponent's previous attack was also the incarnation of the earth. Since Akin the Sky Blue Rock Man is not a pure-blooded Titan, his earth incarnation is a super-earth giant incarnation formed by gathering a large amount of earth, rocks, and other earth things. But it is not like this for pure-blooded Titans. They themselves are equivalent to a piece of land, and they can transform themselves into larger and more powerful giants. This pure-blooded Titan Elder might have had some problems during his growth process, which is why he did not grow to the supreme level. Otherwise, such a pure-blooded Titan would sooner or later become a supreme powerhouse. Unfortunately, he is not. However, the opponent's powerful fighting ability and superb use of skills caused Jiang Ziliu to suffer a great loss. The opponent's earth incarnation did not make itself extremely huge, but used the skills in reverse to make itself extremely small. Small as dust. After discovering the invasion, the Titan Elder immediately shrank his body and hid himself on a speck of dust floating in the air. Jiang Ziliu moved forward, and the speck of dust did not naturally float to Jiang Ziliu's side. So he was very patient and didn't care at all about the fallen Titans. After all, they were just unconscious, not dead. He saw that Jiang Ziliu seemed to have found the Titan's weakness, so he didn't intend to let Jiang Ziliu go. As a Titan Elder, he saw that Jiang Ziliu was acting alone and had not yet sent out his beast masters, so he understood that Jiang Ziliu had many tricks up his sleeve. This person who knows the Titan's spiritual weakness is difficult to capture, so killing him with one blow is the best option. So, the other party is lurking. Been waiting for a chance to kill Jiang Ziliu. A position where you can hit the target with one strike. After Jiang Ziliu finally placed all the Titans, the natural air backflow allowed the speck of dust to float in front of Jiang Ziliu. The time has come. The Titan Elder launched a fatal attack, but he did not expect that although Jiang Ziliu was only a 7-star diamond, his soul was as powerful as the Supreme, and he instantly set up 13 layers of defense. Although the defense was broken, the remaining attacks were still there, but in the end they were not at their full strength. The Titan Elder launched this attack while in a state of fusion with the Beastmaster, but it still only caused Jiang Ziliu to suffer heavy damage. But he didn't expect that Jiang Ziliu's abilities were extremely comprehensive, and his recovery abilities were so powerful. Jiang Ziliu recovered in just the blink of an eye. If he didn't have recovery skills, even if Jiang Ziliu didn't die, he would have been seriously injured and the operation would have failed. Fortunately, his comprehensive abilities helped him and he recovered quickly. Once a fight begins, the opponent must not be given a chance to relax. The Titan Elder naturally understands this. So in the next millisecond that Jiang Ziliu just recovered, he had already rushed to Jiang Ziliu. He was as small as a speck of dust, but with the power of the earth and the beast combined, his speed was amazing. But this time, he came up empty-handed. Jiang Ziliu instantly escaped into the earth's space, making it impossible for the opponent to hit him. The pure force hit the air and directly blasted the ground behind Jiang Ziliu into a huge fan-shaped surface that was nearly 30 kilometers long, nearly 10 kilometers wide, and nearly half a kilometer deep. In the future, a huge fan-shaped lake will be formed here. The Titan Elder's lifelong combat prowess was all gained through his Earth incarnations of the Ruyi level. He was not strong in abilities related to the spatial dimension. Therefore, he had no way to deal with Jiang Ziliu. A powerful Titan in the tribe who had Earth and space-type abilities had just been knocked unconscious by the power of soul resonance. His attack missed, and Jiang Ziliu counterattacked. He had already detected the resonance frequency of his soul when the opponent attacked just now. Perhaps because of some problem, this person's soul power is weaker than that of an ordinary Titan. The opponent has rich combat experience and more powerful skills, but his weaknesses are also very obvious. Jiang Ziliu attacked with his soul resonance, causing the Titan Elder to fall into coma. Jiang Ziliu then rushed into an SS-level copy space deep in the clan's territory. This was the real base camp of the Titans and the location of the Titan's nest. Chapter 160. Jiang Ziliu carefully broke into this SS-level copy space. But this time, his worries were unnecessary. The entire copy space is completely occupied by a huge thing that looks like a honeycomb. Jiang Ziliu could tell at a glance that this material was the Titan's nest. There are no guards outside the Titan's lair. So he didn't care what was going on and immediately launched wave after wave of soul resonance attacks inside. At the same time, he also began to judge the probability. What is the probability that the Titan guarding the Titan's nest inside will be knocked unconscious? 100%. When Jiang Ziliu saw this data, he knew that he had succeeded. He stopped his attack and carefully walked into the interior of the Titan's nest. The interior of the Titan's lair was very empty. There was a man nearly 150 meters behind him, with white hair and beard, who looked like an enlarged version of a barbarian old man. He also fell unconscious and fell to the ground. In order to avoid interference, Jiang Ziliu directly threw him out. The Titan's nest itself is a huge organism, a super life carrier. Jiang Ziliu studied it for a while but couldn't figure out what its basic components are. He didn't have much time to do research, so he placed Accompany inside the Titan's nest and let it begin to evolve. Accompany used the various resources and potions prepared for him by Jiang Ziliu and started the process of evolution. Jiang Ziliu withdrew from Titan's nest. He discovered that after Kun's evolution began, the Titan's nest actually came alive, and a familiar wave of power was generated from it. He quickly realized that this was the energy fluctuation of the divine hammer controlled by Qingling. But it seems to be a little worse. Jiang Ziliu understood that this power that promoted the evolution of Titan bloodline and was born in the Titan's nest was likely the demigod power above the supreme. The Titan's nest itself is more like a living organism than an inanimate divine object. Jiang Ziliu did not have time to conduct more research. He came to the outside of the copy space and asked the life fairy Qianmian to guard inside. The two, one inside and one outside, paid attention to Accompany's transformation and the movements around him, so as not to disturb his transformation. As time passed, Accompany's aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, the dark energy in its body quickly transformed completely, and all the dark energy was completely stamped with the two attribute forces of earth and space. Accompany transformed into a diamond-level beast. At the same time, it also obtained the complete Titan bloodline and completely transformed into a creature with complete Titan bloodline. Jiang Ziliu opened the message list and took a look. Sky Blue Titan Accompany. Life Breath Convergence, Demigod Level, Incarnation of the Earth, SSS+, Rock and Earth Escape, SSS, Rock and Earth Invisibility, SSS, Wisdom and Spirituality, SSS, Earth Stab, SSS, Sword Mastery, SSS+, Titan Bloodline Complete, SSS+, Earth Space Escape, Demigod Level, Gravity Control, SSS, Rumble of the Earth, SSS, Earth Leverage, SSS. Accompany's bloodline has indeed been sublimated and upgraded to the complete Titan bloodline. This means that he has obtained all the abilities and potential of the Titan bloodline, and also retained the abilities and advantages of the original Kongqing Rock Man. It can be said that the current Acon is a combination of the blood advantages of the Titan and the Kongqing Rock Man. Even Akon's race was completely transformed into the Sky Blue Titan. The birth of two powerful racial bloodlines allowed Acon to fully awaken, and all his skill levels were raised to the SSS level. Now, every skill of Acon is a supreme skill. And its greatest advantages, the convergence of life breath and the escape into the earth space, have reached the demigod level above the supreme. This means that the new Sky Blue Titan Acon already possesses some of the powerful abilities of a demigod. For example, if Acon restrained his aura and hid his strength, even a demigod-level warrior would not be able to detect it. Acon hid and became a 3-star silver, so in the eyes of the demigod-level strongman, it is a 3-star silver life, and there is nothing wrong with it. If Acon lurks beside a demigod-level strongman and completely conceals his life energy, even the demigod-level strongman's spiritual power will only judge that there is only air there and no other abnormal life exists. This is the power of the demigod-level life force restraint. And the ability to travel through Earth space is also a demigod-level skill. This means that when Acon travels through space at the Earth level, even a demigod-level strongman will find it difficult to effectively interfere. Complete supreme-level skills, partial demigod-level skills. That's one of the benefits of transforming in the Titan's lair. After a while, the transformed Acon appeared, but Jian beside him kept smiling. Because although Acon became stronger, he also became smaller and younger. Now it looks more and more like a human being, but it is only the size of a can, and looks like an extremely cute figurine. This is the price of bloodline promotion. The state of life becomes faster and faster, and the essence of life becomes younger in terms of lifespan. No wonder Jian smiles so strangely. In some ways, the current Acon is even cuter than little Jian. But Kun was a thick-skinned man and didn't care at all. For it, as long as it can improve its strength, it doesn't care about any other changes. Boom! After Acon left, the entire Titan's nest suddenly shrank rapidly, then collapsed with a loud bang, turning into fragments on the ground. Titan's lair, destroyed. Akon's transformation was too much of a burden for Titan's nest and consumed all its accumulation. Acon, who had a deep foundation, even plundered its last energy at the last moment of transformation, causing it to collapse. But the destruction of the Titan's nest also allowed Akon's bloodline to completely transform and his strength to rise to the level of 1-star diamond. After Acon completely transformed, Jiang Ziliu immediately took them away. Jiang Ziliu's life feedback due to Akon's improvement is about to come. If he hadn't suppressed it, it would have come now. However, he did not choose to kill the unconscious Titan here, but instead robbed all the resources in the treasure house here, leaving some room for maneuver. He only destroyed the Titan's nest. If all the Titans were killed, it would trigger a major incident and lead to a full-scale conflict between humans and Titans. He destroyed the Titan's nest this time. The Titans and their vassal tribes will definitely investigate who did it. Anything related to the Titan's lair will touch the Titan's sensitive nerves. But this will not involve the Titan's final red line, it will only make them make a fuss and express their strong attitude towards the matter. Chapter 161. Sure enough, not long after, an enraged demigod Titan, a being of the same level as the Dwarf King, arrived and left after a fierce battle with the human masters. Jiang Ziliu noticed the great battle in the starry sky and hid himself even more secretly. He hid in a safe house underground again, and then began to receive life feedback from the beast, rapidly improving himself. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 8-star diamond beast tamer. Feedback from the king level. Existence of the contract origin cannot be conducted, it is blocked. Lifespan, 31, 45,218. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 1205587.6. Life level, diamond level life form. Dark energy level, 875,077.6. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill you can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer Fusion, you can merge with the beast you control, forming a double increase in strength after adding up the combined strength. The cooldown time ranges from 1 day to 3 days. Feedback skills. Life Breath Convergence, Demigod level. Earth Space Escape, Demigod level. Electromagnetic Control, SSS+. Natural Thunder God, SSS+. Flesh Transformation, SSS. Emerald Light, SS+. Beast Tamer. 9-star Gold level Kongqing Rockman Akan. 9-star Gold level Thunder Dragon White Lady. 9-star Gold level Life Fairy Qian Mian. King of Origin Forging Throne. Beast Taming Skills. Sky Blue Titan Akan. Life Breath Convergence, Demigod level, Incarnation of the Earth, SSS+, Rock and Earth Escape, SSS, Rock and Earth Invisibility, SSS, Wisdom and Spirituality, SSS, Earth Stab, SSS, Sword Mastery, SSS+, Titan Bloodline Complete, SSS+, Earth Space Escape, Demigod level, Gravity Control, SSS, Rumble of the Earth, SSS, Earth Leverage, SSS. Thunder Dragon White Lady. Electromagnetic Control, SSS+, Natural Thunder God, SSS+, 81.5% Thunder Dragon Bloodline, Demigod level, Divine Beast Pressure, SSS+, Dragon Blood Body, SSS+, True Dragon Soul, SSS+. The Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life. 23.6% Fairy Bloodline, S. Flesh Transformation, SSS, Plant Transformation, S. Animal Transformation, S. Super Digestion, S+, Emerald Light, SS+, Hymn of Life, S. Holy Wings of Life, S. Origin Divine Power, Incomplete King level, Forging Power, King level. The Beast Tamer's life level is too low, knowing this may lead to unknown information risks, so it is not recommended to know this. Beast level. Akan, the Rockman of the Sky, 1-star Diamond. Thunder Dragon White Lady, 9-star Gold. Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life, 1-star Diamond. Forged Throne, King of King Origin. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rockman is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The green-skinned shape-shifting elf is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The core of the Forging Throne is incomplete, and the favorability towards the Beastmaster is 85%. Akun was upgraded to a 1-star Diamond level Sky Blue Titan, and the resulting life feedback also allowed Jiang Ziliu to be upgraded to the 8-star Diamond level. His strength was only 1 level away from reaching the 9-star Diamond level, the pinnacle level of Diamond level life. This time, Akun's transformation has further enhanced Jiang Ziliu's strength in all aspects. The two special feedback skills, the convergence of life breath and the escape of earth space, have both reached the demigod level. This means that if Jiang Ziliu hides himself, it will be difficult for a demigod to see the clues. If he escapes into the earth space level, ordinary supreme level strongmen will not be able to find him at the earth space level and pose a threat to him. The current Jiang Ziliu cannot be said to be supreme and invincible, but it can be said that he is not afraid of the threats from the supreme strong. If the demigod doesn't come out, his safety value will be at a very high level. After completing the transformation of the Sky Blue Titan Akan in a specific environment, the next issue is the problem of White Snake. The Thunder Dragon of White Snake is the only one among his several beasts that has not yet been upgraded to the Diamond level. But if the Thunder Dragon wants to be upgraded to the Diamond level in a better manner, the key to its transformation is the Dragon Gate. But compared to the Titan's Lair, this is not an easy thing to achieve. Longmen is very special. On the surface it is called Longmen, but to be more precise, it is a special dragon pool. Any dragon mixed life form that enters it will have the possibility of improving its bloodline, or even transforming into a complete pure-blood dragon bloodline. The Titans are scary and powerful, but not difficult to deal with. However, it is a very troublesome thing to let Bai Sahen enter Longmen to transform. Because dragons are not like Titans, who focus more on pure power in themselves. Pure dragons are different. Their methods are extremely diverse, and no one can tell what special abilities a particular dragon has. Moreover, the dragon clan is more intelligent. Every pure-blooded dragon rules over many bloodline branches such as the Jiaolong clan, the Jiaolong human clan, etc. Their clan land is closely guarded by their branch clans. Strictly speaking, the Dragon clan and the Titan clan are not pure beast masters. The beasts they tamed are all pure-blooded dragon creatures from the negative universe. However, the power, abilities, and bloodlines of these dragons are even more powerful. But their intelligence is very low, and they are bloodthirsty and warlike. The Dragon clan contracts with them in order to use them to improve their own bloodline. The same is true for Titans. In the negative universe, there are also Titans with more powerful bloodlines. They are the targets of the contract with the intelligent Titans. But whether it is the Dragon clan or the Titan clan, they are all considered to be a kind of quasi-intelligent beast-type existence. They rely more on themselves and like to fight together with beasts, but they don't like to let them out to fight. For them, taming beasts is more like a supplement to their own powerful life and bloodline. There are even rumors in the universe that the original dragons and titans all came from the negative universe. They became a powerful cosmic intelligent race after they gained wisdom, learned, and changed their survival mode. They are more like a group of outsiders integrating into the real universe. But no matter what they are or where they come from, dragons are much more troublesome than titans. Longmen is difficult to capture, and if the Dragon clan discovers the existence of White Snake, they will definitely find a way to snatch it away and bring it back to the Dragon clan. If you can't take it away, find a way to destroy it. The Dragon clan is extremely hostile to the idea of using high bloodline dragons as beasts. Jiang Ziliu still needs to think carefully about how to act, how to get information, and whether to take the step of grabbing the goal post. Now that the incident of Titan's lair has spread, those who are interested can guess what happened. The Dragon clan may increase the defense of their own Dragon Gate on Blue Mercury. This further increased the difficulty of his actions. Chapter 162. When Jiang Ziliu was collecting information about Longmen, he suddenly received a piece of news that shocked him greatly. The number 1 auction house in Yunmen's is cooperating with the Dragon clan and is preparing to auction a broken Dragon Gate in half a year. The most important thing is that the level of this Dragon Gate is not supreme level, but demigod level. Intuition and reason told Jiang Ziliu that there might be a huge pit buried here. It is very likely that someone has guessed something or discovered some secrets, otherwise Longmen would not be sold. Jiang Ziliu guessed that someone might have asked a Tianji-type beastmaster to get some vague information about him, and thus set up such a trap. He needs White Snake to evolve with the help of Longmen, but he will not enter into a possible situation. Even if he couldn't get Longmen, he was confident that he could use probability judgment and other channels to improve Baisohen. The use of Longmen is just an option, not a necessity for White Snake's transformation. So Jiang Ziliu didn't get close to the Yunmen's supreme base at all. When the auction started, he even moved away from the Yunmen's area and came to the edge of the Yunmen's base group. There is a trading dungeon space here consisting of humans and fishmen. And this is an SS-level copy space, which allows Jiang Ziliu to enter. What are the chances that I'll gain something here? After arriving here, Jiang Ziliu made a probability judgment and the result made him happy. 89%. This means that if nothing goes wrong, he will definitely gain a lot here. Jiang Ziliu walked into this copy space and began to explore it. There are all kinds of transactions here, real goods, fake goods, and all kinds of strange things. People come here just for the thrill of adventure. Because there are indeed many people who have found some good things at low prices here. After all, the mermen live deep underwater, so they may encounter all kinds of strange treasures and materials. There are many strange things that sink in the deep water, and there are also many things that the fishermen cannot recognize. Things that are useless to them may be very valuable and useful treasures to humans. The same goes for human things. Some materials and treasures that seem ordinary and useless to humans are of great use to the fishmen. These circumstances combine together to create one result. There is indeed a great possibility of finding a bargain here, and transactions can be relatively fair and safe. Therefore, this area is the favorite trading place for individual beast tamers. Some shady things are sold here, and the top leaders of both parties who manage the copy space will not care. Jiang Ziliu came here to see if he could find a more unconventional way to get to the Dragon Gate. The probability judgment was correct, and he got what he wanted at a small stall. She was a petite and pretty little merman girl. She was at least 50 years old, but considering the average lifespan of mermaids is 300 years, this age is really just that of a little girl. The things the little guy was selling were a batch of things salvaged from a shipwreck. There are pottery jars, ancient bronze vessels, and some copper plates that look useless. What are the chances that I'll find something useful in this stall? 100%. The probability judgment told him that this was the target. What is the probability that I will find a way to get the Dragon Gate here? 95%. Both answers told Jiang Ziliu that this was the solution to his problem. The fish girl was so shy, Jiang Ziliu saw that she was not rich, so he whispered. I want everything on your stall, but you'd better close it now and go to a secluded place for our transaction. Otherwise, you'll get too much and it'll be easy for someone to target you. The phenomenon of the strong eating the weak and the big eating the small among alien races is not much different from that among humans. Jiang Ziliu's voice rang directly in the merman girl's mind, scaring her a little. But she quickly realized that this was a mental transmission, and the middle-aged man, vest, in front of her was most likely a strong human. The Murloc girl is only at the iron level, and is one of the weaker Murlocs of the same age. She hesitated for a moment, but knew this was an opportunity. After all, she had bought things for several days and couldn't sell them. There was also a fee for setting up a stall here, and her money was almost gone. Now Jiang Ziliu is willing to trade and consider it for her. Although she is afraid of having a full set, she also has no choice of multiple people. The two men walked one after the other into a small alley and completed the transaction. To the mermaid girl's surprise, Jiang Ziliu gave her twice the amount of yuanjing that she had offered, which made her very grateful. Jiang Ziliu then did not stay long and took his things and left. Jiang Ziliu didn't notice that in a small colored stone on the chest of the merman girl, a dragon shadow was silently watching all this. At the same time, it also quietly and unnoticed a breath of dragon flowing into the girl's body. The girl's strength did not increase as a result, but her foundation was consolidated and strengthened invisibly. Jiang Ziliu never imagined that the mermaid girl whom he helped out of kindness was actually a child of luck. Perhaps, it was the influence of the girl's powerful luck that made him feel compassion and act like a good person. The things of the merman girl are not real treasures, they are real garbage. They are of no help in improving strength or anything like that. The reason why the things have not been sold is not because others are blind, but because they are really not good products. But whether something is valuable or not depends on to whom it is valued. The special words engraved on the metal copper plate recorded a message that helped Jiang Ziliu break the predicament. Drunken dragon grass. It is this thing that can help Jiang Ziliu deal with the Dragon Clan and obtain the Dragon Gate in the Dragon Clan's base camp on Blue Mercury at a lower cost and with less noise. This thing is not a natural plant, but a special herb developed by a race that likes to eat dragons based on the power characteristics of the dragon race. Drunken dragon grass is a special medicinal plant that requires special and targeted cultivation and can only mutate with an extremely small probability. Its thick side door records an ancient form of writing in the starry sky. If Jiang Ziliu hadn't learned some mysterious ancient text from the forged throne, he wouldn't have been able to recognize the information. This drunken dragon grass was exactly what he needed to break the deadlock. Jiang Ziliu found a solution to the problem. On the other side, in an auction hall in the main base of Yunmen's, several supreme masters of the human and alien races were scattered around, looking at the scene of Longmen's failure to sell with grim faces. Among them were several supreme powers from the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, the supreme powers from the Titans, the supreme powers from the Elves, and the supreme powers from the Dragons. There are even demigod-level powerful beings lurking in the dark. Jiang Ziliu's successive attacks on the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, the Titans, and the Elves have already caused them to discover something. Later, the Dragon Clan also received prophetic news and predicted in advance that someone was preparing to attack Longmen. They found that this mysterious man might have a super opportunity, so they worked together to plan a plan. After competing with each other, the tribes actually worked together to explore the huge secret of Jiang Ziliu. Unfortunately, Jiang Ziliu was not fooled. The Longmen was put up for auction, but its price was too high for people who didn't understand it to afford it. Those who can afford the price understand that the gantry is likely to be fake and may have a big hole inside. So when the auction started, no one bid and the item failed to be sold. A grand plan in which all the powerful people compromised with each other and laid out carefully, but failed to catch that person. If Jiang Ziliu appeared here, even if they didn't dare to auction, these strong men would still have a way to lock him down. Unfortunately, they failed. The special abilities of some of their beast masters showed that the target was not here at all, and was not even in the Yunmen's base. A plan failed. Chapter 163. The original origin of the drunken dragon grass is a strange flower called the wine plant. This flower has 7 petals in 7 colors, so it is also called the 7-color flower. It blooms only at night and lasts only one night, then withers the next day. When the hop flower blooms, the fragrance fills the air, attracting countless nocturnal insects to pollinate. Later, people discovered that adding this flower to wine, making it an auxiliary ingredient in the winemaking process, would improve the quality of the wine to a higher level. This kind of wine even has the effect of slightly enhancing the power of the soul. Hops became extremely precious. Later, a star race used this flower as the basis for mutation breeding and discovered a new mutant variety. This variant is the drunken dragon grass. Drunken dragon grass is a variant of the hop plant. Unfortunately, it no longer blooms, but instead incorporates the characteristics of the hop plant into the entire plant body. The components of its special soul power have also been sublimated and mutated, becoming a strange herb that can make dragon-blooded creatures intoxicated as soon as they smell it. Since it no longer flowers, it has no genetic ability and can only be bred through directed mutation. And the probability of it occurring is very low, less than 1 in 100,000. It takes a huge amount of resources to cultivate 100,000 hop plants in a targeted manner to produce just one plant of drunken dragon grass. Jiang Ziliu placed the cultivation of drunken dragon grass in the small world inside the origin divine ship, the divine hammer. After all, the quality of the environmental energy here is higher and more active than that in the small world of hammer of the dwarf king. The origin divine ship, no matter how dilapidated it is not comparable to a semi-divine artifact. Here, Jiang Ziliu scattered 10 million hop seeds that he had painstakingly searched for. These hop seeds were soaked in a stone pool of blood for nearly 10 days. This pool of blood contains a large amount of blood from exotic beasts, which are roughly proportioned according to the strength of the original owner of the blood. But its core material comes from a drop of dragon blood from the thunder dragon white snake and 10 liters of gold-level dragon blood. In order to obtain the 10 liters of dragon blood, Jiang Ziliu secretly captured an alien dragon as a blood bag. This pool of dragon blood itself is just a primer. By soaking the seeds, the hops will have some dragon characteristics and induce it to produce special mutant attribute powers targeting dragons. At the same time, a leaf from the Tree of Life was placed in the pool, allowing the life energy to fill the entire pool. This can maintain the seed's mutation in the pool, and reduce the probability of the seed embryo dying directly when absorbing the characteristics of dragon blood. At the same time, it can also increase the efficiency of the seed's absorption of dragon blood power and increase the possibility of mutation. This step is a process modified by Jiang Ziliu himself. The original recipe used water of life, but Jiang Ziliu changed it to leaves of the tree of life and added a soothing potion. What really transforms the wine plant into the drunken dragon grass is the land itself and the environmental energy transformation devices arranged around it. The soil in this piece of land has been treated. It contains a mixture of bone powder from dragon bloodline and life force, as well as a special tree powder. This kind of tree is the wood used by monkeys when they use hundreds of fruits to brew monkey wine. It is imbued with the aroma of monkey wine, so it is used as a partial auxiliary material of the soil, and combined with dragon blood bone powder to enhance the soil's ability to make plants produce intoxicating effects. In addition to them, other ingredients are added to the soil to change the effects of the two main ingredients. They will not directly poison the hop seeds, but will instead strengthen and mutate them. The most important point in the alienation cultivation of hops is the environmental energy transformation device. This device uses a technology similar to that of an energy shield, which can transform the energy of a soul crystal into a transparent energy body that is almost misty. This soul energy body is fixed in the mutated cultivation land of drunken dragon grass, allowing the soul energy to continue to exist and penetrate into the wine flowers. The wine flower that successfully mutates into the drunken dragon characteristic will absorb this soul power and undergo further mutation. Eventually, hops will produce countless variants. But almost all of the mutants will bloom, and all have a unique fragrance that intoxicates the soul. Only the hops that do not bloom, and do not have the slightest aroma that can be smelled by other lives, is the real drunken dragon grass. It's not that it has no fragrance, but its fragrance is directional, and only creatures with dragon blood can smell its fragrance. Moreover, its fragrance is also the favorite soul fragrance of the dragon clan. It is the fragrance perceived by the souls of dragons. The transformation of hops into dragon grass begins from the seed state. Every growth process of it is itself a process of transformation from wine flowers to drunken dragon grass. The germination of a seed is a mutation, the growth of the first leaves is a mutation, and every step in the process of growing gradually is a directional mutation bit by bit. The drunken dragon grass itself is the result of the wine flower growing process of countless directional mutations and countless mutation branches that have always been on the right track. Strictly speaking, it is no longer a plant, but a special kind of deformed life that is incapable of reproduction. After a lot of hard work and nearly a year, Jiang Ziliu finally cultivated 3 plants of drupal grass from nearly 10 million hop seeds. This ratio is very low, with a success rate of only 0.3 in 10 million. This is Jiang Ziliu's modified breeding plan for transforming wine plants into drunken dragon grass. However, the goal he pursued in this plan was not the success rate, nor the method to cultivate a large number of drunken dragon grass. What Jiang Ziliu wants is quality. The 3 strains of drunken dragon grass he cultivated have a drunken dragon effect that is 10 times that of drunken dragon grass cultivated using normal methods. In order to obtain the dragon gate, he must use the highest quality drunken dragon grass. The ratio is very low, but fortunately Jiang Ziliu has successfully achieved this. The mutated drunk dragon grass was only 1 foot tall, and its leaves had become curved and forked. These features, plus the fake flower buds on top, made it look like a little green dragon. To the normal eye, it is completely tasteless. But as long as a dragon approaches them, the power of the dragon itself will directly activate the drunken dragon grass, causing it to emit a special dragon soul fragrance. Jiang Ziliu conducted an experiment with the thunder dragon white snake, and as soon as the white snake smelled the scent, it became uncontrollably drunk and fell asleep in a daze. Moreover, it instinctively crawled to the edge of the drunken dragon grass and fell asleep in this drunken dream. Jiang Ziliu ignored the thunder dragon white snake and let it fall asleep next to the drunken dragon grass. Strictly speaking, this dragon drunken grass is beneficial and harmless to the lives of dragons, because it can strengthen the souls of dragons by making their souls intoxicated. On the surface, they appear to be dormant, but what really works and functions is the instinct of the dragon's life and soul. The instinct of life and soul chooses this way to strengthen the soul. If it is in a normal and safe environment, drunken dragon grass will also be beneficial to the dragon clan. The information on that copper plate showed that even the dragon clan itself was cultivating the drunken dragon grass in extreme secrecy. It's just that its cost is too high, and the cost-effectiveness of soul strengthening is not as good as soul crystals. But it has no shackles and no side effects of strengthening, so it is used to cultivate dragon geniuses. Due to its low cost-effectiveness, drunken dragon grass cannot be widely popularized among the dragon clan. Chapter 164. The scent of drunken dragon grass can last for a whole day. But if it can be cultivated in soil with soul crystal powder, its fragrance can be extended to 3 days. While Thunder Dragon White Lady was sleeping, Jiang Ziliu put soul crystal powder on the active drunken dragon grass, extending its effect to 3 days. After 3 days of the drunken dragon effect, Thunder Dragon White Snake's soul power increased by nearly 2 times after waking up. Its true dragon soul has been strengthened to a considerable extent. The skill of true dragon soul is just 1 step away from being upgraded from SSS and level to demigod level. The effect of drunken dragon grass on making dragons drunk is very powerful, but its strengthening effect on dragons is also very powerful. Jiang Ziliu waited until Lilong Bai Niangzi woke up and made some preparations. He focused on replenishing the energy of the origin ship, Hammer of the Gods, and prepared his best escape plan. Then Jiang Ziliu brought 2 higher quality drunken dragon grasses and looked for an opportunity to attack the dragon in a certain copy space. The dragon clan has power on Blue Mercury, but they are not willing to survive on Blue Mercury with a very low energy level. They prefer to stay in the copy space they have opened up with a very high energy concentration. These special copy spaces connect the Dragon Clan's star and Blue Mercury. The environment has been transformed to be more suitable for the Dragon Clan's survival, making them feel more comfortable here. Dragons are individually very powerful beings. They usually have only one beast, and it is a dragon with special true dragon bloodline that comes directly from the negative universe. The dragon clan is also very special. Female dragons like to capture male dragons from the negative universe as their beasts. Male dragons like to capture female dragons from the negative universe as their beasts. In fact, the relationship between them is not only that of a beast tamer and a beast tamer, but also an alternative husband-wife relationship, and they also reproduce the next generation. This kind of dragon that comes from the negative universe has stronger bloodline and purer dragon blood. But their intelligence is affected by the environment of that universe, becoming even lower, and their temperaments are extremely violent, as if they were some disordered and chaotic creatures. This situation is beneficial to Jiang Ziliu. Because no matter whether it is the dragon clan or their high-blooded dragon beasts, they are all targets of the drunken dragon grass. Moreover, Jiang Ziliu also improved the means of soul resonance, which can have a certain stun effect, and can be regarded as a supplementary means besides drunken dragon grass. He came to the location of a dragon copy. This is also an SS-level copy space. The copy space of this dragon clan is not within the scope of the Yunmen's base, but 8,000 miles east of Yunmen's, in a very remote, desolate place with very few resources. The dragon clan is very powerful, but they don't dare to easily open a copy space near the Blue Mercury human base. Because of human greed, the diversity of abilities is also very scary. Individual dragons are powerful, but their numbers are small. In the eyes of those beast masters, the dragons themselves are a moving treasure house. The dragon's horns, dragon's scales, dragon's claws, dragon's eyes, and even dragon's skin are all top treasures in the eyes of humans. Whether it is used as a material for breeding beasts or for forging other treasures, it is a very useful thing. Dragon meat is a delicacy, and many powerful people want to eat it. Dragon blood has special uses and is the most precious thing. And other things on the dragon's body can also be sold at a high price in the eyes of humans and are good things of great value. It can be said that in the eyes of humans, the dragon race is a huge walking treasure. The dragon race is very powerful, but humans are intelligent and have extraordinary technological means, as well as many other means. A group of human beast masters combined their abilities and it was no problem at all to kill a lone dragon. The dragons that once invaded Blue Mercury boldly opened the door on the other side of the copy space into the heartland of the human race. The result was that after the human race gained strength, the beast tamers all set their greedy eyes on the dragon race. Even though the individual strength of the dragon clan is extremely strong, the human race will send out diamond-level warriors to deal with gold-level dragons, and other gold-level warriors will cooperate in hunting. Most of the time, hunting dragons ends in failure, but there are also many successful attempts. Humans are creatures that can only see successful things and selectively ignore failed cases. They kept looking for opportunities to attack the dragons, and after a while, the small number of dragons could not bear it anymore. They learned their lesson and finally placed the copy space in some secret and remote places, and would not leave easily when there was nothing to do. Therefore, getting the dragon gate guarded by a large number of dragons in the copy space is a big problem for Jiang Ziliu. Of course, the strength of individual dragons is also very strong. Being invincible at the same level is not a joke, but a reality. When Jiang Ziliu made White Snake transform into gold level, the successfully transformed Thunder Dragon White Snake was enough to crush all the gold level beasts at that time. Humans can only succeed in hunting dragons if they conduct careful information investigation and make precise preparations. In such a remote and open place, it is not easy to approach the dragons silently. Because the dragon race's perception ability is also very strong. But these are useless to Jiang Ziliu, because Jiang Ziliu can restrain his breath and escape into the deep space. He carefully lurked out from underground, and then avoided some secret means set up by the dragon clan underground. For example, the Wendy worm. This insect-like beast is very small, but it has the blood of the dragon clan. They lurk underground and can sense the life force of life, special smells, and extremely subtle vibrations. It can be said that any life that lurks from underground cannot avoid their detection. And they also have certain spatial monitoring capabilities. The combat power of this kind of life force is very weak, but they are good at reconnaissance and detection. Because they have dragon blood, they can be controlled by the powerful dragons at the blood level. Fortunately, although they are very powerful, they are unable to detect Jiang Ziliu, who has even stronger infiltration capabilities. Jiang Ziliu successfully lurked into the dragon clan's copy space. The dragon clan's base camp was in the center of the copy space, right on a huge rocky mountain. There are many caves on it, which are where the dragons sleep, and also contain all kinds of gold, silver and other treasures they have collected. The dragon race's love for shiny things is ingrained in their bones. Under normal circumstances, dragons sleep in their own caves, and only when they wake up will they go to the food farm in the copy space to catch some powerful exotic beasts to roast and eat. There are dragon-blooded life vassals like the Jiaolong people here who take care of the entire copy space for them. Jiang Ziliu came to the foot of Dragon Mountain and released 2 drunken dragon grasses, one in front and one behind. The effect of the drunken dragon grass was powerful. All the dragons, whether awake or asleep, became drunk. Then, after getting drunk, they all instinctively crawled over and leaned towards the drunken dragon grass. The same situation also occurred to those vassal races that contained dragon blood. This is really the case where once the dragon drunken grass appears, all the dragons fall down. Jiang Ziliu completed the first step of capturing the dragon gate successfully. Chapter 165. The dragons are drunk. Jiang Ziliu has no more obstacles. As long as we find the right method, the powerful dragon race is not an unbeatable existence. Even the supreme dragon hidden here was brought down. They were the supreme dragons who had previously provided Jiang Ziliu with the incomplete dragon gate layout. But in this copy space, they were also sealed, and their strength completely dropped to the diamond level, unable to break through even a little bit. Otherwise, the rules of the copy space will either make the copy space destroy them, or make them destroy the copy space. Even the supreme dragon whose strength had been reduced to diamond level was knocked down by the drunken dragon grass. The supreme strong ones are in the stage of soul transformation, and anything that is beneficial to the soul will attract their instincts immensely. So Jiang Ziliu successfully defeated all the dragons, including the supreme ones. But Jiang Ziliu did not dare to eliminate these guys and did not kill any of them. He believed that the powerful beings above the Dragon Supreme might tolerate him using the Dragon Gate and allow him to get this branch of the Dragon Clan drunk, but they would never allow him to kill in large numbers. Jiang Ziliu was not sure whether the powerful people of the Dragon Clan could notice the changes here, but he still took the complete improvement of Thunder Dragon White Lady as the basis and did not do anything else. So, the moment the Dragon Clan was knocked down, he asked Akun and Qianmian to guard outside, while he went straight to the depths of Longshan and came to a stone pool full of dragon-shaped patterns. This pool is the Dragon Gate. It looks like a pool, but more like a dragon-shaped river. Jiang Ziliu placed the Thunder Dragon White Snake at the dragon's tail in the pool, letting it evolve while fighting against some mysterious power of the dragon pool and swimming towards the dragon's head. From the dragon's tail to the dragon's head is a very difficult process. During this process, the Thunder Dragon White Lady's Thunder Dragon bloodline was constantly purified and replenished, and finally transformed into the complete Thunder Dragon bloodline. This is a process of continuous evolution under the power of Long Men. Most of the rare resources accumulated by the Dragon Clan are stored in this pool, which is transformed into a mysterious power to transform the Dragon Clan. It can be said that this time, Thunder Dragon White Snake is taking advantage of the Dragon Clan's resources and treasures for free. But this process is also a very difficult one. In the process of moving from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head, Thunder Dragon White Snake not only has to endure the severe pain of flesh and blood transformation, but also has to face the terrifying high-level soul pressure coming from the Dragon Gate itself. This kind of pressure is an obstacle to the transformation of Thunder Dragon by Niangzi, and also a resistance to its progress towards the Dragon Head. This is the original intention of the Dragon Clan to establish Long Men. Without going through some hardships, without experiencing the pain of flesh and blood, and even the tempering of the soul, the newborn dragons cultivated are just wastes with only strength but no will. The proud Dragon Clan does not need such trash. This obstacle is a test for Thunder Dragon White Snake, and is also the best help to improve the strength of its soul. As long as it can successfully persist. When Thunder Dragon White Snake was transforming, Jiang Ziliu guarded her carefully. But he didn't notice that a little black dragon had quietly sneaked into the Dragon Gate through the secret passage. The drunken dragon grass knocked down all the dragons, but it failed to knock down this little black dragon of only 1-star diamond level. This little black dragon even avoided Jiang Ziliu's soul observation and lurked near him. It approached Jiang Ziliu cautiously, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the human race. But this little black dragon, only 1.5 feet long, seemed a little inexperienced. Less than 10 meters away from Jiang Ziliu, he accidentally hit a piece of gravel. The movement behind him startled Jiang Ziliu. He quickly put down a layer of defense on his body and then retreated directly into the deep earth space. Jiang Ziliu thought he was attacked by a strong dragon from the Dragon Clan, a strong dragon who could fight against the drunken dragon grass. The Dragon Clan knows the danger of drunken dragon grass to them. Therefore, they had long ago tried to find a way to cut off the cultivation method of drunken dragon grass. Now the cultivation method of drunken dragon grass is only available in the Dragon Clan's base camp. They also don't think that other forces have, or dare to use the dragon drunken grass against the Dragon Clan. Because this kind of thing has no effect on demigod level or even more powerful dragons. Therefore, all major forces have the method of cultivating drunken dragon grass, but they dare not use it lightly. Jiang Ziliu did not have this concern. He dared to use it, and this was something the dragon clan was not prepared for. After all, the dragon drunken grass that was circulated could not possibly have such a great effect. It could even make the supreme dragons drunk. Jiang Ziliu's drunken dragon grass is an enhanced version that can make a whole group of dragons drunk, which is something the dragons could never imagine. When Jiang Ziliu finally made sure that he was basically safe and observed the outside world, he found that what scared him was actually a little dragon. Jiang Ziliu carefully used his soul power to observe the outside environment, and determined through probability that there was no danger. Only then did he realize that the incident was simply because this little black dragon was special and the dragon drunken grass had no effect on him, which resulted in him being frightened. It turned out to be a little fellow. Jiang Ziliu gently used the power of the magnetic field, threw out an SSS-grade metal chain to bind the little black dragon, and used a secret method to seal his dark energy before coming out of the void. The instinct of caution is ingrained in Jiang Ziliu's bones. Even when facing a one-star diamond-level little black dragon, and even though the probability showed that the opponent was not very dangerous, he was still so cautious. Jiang Ziliu picked up the little guy in his hands, but was greeted with a loud curse from the other party. "You damned human thief, you insidious human thief! You didn't fight in an upright manner, and you dared to use such lowly means to invade the copy world of my dragon clan. You even dared to use a forbidden item like the dragon drunken grass. You, the human thief, are dead. Just wait for my dragon clan to hunt you down." When Jiang Ziliu heard this, he knew that this little black dragon had come into contact with humans. He held up the little black dragon curiously and asked, "I remember that the drunken dragon grass has an effect on all dragons. How did you avoid it?" The little black dragon looked very proud. "Damned human villains, I am not as spineless as you humans. I won't tell you even if you kill me." When Jiang Ziliu heard this, he thought, "You have guts, right? You won't say anything even if you kill me." He beat the little black dragon without any mercy, and the scene was extremely brutal. Jiang Ziliu was very measured in his attacks. Every punch he threw would cause great pain to the little guy. Even its diamond-grade black dragon body could not avoid the pain. But beating him like this would only cause the little black dragon to suffer minor injuries, not serious ones. Pain and numbness continued to surge out, making the little black dragon very uncomfortable. After less than 20 hits, the little guy was already swollen. "Woo! Woo! Stop hitting me! Isn't that enough?" The little black dragon cried spinelessly, and Jiang Ziliu felt refreshed. It was uncomfortable to be beaten by others, but it was still very satisfying to beat others, and it gave people an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Jiang Ziliu saw from the beginning that this little black dragon was not a strong-willed dragon, and sure enough, he was quickly defeated. What Jiang Ziliu didn't expect was that the black dragon, known for its tough character in the starry sky, would one day be beaten and cry. "Tell me, why can't you be affected by the drunken dragon grass?" Jiang Ziliu asked, his fists cracking threateningly. The little black dragon quickly explained the reason. It turned out that he was a mutant species among the dragon clan, and he didn't even have a beast to tame. He was not powerful, and his strength grew very slowly. The only powerful thing about him was that he was born with a strong soul. But because he is an outlier among the black dragons and is weak in his physical body, he is ridiculed by the black dragon clan. The little guy couldn't stand it anymore and actually ran to Blue Mercury, hanging out in this dragon clan's copy space. The smart thing about this little guy is that he never dared to show how strong his soul is, nor how powerful he is. He likes human culture very much and often lurks in human bases to observe and learn everything about the human race. Jiang Ziliu could see that the little black dragon had a complicated origin and might be of a very high status. It is only a little over 1 foot tall, but it is already a diamond-level dragon. This growth rate is not slow. He guessed something. Maybe this little black dragon was involved in the power and interest struggle within the dragon clan and ran to Blue Water Planet to avoid disaster. If he was really being ostracized by the dragon clan, he would not have shown such a strong sense of identification with the dragon clan just now. That sense of identity comes from the heart. The little guy was very afraid of being beaten by Jiang Ziliu, but he also learned the cunning and wisdom of the human race. "You're awesome. Can I follow you?" After the little black dragon finished speaking, he asked with some expectation. One thing he didn't say was that he could see the fortune of a life clearly, which was innate. He can tell at a glance which life has good luck and which life has bad luck. He left because he also saw that there was a great opportunity on Blue Mercury, which was extraordinary. But his ability was ineffective on Jiang Ziliu, who was disguised as a middle-aged man. The little black dragon could not see Jiang Ziliu's fortune at all, as if some terrifying existence was blocking his view. And from his previous observations and experience, Jiang Ziliu's fortune is definitely not bad. This means that Jiang Ziliu has a bright future and is definitely a rare super potential stock. Jiang Ziliu's face looks old now, but judging from some vague and observable things in his fortune, Jiang Ziliu is very young. This is definitely not the other person's true appearance. The little black dragon also noticed the transformation of White Snake. As a member of the dragon clan, he could tell at a glance that this was a snake that transformed into a beast with the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon. Being able to train an ordinary snake into a dragon is enough to show that Jiang Ziliu is very powerful in terms of luck, wisdom, resources, and knowledge. Otherwise it would be impossible to do this. There was even a terrifying existence behind Jiang Ziliu, supporting him. The little black dragon also wanted to get to know such an existence. If the other party revealed something, it would be enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. As a member of the dragon clan, he knows how majestic and terrifying the real strong ones are. "Follow me?" "Of course not." After hearing the other party's request, Jiang Ziliu refused without hesitation, and he did not give Xiao Heilong any chance to speak and express his thoughts. He slapped the other person and knocked him unconscious. It's okay to have this little black dragon as his beast, but the little black dragon may be in big trouble. If the other party can see the difference in you, it means that his strength and ability are not simple. This little black dragon is probably a lucky character of the dragon clan, but he is also a person that brings huge troubles. So he absolutely could not accept such a black dragon following him. For some reason, this little black dragon did not become a beastmaster. He could become a beastmaster, but Jiang Ziliu's fifth beastmaster already had a position. Jiang Ziliu's requirements for beast taming are getting higher and higher. But what he didn't know was that the situation at the incomplete Dragon Gate in the Yunmen's base was caused by this little black dragon. It was he who used his own abilities to discover some of Jiang Ziliu's unblocked information and allowed the Dragon Clan Supreme to participate in setting up the situation. It's a pity that Jiang Ziliu did not join the game. Jiang Ziliu used other potions to make the little black dragon completely unconscious, and then took it outside, and then he guarded the Thunder Dragon White Snake who was continuing to transform. Lei Long Bai Niangzi completed her transformation in less than 20 hours at Longmen. It has become smaller and more mini. But the aura of the Thunder Dragon White Snake is even more terrifying. It has already transformed into the complete bloodline of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder Dragon White Lady. Electromagnetic Control, Demigod Level, Natural Thunder God, Demigod Level, Complete Thunder Dragon Bloodline, Demigod Level, Divine Beast Pressure, SSS+, Dragon Blood Body, Demigod Level, True Dragon Soul, Demigod Level. After possessing the complete bloodline of the Thunder Dragon, the levels of Thunder Dragon White Snake's various skills have been further sublimated. It is a Thunder Dragon after all, a being with bloodline second only to that of a true dragon. Dragons are more powerful than ordinary titans, and Thunder Dragon White Snake already had a good foundation, and she went one step further in this Dragon Gate transformation. Almost all of her skills have reached the demigod level above the Supreme. The growth limit of Thunder Dragon White Snake has been completely raised to the demigod level. The transformation this time was so great that its limit rose from the supreme level to the demigod level in one go. There were two main reasons for this. On the one hand, the upper limit of the Thunder Dragon bloodline is already high, and on the other hand, the level of Longmen is much better than that of the incomplete Titan's Nest. Haven't you seen that after the transformation of Thunder Dragon and White Snake, the Longmen pond is still in good condition? But the Titan's Nest was destroyed when Akan completed his transformation. There is a qualitative difference in the levels of the two key things, and the transformation effects they produce are also different. Therefore, almost all of Li Longbai Niang's skills have risen to the demigod level, while most of Akun's skills only remain at the SSS level. Jiang Ziliu's beastly luck is better than Akun's. Akun's luck is better than Qianmian, who cannot obtain the complete bloodline. This time, the transformation of Thunder Dragon White Snake was very fast. This was because Jiang Ziliu had little time and the effectiveness of Drunken Dragon Grass was limited, so it had to transform quickly. So after completing the transformation, Li Longbai Niangzi, who had made great efforts, was in a somewhat sluggish state. With the blessing of Longmen's own power, the speed of transformation and improvement can be accelerated. It just consumes a lot of energy of Li Longbai Niangzi, but does not cause any side effects. Although the process was difficult, she successfully completed the transformation and improvement before the effect of the Drunken Dragon Grass disappeared and the dragons awakened. Its life level was also successfully upgraded to 1-star diamond level, becoming Jiang Ziliu's last beast to reach the diamond level of life. With all the beast masters at diamond level, Jiang Ziliu's overall strength has been greatly improved again. Chapter 166. After the upgrade, although the Thunder Dragon White Snake is still at the 1-star diamond level, its head-on combat power has surpassed Akun, making it a truly powerful combat character. Akun has returned from being the strongest fighter to being an assassin and scout. Qianmian is still a nurse and a subsequent supplement in combat power. Moreover, Thunder Dragon White Snake is a powerful fighter who is adept in both air and underwater environments, and is also strong in land combat. Akun is an expert on both the surface and underground. Thousand Faces is more comprehensive. It can be said that with these three beasts alone, Jiang Ziliu's strength is already comprehensive and powerful in dealing with various problems. The abilities of his three beasts alone are enough to represent the comprehensiveness of the human race's combat skills. All three beasts have reached the 1-star diamond level, and the life feedback has also allowed Jiang Ziliu to move from the early stage to the middle stage of the 8-star diamond level. Diamond level life forms are the result of energy transforming bit by bit. This process is a water grinding growth process, which requires growing little by little over time. Good resources and the help of medicine can only play a certain accelerating role. From this moment on, the growth of Jiang Ziliu's three beasts will enter a slow period. Next, Jiang Ziliu was not in a hurry to use the origin liquid given by the mysterious girl to awaken the forging throne. Anyway, the forging throne can be restored during sleep, so Jiang Ziliu placed yuan crystals around it to create a high-energy environment that is conducive to its recovery. If it were used, it would restrict the forging throne, which Jiang Ziliu would not want to see. He would only use this drop of origin liquid to forge the throne when it was absolutely necessary. In the following years, Jiang Ziliu began to transform into a real wanderer, wandering across the entire Blue Mercury while collecting various resources and making preparations. And his three diamond-level beasts also slowly completed their energy transformation during this process using the energy provided by Jiang Ziliu. The origin ship, the Hammer of God, also obtained some high-level ores, energy, and other materials, and repaired itself bit by bit in the process. Jiang Ziliu constantly wanders around in various identities, including white and black. He learned many languages, and during his wanderings, his footprints spread all over Blue Mercury. Today's blue water planet is very large, many times larger than the Earth in Jiang Ziliu's previous life. However, the topography of the entire world has not changed much and is still divided into large land plates such as the Eurasian continent, the African continent, the Australian continent, and the American continent. The main living areas of the human race are in the Eurasian continent, the northern continent of America, and the north and south directions of Africa. Regions like Central Africa, Australia, and Central and South America were destroyed in the era of great devastation caused by the invasion of alien beasts. Other island nations were destroyed immediately due to environmental and other issues. The Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, and other oceans are completely inhabited by exotic beasts, but they are also the favorite hunting areas for human strong men. The ocean is rich in high-level resources and has many exotic beasts, which can satisfy the activities of diamond and supreme-level powerhouses. Unlike on land, their every move can easily cause a big incident. Moreover, most of the resources on land are only enough for the growth of strong people below the diamond level, and cannot supply the growth of diamond and supreme-level strong people at all. The characteristics of sea water are such that no matter how destructive the force is, it can be quelled quickly. Today, blue mercury is still under the control of the human race. The land is the living place of the strong ones at the gold level and below. There are only a small number of diamonds in each place, and the strong ones at the gold level are stationed there regularly. The strong men of the aristocratic families often stay on land, but the diamond and gold level main forces of the human race live on islands in the ocean. They built their base there, fought there, and grew there. Strictly speaking, all the powerful people from aristocratic families that Jiang Ziliu had met on land before were those who had lost the motivation to struggle and were greedy for pleasure. Some of them had a narrow vision, or were bound by the aristocratic families themselves and could not leave. Those who are truly ambitious will go to the ocean to develop. This is also one of the reasons why the upper echelons of the human race gave Jiang Ziliu a very corrupt feeling, and the aristocratic families seemed to exist like insects. This is true, but the top human power has no intention of caring about this issue at all. The ocean is a paradise for the strong. You can freely unleash the power of diamonds and supreme levels that is like a natural disaster. If you do this on land, the human leaders will not allow it. For these powerful men, crossing the vast distance to reach the ocean would take years for the average beast master. But for them, it only takes a few days to reach the ocean at full speed. The bases of truly top families are all built in the ocean. Each family is the owner of a large island, a completely independent kingdom. Even some radical human families have established their own family bases in the core areas of the alien beasts, such as Africa, Central and South America, and Australia. It can be said that this wandering allowed Jiang Ziliu to see the true face of blue mercury. His traces are all over blue mercury. During this process, he used an identity that looked very old, and his strength was also improved to 1-star diamond level. Jiang Ziliu also encountered many problems, such as attacks by strange beasts, bandit groups composed of individual human beast tamers, and recruitment by aristocratic families. Especially the last one, he had never agreed to the recruitment of the aristocratic families, so he also attracted attacks from some of the aristocratic families. The result was that all the noble families who had attacked him were retaliated against by him. He did not kill these noble families, but instead robbed them of all the resources and wealth that had been accumulated over thousands of years. Jiang Ziliu also gained a notoriety as a thief. Because wherever he went, no matter how carefully hidden the treasure houses of many noble families were, they would be found by him, and everything would be robbed without leaving a single hair, truly leaving nothing behind. Jiang Ziliu's wandering career lasted for nearly 150 years. It was not until he was 183 years old that he returned to the Yunmen's base area again. 150 years of travel allowed Jiang Ziliu to see the different scenery of blue mercury after its changes and expansion, and to see the unique natural landscape of the extraordinary era. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, he had seen a super typhoon of nearly Category 20 on the sea surface. In such a storm, even a gold-level warrior would find it difficult to resist. In the face of the power of such a supernatural disaster, the existence of life is still so insignificant. Under the force of the storm, huge waves nearly 1,000 meters high emerged one after another. If such huge waves appeared in the coastal areas, they would be enough to form a 1,000-mile swamp. In the depths of the ocean, there are many deep-sea monsters that are more than 10 kilometers long. They live in the deep ocean with ultra-high pressure. A huge super underwater coral forest has formed here, and each coral can grow to 1,000 meters in length. And their colors are more vivid. Under the ocean, there are countless high pearls and deep-sea exotic golds. There are also many small insects and plants that can emit beautiful fluorescence in the deep sea, which together form a fantasy world of light with many fantastic colors in the deep sea. There is a supervolcano in the ocean that erupts all year round, and the magma inside is constantly boiling all year round. In the sky above the sea, there are supergiant birds with a wingspan of tens of kilometers flying, feeding on the supergiant beasts in the sea. In Central and South America, the height of the forest reaches 10,000 meters, and there are several supreme giant trees that grow to hundreds of kilometers. Such plants naturally possess powerful wisdom and strength, and even ordinary supreme beasts dare not approach them. They became the favorites of the elves, and they also protected the elves who came to Blue Mercury. Some giant trees even turned into terrifying tree men, whose movements were comparable to those of titans. This is simply a wild paradise for green life. Some strange beasts were also born here, such as feathered serpents, which are extremely special sky-type beasts, and are very similar to the myths and legends of Jiang Ziliu's previous life. In Filu, Jiang Ziliu saw an endless muddy river, the water of which contained horrible poison. But it is a paradise for many poisonous insects and animals. There are also mysterious mountains that come alive and various plants that can run. The plants here are the most powerful and dangerous monsters. They will even hunt animal monsters in groups. Some plants can even burn out terrible demonic flames and create terrifying poisonous fog. This is a paradise for plants and exotic animals. In the desert of North Africa, Jiang Ziliu saw mysterious sand ants that looked exactly like sand. Their number was as large as the water in the sea, which was extremely terrifying. In the desert, there are also mysterious sand people. They are a special intelligent alien race that can turn sand into water. They come from a mysterious desert planet. In the Antarctic region, he saw the ice elves, which were truly harmless alien beasts, extremely cute and interesting, but also very timid. As soon as they see humans, they will turn into ice and snow and blend into the ice and snow, making it impossible for ordinary people to find them. There is also the terrible polar ice flame, a terrifying flame that is so cold that it is close to absolute zero. The most special place is the Kunlun area, which is very mysterious. Jiang Ziliu can't even get close to many places, as if he is in a maze that he can't enter. Here, he saw the figure of the phoenix and the shadows of many legendary beasts. The depths of Kunlun gave him a feeling of extreme danger. It seems that no matter which world it is, Kunlun is so special, extraordinary, and mysterious. During this journey, Jiang Ziliu saw too many mysterious things after mutations, which greatly broadened his horizons. 105 years of travel is also 150 years of slow growth. By the end of the journey, his three beasts had completed a long energy transformation and grown to the 9-star diamond level. With the energy feedback, Jiang Ziliu also successfully completed the opening of the diamond level soul hidden star. During his wandering, he had already been promoted to the supreme level. 150 years later, with the feedback from life, he has been promoted to the level of 3-star supreme. The gap between the two realms, Supreme and Diamond, is very large. Therefore, this time's life feedback only pushed him to the 3-star Supreme level. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 3-star Supreme Beast Tamer. Feedback from the King level. Existence of the contract origin cannot be conducted and is blocked. Lifespan, 183, 100,000, the maximum lifespan for people below demigod. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 35471189.3. Life level, Supreme Life Form. Dark Energy level, 351228.1.2. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer fusion, you can merge with the Beast Tamer, forming a strength increase that is twice the combined strength. The cooldown period is 1 day. Feedback skills. Life Breath Convergence, Demigod level. Earth Space Escape, Demigod level. Electromagnetic Manipulation, Demigod level. Born Thunder God, Demigod level. Flesh Transformation, SSS+. Emerald Light, SSS+. Beast Tamer. 9-star Diamond level Sky Blue Titan Akan. 9-star Diamond level Thunder Dragon White Lady. 9-star Diamond level Life Fairy Thousand Faces. King of Origin Forging Throne. Beast Taming Skills. Sky Blue Titan Akan. Life Breath Convergence, Demigod level. Earth Incarnation, Demigod level. Rock and Earth Escape, SSS. Rock and Earth Invisibility, SSS+. Wisdom and Spirituality, SSS+. Earth Stab, SSS+. Sword Mastery, Demigod level. Titan Bloodline Complete, Demigod level. Earth Space Escape, Demigod level. Gravity Control, SSS+. Rumble of the Earth, SSS+. Earth Leverage, SSS+. Thunder Dragon White Lady. Electromagnetic Control, Demigod level. Natural Thunder God, Demigod level. Complete Thunder Dragon Bloodline, Demigod level. Divine Beast Pressure, SSS+. Dragon Blood Body, Demigod level. True Dragon Soul, Demigod level. Life Fairy. 81.5% Fairy Bloodline, SSS. Flesh Transformation, SSS+. Plant Transformation, SSS. Animal Transformation, SSS. Super Digestion, SSS+. Emerald Light, SSS+. Hymn of Life, SSS. Holy Wings of Life, SSS. Origin Divine Power, Incomplete King level. Forging Power, King level. The Beast Tamer's life level is too low. Knowing this may lead to unknown information risks, so it is not recommended to know this. Beast level. Akan, the Stoneman of the Sky, 9-star Diamond. Thunder Dragon White Lady, 9-star Diamond. Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life, 9-star Diamond. Forged Throne, King of King Origin. Beast Status. The Kongqing Rock Man is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Mutant Electric Snake is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The Green-Skinned Shape-Shifting Elf is healthy and has a 100% favorability towards the Beastmaster. The core of the Forging Throne is incomplete, and the favorability towards the Beastmaster is 90%. After nearly 150 years, Jiang Ziliu's 3 beasts have grown to a sufficient level of life, and even their skills have been slightly improved, especially the Life Fairy Thousand Faces. All of its skills have been upgraded to the SSS level. The Thunder Dragon bloodline of Lady White has been growing towards the complete bloodline and has reached 81.5%. After the bloodline was upgraded, all skill levels rose to the SSS level. The only difference is that it is an advanced transformation of a complete bloodline similar to that of Akun and White Snake. All the skills of the other Beastmaster, Akun, have also been greatly improved. His bloodline was slightly sublimated in a special opportunity related to Titan. The complete Titan bloodline was officially elevated to the demigod level. All of Akun's skills have reached SSS end level. Even in a confrontation with a supreme level alien beast, Akun's understanding of the way of the sword became deeper. He integrated his sword skills with his superficial understanding of the laws of the universe and the earth, allowing his sword skills to directly transform into demigod-level power. Now, with one strike of his sword, Akun seems to carry the mighty power of a planet, and is unmatched. With the growth of the 3 beasts, Jiang Ziliu reached the supreme level, and his lifespan was officially increased to the limit of 100,000 years. At this point, even if his foundation is profound, his lifespan cannot be extended. This is the limitation of the rules of heaven, earth, and the universe. And his lifespan is already very long, almost immortal. Generally, a supreme being could live for 50,000 to 70,000 years, which was considered to be a person with a solid foundation. In other words, even if he does nothing now and just sits back and watches the passage of time, he can live for another 100,000 years. After 150 years, the forged throne still hasn't awakened. But soon after he returned to the Yunmen's base, he felt that the forging throne showed signs of awakening. This sign made Jiang Ziliu very happy, and he was also looking forward to the awakening of the forging throne. Chapter 167. The forged throne woke up and Jiang Ziliu was very happy. "I'm sorry, I slept a little longer this time, but luckily I recovered a lot during this sleep. When I collected this divine ship of origin that I forged, it also carried some of my fragments, so I was able to repair it while I was asleep." The forged throne explained why he had been asleep for so long. It turns out that there is a fragment of the forging throne in the origin divine ship. Qingling, the spirit of the origin divine ship, is mainly based on the forging throne. Even though the forging throne is his beast, he did not reveal this news. Qingling obtained a non-core fragment of the forging throne while wandering in the void. In order to protect this piece of fragment from being discovered by the enemies of the forged throne, it insisted on staying in the turbulence of the void. Finally, it could not hold on and fell into the copy space controlled by the Yunmen's Beast Taming Academy, turning into a huge mountain. Jiang Ziliu didn't care about this matter, as long as the forging throne was restored. "Master! This time, I will take you to find your fifth beast. He is very special and is more powerful than me." The forging throne guided Jiang Ziliu to a place in Yunmen's. There is a huge whirlpool here, and underneath there is an unknown underground river, which continuously draws away the water from Yunmen's. Jiang Ziliu entered it. This vortex with a diameter of nearly 100 meters is very powerful, but Jiang Ziliu is already a supreme-level strongman and can withstand this water system. But he did not fight against the water flow. Instead, he took out the bark left over from the ancient tree of wisdom's transformation, which he had obtained from the void merchant. He held the bark and the metal plate with the mysterious leaf in his hands and floated downstream without any resistance. Jiang Ziliu was swept down by the current and continued to move forward along the current, as if it were a tough rock, constantly colliding with the surrounding rocks. Fortunately, his physique is very strong now. These impacts can take the life of a bronze-level being, but cannot hurt him at all. After being carried by the current for nearly half an hour, his body suddenly passed through a mysterious space barrier and entered a black pool of water. Jiang Ziliu followed the instructions of the forged throne and climbed out of the pool. Outside the pool was a huge cave. The rock mud of the entire cave was a terrifying blood color with traces of light gray, as if it were a blood-colored cave. As soon as his spiritual power touched the rock, it was immediately devoured by the blood-sucking aura. At that moment, Jiang Ziliu seemed to see countless terrifying evil spirits devouring him. It seems that there is a hell lurking in this rock and soil, hiding countless bloody evil spirits. This is the Blood Soul Land. This is the land that was polluted by the blood of fallen demigods or even stronger ones. Don't easily touch them with your spiritual power, or you will be devoured. It's very dangerous here. Even if you are the supreme, you can only observe with your eyes and ears. Forged Throne explains this situation. This is the safe area of Blood Soul Land. Once you get out of here, the Blood Soul Land will be truly dangerous. You must be careful of everything there. Jiang Ziliu asked curiously, how did the Blood Soul Land appear on blue water? Blue Mercury was originally the battlefield of a war between gods in ancient times. This battlefield was originally the land of blood and soul. Later, powerful people worked together to seal it into the deep void and built a life planet on it. This life planet is the Master's hometown, Blue Mercury. A shocking secret was revealed in the Forged Throne. It turns out that Blue Mercury is actually a planet located in a terrifying sealed land. No wonder there are terrible evil gods and other powerful beings in Xiakangaling. He felt that Blue Mercury was like a diamond that people both liked and feared, and countless star races had made their plans on Blue Mercury. But they are also very careful, doing some small things but not crossing the line. The truly powerful humans also turn a blind eye to this. It turns out that the root of everything is here. Blue Mercury is indeed extraordinary. This ancient battlefield alone is worthy of their attention and investment of a certain amount of energy. But it is obvious that this land of blood and soul contains huge dangers, so everyone has to treat it with caution. Is there a big terror hidden here? Something like your level? Jiang Ziliu raised the question again. Yes, deep in the blood-soul land, there are terrifying things that are enough to easily bring me to my death in my prime. Fortunately, they are sealed, but if a trace of their power leaks out, it will be a super disaster. The Forged Throne confirmed Jiang Ziliu's guess. We are only at the outermost part of the blood-soul land. If you don't make a big noise, you won't be in too much danger. Hearing that this place was so dangerous, Jiang Ziliu had no intention of retreating. Therefore, he can get the fifth beast. The Forging Throne upgraded him, and if he could make the other party his first beast master, then Jiang Ziliu would make a fortune. Because this person is at a higher level than the Forged Throne. When practicing Go Dao Liu, one needs to avoid risks as much as possible, but not absolutely avoid facing risks. The purpose of taking risks today is to survive in more dangerous environments in the future. To survive, one needs strength, resources, knowledge, and experience to support him. Even if Akun, Qianmian, and Bai Niangzi support him until he reaches the demigod level, it will be difficult for them to provide any support that is beneficial to his survival and development. On the contrary, at that time they needed him to take risks to help them improve. Akun's evolution requires the Titan's Nest, and Whitesnake's evolution requires the Dragon Gate, both of which are very dangerous. And in the future, if we want to help them improve, there may be more such things. Therefore, he needs the support of power from the restored Forging Throne, and the support of power from a strong man of similar or even stronger level than the Forging Throne. The Blood Soul Land is a dangerous place with huge risks, but this is to ensure a longer-term risk-free future. The risks today are much smaller than the risks of taking action in the future. Jiang Ziliu is now confident that whether it is the Forging Throne or the Origin Divine Ship, the Divine Hammer, they can take him away from the Blood Soul Land at the critical moment. Jiang Ziliu walked in this blood-grey cave and walked for nearly 30 kilometers before he walked out of the cave. As long as he doesn't use his spiritual power, he won't trigger the terrible power in the rocks and soil and will be relatively safe. Only after walking out of the cave did Jiang Ziliu see the true appearance of the Blood Soul Land. The land of Blood Soul is a completely new world, an extremely huge world. There are 9 suns in the sky of the Blood Soul Land. They are all very small and very far away, just enough to make the surface temperature close to that of the chaos of Blue Mercury. It's just that the color of the sun is not right. It is divided into 9 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black and grey. Moreover, each color of the little sun did not give people the gentle feeling of a normal sun. Instead, it made people feel terrifying when looking at it directly, and their skin felt cold and creepy. What's even more special is that the 9 irregular suns are distributed around the sky. But in the relative center of these 9 suns is a huge blood-red crescent moon. This blood moon is the core of the sky, and the 9 creepy different colored suns have become the role of guarding the blood-red crescent moon. This is clearly the sun and the moon reversed. Jiang Ziliu took one look and didn't dare to look up at the sky again. Whether it was the 9 colored suns or the blood-red crescent moon, it was an unknown and great terror. The greatest danger in the Blood Soul Land is actually in the sky. If you look directly at it for too long, you might be infected with great danger. The bloody surface is not a normal surface. The surface was covered with a layer of grey matter, and when the wind blew gently, a huge grey fog would form. Jiang Ziliu looked down and observed carefully, and found that it was actually pure ashes. He kicked away the nearly 1 foot thick layer of ashes and discovered that the ground was pure, shiny blood-red rock. The bloody traces were very dense, as if a layer of evil blood was about to seep out from the ground. The bloody rocky ground and the nearly foot-thick layer of ashes scattered on the ground all silently tell of the horror of this world. Jiang Ziliu felt himself getting cold all over. Fortunately, at this moment, the copper piece in his hand seemed to have a mysterious power penetrated into him, making him feel a little more comfortable. Just arrived here, even though he was a supreme life, this land of blood and soul gave Jiang Ziliu a sense of intimidation. Jiang Ziliu knew that the leaf metal plate in his hand was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful that it could help him fight against the gloomy and evil cold here. The surface of this land is flat, but on the earth, there stands a huge stone pillar at regular intervals. Jiang Ziliu was far away and couldn't see clearly what was on the stone pillar. On this land of blood and soul, his original supervision was suppressed, and he could see at a distance closer than that of ordinary people. The metal plate of leaves and the shed bark of the ancient tree of wisdom gave him guidance and made him move in a certain direction. It seemed as if there was an extra guiding line in his mind, telling him to follow it. If he hadn't been reminded before forging the throne, he wouldn't have dared to follow this unknown instruction. But now, he has to do it. The forging throne once again suppressed its aura at this time, because this was already the real land of blood soul. The aura of the forged throne is too special and too sensitive, and it might attract the attention of some of his old friends here. In this regard, both Forged Throne and Jiang Ziliu have to be on guard. From now on, Jiang Ziliu can only follow this instruction to get relative safety here. He followed the instructions, walking deeper and deeper on the horrible ground covered with ashes. Jiang Ziliu had to walk faster because every time he stepped or lifted his foot, a cloud of bone mist made of ashes would form behind him. If he walked slowly, he himself would become the target of the fog of ashes. This is not a good experience. Jiang Ziliu took out a gas mask from the artifact world and put it on to prevent himself from inhaling the ashes, which might have mysterious toxicity and negative effects, into his lungs. He did not summon his 3 beasts because the Blood Soul land did not allow the summoner's beasts to appear. This is what the Forged Throne told him about the taboos of this place. Here you can only rely on your own strength. Once the Beast Tamer appears, both the Beast Tamer and the Beast Tamer will show abnormalities. Jiang Ziliu followed the route indicated by the bark of the ancient tree of wisdom and walked less than 2 kilometers before arriving near a huge stone pillar. Surprisingly, there were no ashes near the stone pillar, it was very clean. But it was precisely because of this that Jiang Ziliu felt that the stone pillar itself was dangerous. His guess was correct. When he got closer, he found that the stone pillars, which were nearly 100 meters in diameter and less than 100 meters in height, were very irregular in shape, somewhat like a stone forest in a weathered desert. But what is inlaid on their surface is really scary. The first thing Jiang Ziliu saw was a human face full of struggle, as if someone was sucked into the stone pillar, trying to struggle out and escape from there, but eventually died in the struggle. His appearance was also fixed there forever, forming a statue of a human face struggling to escape. There are more than just human faces on the stone pillars. There are also several busts of strange beasts, a giant eagle, a giant wolf, and a turtle. The 3 busts are all around the human face. They also looked like they were bound by something and were trying to struggle and break free from the stone pillars to survive. The scene was extremely terrifying. Jiang Ziliu felt his scalp tingling, but after a brief analysis, he was sure that this was a human beast master who was unaware of the taboos of this place and summoned a beast here. Perhaps it was because the other party violated some taboo of this place, so this beast master and his 3 beasts, eagle, wolf, and turtle, were sealed in this stone pillar together, becoming an eternal landscape of this land of blood and soul. What are the odds that these 4 are still alive? Jiang Ziliu had some guesses in his mind, and in order to verify his guesses, he made a probability judgment. 50.0%. A very balanced answer. What is the probability that these 4 people are already dead? 50.0%. Jiang Ziliu understood that these 4 people were sealed in this stone pillar in a living state, and they were now in a mysterious state of balance between being half dead and half alive. It is no exaggeration to say that this beastmaster and his beasts are like the living dead. Jiang Ziliu speculated that perhaps these stone pillars, and the beings they sealed, were part of the terrifying power of this land of blood and soul. He made another probability assessment on this. In their current state, what is the probability that they will become part of the blood-soul-earth power? 100%. This answer confirmed Jiang Ziliu's guess about the blood-soul land, that is, the blood-soul land might have been terrifying, but not as terrifying as it is now. Its current terrifying extent is composed of these existences sealed by stone pillars. It is the result of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. I just don't know what kind of powerful person would set up such a big plan in this land of blood and soul. There are similar stone pillars everywhere on this land of blood and soul. These stone pillars themselves are only the first part of the dangerous factors of this land. Other dangers may not exist on the surface like these stone pillars and the taboos here. Thinking of this, Jiang Ziliu became more careful. If he hadn't felt that the target of the guidance was not far away, he would have wanted to retreat immediately. But Jiang Ziliu finally chose to persevere and move forward. Chapter 168. After seeing the first mysterious sealing stone pillar, Jiang Ziliu continued to move forward. This piece of blood-soul land is very special. It is obviously very huge, but it is extremely quiet, without a trace of wind. Even if there is wind, it is only the tiny air current caused by Jiang Ziliu's movement. He was even so quiet that it was terrifying, giving people the feeling of being in a silent hell or a silent devil's cave. As he moved forward, the sky always gave him a huge pressure. The 9 suns and the crescent moon in the sky seemed to be silently suppressing him. They always existed on him, making even a supreme being like him feel uncomfortable, uneasy, and extremely depressed. That feeling was as uncomfortable as an ordinary person being locked in a sealed stone house in summer. The earth seemed to be an unchanging landscape, and Jiang Ziliu just kept walking along the sign line. But not long after they started walking, Jiang Ziliu started to feel nervous. Because he heard a beautiful song being sung on the land around him. The singing was so beautiful that he couldn't help but walk out of the established route and run towards the source of the singing. Fortunately, his strong spiritual strength and will enabled him to persevere, and he was not tempted by this mysterious and beautiful song. He resisted the attraction of the mysterious singing and insisted on moving forward along the indicated route. Jiang Ziliu didn't understand what this mysterious, magic-like singing voice meant, but the land from which the singing voice came was extremely special. The ashes there are nearly 1% thicker than those in other places. Ordinary people, even ordinary supreme-level strong men, cannot notice this difference if they don't pay attention. But Jiang Ziliu is not among them. He understands the importance of details, so he carefully observes and compares the details of the surrounding environment in every place. This habit made him notice this 1%, insignificant difference. But everyone knows what this extra layer of ashes, 1% thick, means. That is the thickness of the ashes turned from the countless lives that were hit. 1% may not seem like much, but it represents the loss of countless lives. Only when enough lives die can their ashes increase the average thickness of the ashes by 1%. Because the area over there is very large. The directions were like a big C shape around the area where the mysterious singing was coming from. When Jiang Ziliu was about to walk out of the exit of the C-shaped route, he happened to be at a relatively high point. Here he saw the true source of the singing. It was a broken rag doll, singing a mysterious tune mechanically. The puppet is not scary, what is scary is that a puppet is at least a kilometer in size. It lay flat on the ground, with half of its body sunk into the ground of the blood-soul land. Countless blood-colored rocks, like blood-horn tentacles, extended from under the ground, firmly fixing the mysterious rag doll to the surface. Only half of it was visible above the ground, mechanically singing a mysterious song. Jiang Ziliu didn't know why, but he had a special feeling. This puppet didn't seem like a man-made object, but more like a mysterious beast. The other party's aura was very evil, and was highly similar to the evil god he felt in Xiaoqingling. Jiang Ziliu guessed that the other party was most likely an evil god-level existence from the negative universe, a terrifying life form above the demigod-level beast. The rock tentacles of the Blood Soul Land bound the opponent, making it impossible for him to escape. But even so, Jiang Ziliu still felt that something was not right, because half of the other party's body was exposed above the ground, and it seemed more like the other party had struggled out from underground in some way and was about to escape from his restraints. Jiang Ziliu speculated that this was most likely due to the lives that were attracted by the singing and died. The other party seemed to be breaking free from the constraints of the Blood Soul Land bit by bit through some means. He guessed what was going on, but didn't do anything about it. What is the probability that the situation of this mysterious puppet will pose a crisis to me in the future? 7.2%. Jiang Ziliu conducted a probability assessment and the result told him that the danger was not great, less than 7%. This means that this matter has little to do with him, and there is no need for him to meddle in it and let a special evil god become his biggest enemy in the future. Of course, if the probability reaches 50%, Jiang Ziliu will definitely find a way to push the other party back into the Blood Soul Land so that he will not affect him in the future. He glanced at the mysterious puppet evil god and continued moving forward. But shortly after he left, what Jiang Ziliu didn't notice was that the scary puppet turned into a female humanoid life. It turns out that the puppet is just its appearance to outsiders. The true identity of this evil god is actually a succubus of the evil god level. Jiang Ziliu, who knew nothing about this, continued to move forward and soon encountered the second special thing. It was a huge mountain range that was hundreds of miles long. But when he got closer, he realized that it was not a mountain at all, but a grey object made from the skeleton of a huge beast. This giant beast must be a mysterious snake-like creature. It is 100 meters long and has been dead for who knows how many years. Even though only its fossilized bones remain, it still exudes a terrifying aura of oppression. The route Jiang Ziliu got just passed through the empty bone cavity of the giant snake skeleton. It seems that the power behind the route indicates that crossing here is the safest option. Jiang Ziliu looked at the skeleton of the snake-like beast and gradually determined its original bloodline. This should be a terrifying beast with the bloodline of a base snake. A python-like beast that can swallow dragons and elephants and has an extremely huge body. One of the best evolutionary directions for white snake was to choose to grow towards the bloodline of the Bashar. The bloodline of the Basque snake is as powerful as that of the dragon clan. After entering the passage inside the snake bone cavity, Jiang Ziliu finally understood why this was a safe route. Because he saw the situation outside through the gaps between the ribs of the basset snake fossil. There were actually countless transparent lines floating between the sky and the earth outside. If it weren't for the special aura of the basa, he would hardly be able to see the existence of these transparent lines. After careful observation, he found that those were not real transparent lines at all, but mysterious transparent little snakes. They are very tiny, but their aura is surprisingly above the supreme. Moreover, they have an aura like the living dead, as if they are special beings that cannot distinguish between life and death. This evil transparent thread snake is absolutely mysterious and terrifying. Jiang Ziliu speculated that they might be born from this python, but at the same time, the snake body of this python restrained them, making them dare not approach easily. After he crossed the mountain of basset snake fossils, he never saw those transparent little snakes again. This made Jiang Ziliu realize that this transparent little snake only existed around the skeleton of the basilisk. Just two evil encounters made Jiang Ziliu deeply aware of the dangers of the Blood Soul Land. And now, he only exists at the outermost edge of the Blood Soul Land. Chapter 169. After passing the remains of the Bashi, Jiang Ziliu encountered a mysterious ancient tower. The ancient tower did not seem to be in any danger, just standing in this vast land of blood and soul. Jiang Ziliu felt an aura from this ancient tower that was similar to that of the Origin Divine ship. Apparently, this gigantic ancient tower was also a treasure of the level of the Origin Divine ship. I just don't know how such a treasure could have been lost here, with half of the tower sunk into the ground. Jiang Ziliu saw the antiquity of the ancient tower and felt the long and heavy breath of time on it, but he had no intention of taking it away. He couldn't believe that over the endless years, so many people had come to this land of blood and soul, but no one had noticed its specialness, and no one didn't want to get it. Obviously they all failed, and might even have encountered unknown dangers on Gyuda. When he walked away, Zhang Ziwan looked back and found a horrifying situation. The ancient treasure tower with an ancient atmosphere has disappeared, and standing in its place is a huge bronze ancient tree as tall as the tower. And on the ancient bronze tree were hung the skeletons of various life forms, including humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and even dragons and titans. Their skeletons were shrunk countless times by an unknown force and hung on the thin bronze limbs that were only a few millimeters thick, like fluttering leaves. Jiang Ziliu then realized that what he saw was not an origin treasure at all, but a terrifying bronze magic tree. If it weren't for the special location at this moment, he would hardly be able to see the camouflage of this ancient bronze tree. Jiang Ziliu exclaimed it was amazing. Apparently, this bronze tree can create illusions in people's hearts, but this illusion can only reveal itself, turning the bronze tree into a treasure in people's hearts. In Jiang Ziliu's mind, the origin treasure is precious, so an origin-level ancient tower appeared. This is clearly a reflection of his spiritual desire. And it does not possess any special power of temptation, it is just an origin-level aura. This is the most brilliant thing. It reveals the most real breath and tempts the greed in the hearts of intelligent life. The power of temptation will always leave traces and will always make those who are vigilant fight with all their might. But the truth that one longs for in one's heart will always make one want to get closer. This is the brilliance of the temptation of the ancient bronze tree. Moreover, this ancient bronze tree was also covered with blood-red rock tentacles. They crawled all over the ancient bronze tree like bloodlines, as if they wanted to cover it with all their strength and pull it back into the ground. The ancient bronze tree suddenly appeared, which made Jiang Ziliu feel that things were not simple. He guessed that this might have a special relationship with the area where he was, otherwise what he saw in the original area was an ancient bronze tower, but here he saw an ancient bronze tree. This shows that there is a special power in this area that helped him get rid of the influence of the illusion. Jiang Ziliu would never think that he, a mere supreme being, could escape the illusion created by an evil god-level being. The supreme level was very powerful in the eyes of ordinary beastmasters, but was nothing among the truly powerful ones in the starry sky. Even though blue mercury has expanded countless times, it is just an inconspicuous speck of dust among the endless stardust in the universe. On blue mercury, he is considered a supreme-level strong man, but at the level of the starry sky, he is just a basic existence similar to a civilian character. He couldn't get rid of the influence of the illusion, so there must be something of the same level or even higher in front of him that affected this power and allowed Jiang Ziliu to see the truth. Everything went as he expected. Not long after following the icon, Jiang Ziliu met a special person. Moreover, the clue route given to him by the transformation of the ancient tree of wisdom happened to pass right under the nose of this being. The next being he encountered who was trapped in the Blood Soul land was a stone turtle only 10 feet in size. 1/3 of this stone turtle's body was pulled underground by the bloody rock tentacles. Only part of its shell and head were exposed outside the ground, covered with a layer of stone shell weathered from ashes. If this wasn't the Blood Soul land, Jiang Ziliu would have thought that what he saw was just an ordinary stone sculpture. The root sign appeared less than 3 meters away from the stone turtle's head and passed in front of the person. Jiang Ziliu already understood that this was the existence behind the prompting power telling him that this stone turtle was harmless. He walked closer to the stone turtle, bowed to it, and expressed his gratitude for its power in helping him break through the illusion and see the truth. But what Ziliu didn't expect was that this being actually opened his eyes. The petrified shell on the opponent's body also disappeared silently, and what was even more strange was that the blood-colored rock tentacles actually dispersed from the opponent's body on their own, as if the blood-colored rock tentacles were binding the opponent and were just a showpiece. Ziliu's intuition told him that he might have met someone like himself, a character like Lao Lu. Interesting boy, you're actually following the same path as me. The stone turtle looked at it. There was not a trace of wisdom in those stone eyes. Instead, they were filled with an old and feeble look, as if it was a dead person who was about to die at any time. Wisdom actually guided you to me. It seems that the clever fellow wanted me to give you some benefits. After all, you are also a humble person, so you are considered a fellow traveler of mine. Giving you some benefits can be considered an investment by me in you. Ziliu has already made a judgment that wisdom most likely refers to the ancient tree of wisdom. Could it be that the fifth beast recommended to him by the forging throne was actually the ancient tree of wisdom itself? He couldn't help but have this thought. Alas, I haven't spoken for 50,000 years. I still feel a little uncomfortable, so I'll just chat with you. Greetings, Senior. My journey has just begun. It would be my greatest honor if I could learn even a little bit of what you have learned. Ziliu immediately bowed respectfully and flattered him. That's right. You should bow your head when you should, and be tough when you should. You have a big secret, great luck, and great opportunities. Although you are young, you have done everything well in the past. You are cautious in everything, never stand out, and do great things without leaving any traces. You always try to hide yourself, which is what a person of Godaoliu does. The old turtle's eyes were still blurry, but it was looking upwards, as if looking at another level of space. When Ziliu heard him say this, he felt that this strong man seemed to have seen through time and space and saw all his past deeds. He was somewhat shocked by his own guess. Could it be that this person could really see through the long river of time and space and see into the past? Boy, stop guessing. I am indeed observing the long river of time and looking into the past. But I am only looking at you. This ability is not that magical. It just looks very powerful to you ordinary people. The old turtle's eyes didn't seem to change, but his tone was full of appreciation for Ziliu. You are growing fast, have a good way of dealing with things, and if you are lucky, you will definitely reach my level in the future. By then, you will find that it is not difficult to see through the long river of time that has passed on a person or a small thing. What is rare is to see the long river of time that has passed on for a whole galaxy. But as soon as he finished speaking, the old turtle's expression suddenly changed. No. You are very wrong. You actually have a fourth beast on you, and it is the origin. Forget it, I never cause trouble, nor do I pry into other people's secrets. I won't ask any more. Boy, treat this being in you well. Ziliu understood that the old strong man did not find the shadow of the forging throne in Ziliu's long history. But the traces of the forging throne's existence are difficult to erase, and the existence of the forging throne has been discovered by the other party. Go ahead, kid. Keep going forward and you'll be able to see wisdom. This crystal will be good for your hidden skills, but let it improve. After saying this, the old turtle disappeared, and at the same time he threw a small crystal to Ziliu. The bloody earth also returned to its original state, as if everything that had originally existed here was an illusion. This made Ziliu certain of one thing. The Blood Soul Land's restraint on the mysterious stone turtle was indeed fake, or the opponent's power was so strong that the Blood Soul Land could not restrain it at all, and it was just a fake. Or there is some connection between the Blood Soul Land and the mysterious stone turtle. No matter which one it is, the other party being sealed by the Blood Soul Land is just an illusion for others to see. But the stone turtle was really cowardly. After discovering that he might have touched the shadow of the King of Origin and might have come into contact with some major cause and effect, he immediately and decisively withdrew and no longer entangled with Jiang Ziliu. Now Jiang Ziliu, no one knows where this powerful man of the same Go Dao style is hiding. But he was sure that the other party's style of doing things might be a little unstable. If Jiang Ziliu came, he would not show up at all and would pretend to be dead in the posture of a stone turtle. "Thank you, Senior." Jiang Ziliu bowed to the void. He didn't know what this crystal was, but he was sure that it was a benefit given to him by the other party for the sake of the ancient tree of wisdom. Next, Jiang Ziliu did not stay here for long. When he thought that the ancient tree of wisdom might be his fifth beast, he quickened his pace and became more anxious and eager. Chapter 170. Jiang Ziliu continued to move forward and encountered 4 extremely evil beings. None of them were good people. They always wanted to attract him to serve them a delicious bloody meal, or to give them a piece of flesh and blood to help them escape from trouble. It was not until he was approaching the true outskirts of the Blood Soul land that he saw a broken wooden stake growing on the ground. In other words, it is a broken tree with only a root left and a half-broken stump, and it doesn't even have any new branches or buds. The other party seemed to be in an even more miserable state than that willow god. When he got here, the mysterious metal plate and the bark in his hand flew towards the tree stump. Jiang Ziliu has now confirmed that this dying old tree stump is the ancient tree of wisdom itself. "Boy, you have a good will. You can come here despite so many temptations. It shows that your will, wisdom, mental strength, and strength are all up to standard. The leaf on this metal plate is exactly a leaf of wisdom from my original body. With it, I can recover a little bit." A thought of spiritual communication came into Jiang Ziliu's mind. For a person like Jiang Ziliu, extending his spiritual power here would be courting death, but the ancient tree of wisdom is obviously not restricted by this special taboo. Jiang Ziliu also understood why this mysterious leaf could enhance his wisdom and greatly improve his learning ability. It turned out to be a leaf from the body of the ancient tree of wisdom. It can be said that his rapid rise in the early stage was not unrelated to the role of this leaf in enhancing wisdom. Without this leaf, and without sufficient accumulation of wisdom and knowledge, he would not be able to efficiently use his wisdom to achieve rapid growth in the early stages, nor would he be able to quickly find the best way to train his own beasts. The leaves of the ancient tree of wisdom were one of the best aids in his initial rise. Jiang Ziliu is still very grateful to the ancient tree of wisdom. Through this leaf, the wise ancient tree actually fully understood Jiang Ziliu's rise and saw all his performance. This made the ancient tree of wisdom recognize the information hidden in the bark of the ancient tree of wisdom by the forging throne, and recognized that the ancient tree of wisdom could also become the other party's beast master. They had already reached the end of that road. Now if we change the way we go, maybe we can find a way to the sky. This is another reason why the ancient tree of wisdom recognizes Jiang Ziliu. Forging the throne is also for this reason. How could people like them give up their freedom so easily? The only reason would be that they have found a new path and have higher aspirations. After the leaf was peeled off the metal plate, it turned into a ball of green light and merged into the broken stump of the ancient tree of wisdom. After a while, the color of the tree stump became better and no longer as dead as before. More importantly, a new branch emerged from the side of the stump, grew a little, and a new bud appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Ziliu realized that the ancient tree of wisdom had recovered somewhat. But Jiang Ziliu was worried, wondering whether this person was willing to become his fifth beast. Although only a stump was left of the ancient tree of wisdom, there was not a single tentacles made of blood-colored rock on its body. This means that the ancient tree of wisdom is not the object of the seal of this mysterious and dangerous blood-red land. He knew that the bloody land itself contained great dangers and secrets. But Jiang Ziliu didn't have much desire to explore this. All the secrets here were beyond his ability to access now. Just the outermost part almost put him in great danger, not to mention the inside. Well, actually, you have come this far and achieved the supreme life form at the age of less than 200, which means you have passed my test. And you have also shown me a new direction. Therefore, it is not a big deal for us to become your beast masters. So, it is not convenient for me to say directly what that person said, but I will agree to it. The words of the ancient tree of wisdom expressed his idea of agreeing to become Jiang Ziliu's beastmaster. There are many inconveniences here. I will sign a contract with you after we get out. After the ancient tree of wisdom finished speaking, it turned into a small tree man the size of a fingernail and stood on Jiang Ziliu's shoulder. You took a safe route when you came in. But your arrival has attracted the attention of the evil gods in the seal. You can't resist their subsequent temptations. So you have to take another route to get out. And we have to get out as soon as possible and leave here before dark. The little tree man transformed from the ancient tree of wisdom glanced at the sky. The 9 colored suns and the blood-red crescent moon in the sky were already approaching the western horizon. Jiang Ziliu dared not face the sun and the moon in the sky, but he was not affected and could look directly at them. However, the sun and the moon are also moving side by side in the sky, also moving westward. This means that the night of this land of blood and soul is about to come. Jiang Ziliu understood as soon as he heard it. The blood soul land might be in its daytime state now, but at night, the blood soul land would become very dangerous. He did not dare to delay, nor was he in the mood to ask other questions. He could only quickly follow the route designated by the ancient tree of wisdom and retreat quickly to the cave from which he came. Don't walk, don't fly, run! Zhigu urged anxiously. Jiang Ziliu immediately ran obediently, following the green lines that appeared on the spiritual level, and kept running forward. He also made a probability assessment in secret. This consumed a lot of his dark energy, but it turned out that the ancient tree of wisdom was harmless to him. Even though the ancient tree of wisdom was recommended by the forged throne, Jiang Ziliu was extremely cautious and naturally did not dare to have absolute trust in him after only a short contact with him. Even couples may have different dreams even though they are sleeping in the same bed, not to mention the trust issues between king-level beings of origin. The forged throne trusts the ancient tree of wisdom, but he may not. Therefore, he still carefully conducted a probability assessment, and the result showed that the credibility of the ancient tree of wisdom was as high as 97.6%. If the opponent was not also in an extremely dilapidated state, the consumption of his probability judgment this time would have exceeded his energy limit. The ancient tree of wisdom naturally noticed the drastic drop in Jiang Ziliu's energy level, but he did not ask why. As the representative of wisdom, the king of origin, the ancient tree of wisdom naturally understood that Jiang Ziliu's trust in him was limited. Moreover, Jiang Ziliu has a big secret. The more cautious the other party is, the more he appreciates it. Jiang Ziliu was able to keep a clear mind when taking in creatures like him as beasts, and he dared to doubt everything and think about whether it was credible or not. In the eyes of the ancient tree of wisdom, these were very good qualities. Because only such people can go further, and can lead him and the forging throne to create a future that they were originally unable to walk out of, making it possible for their originally stagnant steps to continue moving forward. If Jiang Ziliu directly and unconditionally trusted a powerful person like him, the ancient tree of wisdom would be truly disappointed. This time the withdrawal was very smooth. Although he also encountered evil gods such as the wooden scorpion, the ghost eye illusion tower, and the blood-colored bronze coffin, whose true forms he could not tell, he had the protection of the ancient tree of wisdom and their power could not stop Jiang Ziliu or lead him into a desperate situation. So Jiang Ziliu retreated smoothly from the bloody land and returned to the bloody rock cave where he came from. Jiang Ziliu finally passed through here again, left the world level where the blood soul land was located, and returned to the underground dark river. He didn't notice that as he was leaving, the stone turtle mysteriously appeared on the other side of his shoulder. Chapter 171. Senior, why did you follow me out? After Jiang Ziliu came out of the vortex, he found that there was a stone turtle on his other shoulder. Boy, after thinking about it, I think it's more interesting to stay with you. I don't like to cause trouble as an old man, but I don't want to contribute either. I also want to see the interesting people and interesting things in today's era. Are you willing to satisfy me? The old turtle said so. Jiang Ziliu was overjoyed when he heard this. Could it be that this person also wanted to become his new beast master? He is now a supreme powerhouse and can contract 6 or 7 beasts to be tamed. In addition to the existing ancient tree of wisdom, there are still 2 vacancies for beast taming. Could it be that you also want to become my beast? Jiang Ziliu asked as if to confirm. Well, yes. But my conditions are, I won't fight for you, nor will I do anything in public. But I can give you some guidance and suggestions. How about it? Are you willing to let me be your beast master? The old turtle asked. He could see that Jiang Ziliu was very excited, but a little hesitant. After all, caution has become Jiang Ziliu's instinct for action. He is also the king of origin. He can be your 6th beast. Even if he does nothing, the feedback he generates will be enough to make your path to demigod and beyond smooth and rapid. Moreover, this guy has a good reputation. You can completely trust him. The wise ancient tree spoke, asking Jiang Ziliu to accept the old turtle as his 6th beast. In fact, Jiang Ziliu longed for the old turtle to become his 6th beast, but at the same time, he understood some of the other party's instinctive thoughts best. That's being alive. He was worried that there was a backup plan in the contract, and that one day the old turtle would retaliate against him in order to stay alive, or even stab him in the back. However, now the wise ancient tree has pointed out the key and also indicated that the mysterious old turtle can be trusted. Although Jiang Ziliu's current strength is very weak and the life feedback of the king of origin level can only be sealed, but when he is promoted to a demigod, this released feedback power, even if only a part of it, will be enough to make his strength leap rapidly. This is in line with his vision of being low-key in life and work, while maintaining strong and steady growth. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. As long as you don't give up, juniors welcome you to join us. Together, we will walk the path that our predecessors have not walked, and find a brighter and more stable future. Jiang Ziliu agreed. Then the 3 of them left here together, found a secret underground cave, and started a new contract. The first thing Jiang Ziliu completed was the contract with the ancient tree of wisdom. The whole process went extremely smoothly, and the ancient tree of wisdom became his 5th beast. He then successfully made a contract with the mysterious stone turtle, and the stone turtle became his 6th beast. So far, 7 of Jiang Ziliu's 7 beast positions have been occupied. Sky Blue Titan Akun, Thunder Dragon White Snake, and Life Fairy Thousand Faces are his commonly used beasts and can be used. The Forging Throne, the Ancient Tree of Wisdom, and the mysterious Old Turtle are things that cannot be used. Jiang Ziliu seemed to have made a contract with 3 uncles, and he could only seal the life feedback given to him by the 3 uncles and could not enjoy it. But these 3 uncles are all beings at the level of the King of Origin. At this point, because he had become a supreme life form, the ancient tree of wisdom explained to him the true information about the King of Origin. The reason why he dared to know this information was because the power of the ancient tree of wisdom could prevent his thoughts from being leaked, or in other words, it could create false thoughts of Jiang Ziliu at any time. Even if there were powerful people observing him through his mental fluctuations, either they could not sense what Jiang Ziliu was thinking, or what they sensed about Jiang Ziliu's thoughts were false and forged, the kind that they could not distinguish at all. The ancient tree of wisdom can do this because it controls the power of wisdom. However, the forging throne was not good enough in this regard. He could not guarantee that what Jiang Ziliu was thinking would not be sensed by the super strong ones, so he had never let Jiang Ziliu know the information of the King of Origin level. It was not until the ancient tree of wisdom came that Jiang Ziliu was qualified to know the true secrets of the universe. The King of Origin. They are a group of special beings that represent the origin of life. Like the innate gods and demons in the ancient times, they are a group of innately powerful gods and demons who were born with the evolution of rules when the universe was first born. To a certain extent, they represent the origin of the rules. The King of Origin is the original cosmic god and demon, and the most powerful life in the universe. Later, the first invasion of the negative universe broke out, and a large number of Kings of Origin died in this cosmic super war. The Kings of Origin actively participated in the war because they were closely connected to the rules of the universe and they had to fight for the universe. Of course, they just fell, not died. Although the evil gods who were upgraded from the strange beasts in the negative universe through endless bloody fights were few in number, each of them was powerful and extremely insidious. Demons are a powerful group among evil gods. Although they are few in number, the evil gods are more powerful in their schemes and tactics, and their combat capabilities are much stronger. They caused the deaths of a large number of Origin kings, and at one point even caused a group of Origin kings to die due to internal strife. The evil god at that time was extremely terrifying. But the Kings of Origin also repelled the first attacks from the negative universe after paying a huge price. Later, the war between the normal universe and the negative universe continued. New cosmic strongmen emerged and gradually replaced the old Origin King-level gods and demons, becoming the mainstream of the universe. At the same time, they are also the most active group of acquired strongmen in hunting down the Kings of Origin. They do not want the Kings of Origin to revive and affect their interests and status in the entire universe. This group of acquired gods and demons are not so closely connected with the rules of the universe and are not easily restricted by the universe itself. They also cannot destroy the immortal Kings of Origin, but they can suppress their rise and prevent them from reviving. However, the Kings of Origin have a shortcoming, which is that their strength is the same as the level at which they are born when they fall. Their strength is unable to break through the bottleneck of infancy. Their natural strength made them invincible, but it also became their shackles, preventing the Kings of Origin from making further progress. That is why the Forging Throne, the ancient Tree of Wisdom, and the mysterious old turtle chose to become Jiang Ziliu's beasts. Because their intuition based on the rules tells them that Jiang Ziliu himself is their special hope to break through the natural shackles of the King of Origin and go further. Most of the Kings of Origin are now in retirement or in a semi-disabled state. The mysterious stone turtle is in a retired state, and the ancient Tree of Wisdom and the Forging Throne are in a semi-crippled state. After learning this information, Jiang Ziliu realized that this was a story about a group of new people replacing the old ones, but the new people were afraid of the old ones and did not allow them to rise again. Chapter 172. After completing the contract, Jiang Ziliu obtained information about the ancient Tree of Wisdom and the mysterious old turtle. First of all, let's talk about the ancient Tree of Wisdom. He is indeed a powerful god-demon level figure at the level of wisdom rules, and an origin level existence of the most original wisdom rules in the universe. Ancient Tree of Wisdom. Origin Divine Power, Incomplete Imperial Level, Wisdom Power, Imperial Level, Eye of Wisdom, Imperial Level, Omniscience, Imperial Level. The Beastmaster's life level is too low, only part of the observable information is displayed. The ancient Tree of Wisdom represents the power of wisdom and is the master of wisdom. There are kings of source in the world. Their strength, from low to high, is divided into king level, emperor level, and the highest true ancestor level. But the ancient Tree of Wisdom told Jiang Ziliu that from the birth of the universe to now, no true ancestor level king of origin has been born. The true ancestor level king of origin is the supreme realm speculated by many kings of origin. If such a being really came into being, the entire universe would completely respect it. Unfortunately, over the endless years, a true supreme king of origin has not yet been born. Once such a being appears, it is possible that he will be a terrifying force that can suppress all races in the starry sky and make everything come under his rule. The Forging Throne is at a very low level among the kings of origin, only at the king level. The ancient Tree of Wisdom is even more powerful. It is a higher level imperial king of origin. The emperor level seems to be only one word different from the king level, but there is a world of difference in strength performance. An emperor-level strongman can easily defeat a king-level origin king, and even make him fall in battle. The ancient Tree of Wisdom was so powerful, why did it fall? The reason is that he encountered an existence that restrained him, a special evil god who possessed the power of chaos. Chaos means disorder, disorder means many variables and uncertain direction of change, which means the failure of wisdom. The ancient tree of wisdom was very intelligent, but had bad luck. It fell at the hands of the evil god, leaving only a stump. The ancient tree of wisdom is an emperor-level existence after all, and its first skill is extremely powerful. The eye of wisdom can observe all information that exists in an orderly manner, as well as the knowledge and information it involves. Unless one's power has reached the emperor level, ordinary life information is completely transparent in front of the ancient tree of wisdom. Omniscience means that it can memorize all the knowledge it has come into contact with. In fact, this ability represents omnipotent memory ability. Even if the amount of data reaches the cosmic level, the ancient tree of wisdom can record this knowledge comparable to the level of cosmic information. The amount of information contained in this is beyond the reach of ordinary people. For example, the ancient tree of wisdom can easily record the information stored in a hard drive the size of the Milky Way. His omniscience is comparable to the celestial computer clusters in the dark plane of the supergod world. To be precise, it is countless times higher than that thing. The information of other people is still not displayed. After all, he is not even a demigod now, and has not even touched the word God. The ancient tree of wisdom is now in a highly damaged state. Like the forging throne, it needs to find its former core fragments before it can repair itself step by step. This is bound to be a troublesome and dangerous process. A place that can cause the fall of such beings as the ancient tree of wisdom and the forging throne must be extremely dangerous. But Jiang Ziliu was prepared for this, too. Compared to Jiang Ziliu's fifth beast, the ancient tree of wisdom, his sixth beast, the mysterious old turtle, is even more powerful. Because he is a complete being and a truly strong man. The mysterious old turtle is the king of the imperial origin. It is currently the highest level existence among the kings of origin and also the top life form in the entire universe. And its official name is the ancient turtle of time. Yes, the power rules of this mysterious old turtle are time and the power of time. It is precisely because of this that it can easily observe the long river of time of all things, and it can also only observe the long river of time unique to one person or one thing without having any impact on the overall long river of time. This power of time that can peak at any time is the most basic power of the ancient turtle of time. The ancient turtle of time is a natural god of time. He is also the king of the power of rules and a nearly immortal being. Because it has glimpsed the power of time and the future of destiny, it finds that even if it holds the power of time, it is not invincible and may be allowed to do so. Moreover, the universe instinctively fears his large-scale use of the power of time and the power of fate involved in the rules. It also warns the ancient turtle of time not to tell the future of fate that he has seen, otherwise he will suffer the backlash from fate. He just mastered the power of time, which didn't mean he could really fight against the rules themselves. It was in this situation that he could not ignore the backlash of the rules of fate, as ignoring it would mean that fate would cause the ancient turtle of time to fall. Because I have seen the future, I have seen that even the strongest person will eventually come to an end, and that even the most invincible person will eventually become weak and even fall. The ancient turtle of time has learned the survival mode of Go Dao Lu. Because he suddenly discovered that some very honest people who never caused trouble and who may have hidden their strength were living very well. The deeper you hide, the less likely you are to get into trouble. Or, even if there is trouble, a life that never reveals its true self will live a good life. The ancient turtle of time cannot reveal the future of destiny, but he can watch the people in the future destiny. He learned the strengths of these people and eliminated their weaknesses, using this as his own survival model in the universe. These, coupled with the fact that turtles themselves prefer quietness and dislike noise, led the ancient turtle to develop a cozy survival mode. Over countless years, other origin kings have fallen, including some emperor-level origin kings. Only he, the ancient turtle of time, is still alive and well. He has great strength, but he cannot use it casually. So living like this and watching the changes in the world makes him feel very interesting. Because it has existed for too long and has seen too many things, the nature of intelligent life also makes the time turtle not have a strong sense of good and evil. In his eyes, everything is just an insignificant splash in the long river of time. Later, tired of all the worldly affairs and human relationships, the ancient turtle of time felt very bored, so he ran to the Blood Soul land, which was the safest land for him, to sleep, disguising himself as a sealed evil god there. Until he met Jiang Ziliu, he saw Jiang Ziliu's past, but he could not see Jiang Ziliu's future. He also discovered the throne of origin, but his secretive nature made him act as if he had discovered nothing. From then on, he decided to follow Jiang Ziliu. Because his strength has not improved much, the endless years have only made him more and more proficient in using the power of time. In Jiang Ziliu, he felt the hope of breaking through the shackles of the natural god and devil, the king of origin. Ancient turtle of time. Origin divine power, emperor level, time power, emperor level, time divine eyes, emperor level. The Beastmaster's life level is too low, only part of the observable information is displayed. The probability judgment panel showed very little information about the ancient time turtle. Even though it had more abilities, it did not allow Jiang Ziliu to access it, because even with the protection of the ancient tree of wisdom, he could not access some high-end information. Just like sunlight itself is a kind of information, but you cannot stand at a very close distance to the sun and look directly at it. Looking directly at it will inevitably cause you to be instinctively hurt by this force. Jiang Ziliu only saw a time god's eye. And this divine eye of time means that the ancient tortoise of time can observe the past, present, and future of anything, and can observe the long river of small time of things. To observe the long river of time for a wide range of objects is still a very time-consuming task for the current time turtle. Moreover, it would make it easy for the ancient time turtle to be targeted by the rules of destiny. The rules of destiny would keep a close eye on him for a period of time to prevent him from interfering with the operation of the destiny of the universe or even endangering the stability of the entire system of universe rules. After discovering that his two self-controlled beasts were so advanced, Jiang Ziliu's heartbeat quickened a lot. My goodness, a king-level origin king, an emperor-level origin king, and an emperor-level origin king, all became Jiang Ziliu Beastmasters. Although the life feedback generated after their contract was temporarily sealed, Jiang Ziliu's foundation in taming beasts will be unmatched. This time he ventured to the Blood Soul land, bought one and got one free, and made a fortune. Chapter 173. With the ancient tortoise of light, no one can peek into Jiang Ziliu's fate. This is the greatest protection that the power of time can give him. He didn't know that after he completed the contract with the ancient turtle of time, a powerful demigod lost the ability to locate Jiang Ziliu, as well as the ability to observe him. The treasure in his hand could no longer observe anything about Jiang Ziliu. All he saw was a fog. This demigod warrior was none other than the Thunder Spear Supreme, whom Jiang Ziliu had met before and who had even given him some help in secret. Another existence is also unable to lock down all the information about Jiang Ziliu. She is the mysterious girl that Jiang Ziliu once met, the mysterious girl who gave him the origin liquid that can restore the forging throne. Both of these beings lost the ability to lock onto him. With the throne of wisdom, Jiang Ziliu's source of knowledge will no longer be a problem. He no longer needs to buy books everywhere and collect information and knowledge on taming beasts in a book-like manner. Now his 3 general-purpose beasts have grown to the limit of 9 star diamonds. The method they used to break through can also be found in the ancient tree of wisdom. Moreover, during his 150 years of travel, Jiang Ziliu searched for countless treasures through probability judgment. He used part of these treasures to restore the origin ship Hammer of God, and kept the other part inside Hammer of God as a treasure house. This treasure trove is huge, filled with tens of millions of S-level treasures and materials, more than 100,000 SS-level treasures, more than 9,000 SSS-level treasures, and even 103 demigod-level materials and treasures. Such abundant resources are more than enough for Jiang Ziliu's beast to be promoted to the supreme level and complete the soul evolution. Therefore, what Jiang Ziliu needs to do next is to develop quietly. But soon after, Jiang Ziliu felt a breath coming from his blood. He understood that this was because his elder brother Jiang Zikong had successfully escaped from that place of opportunity. So Jiang Ziliu directly escaped through the Earth's space, covering a distance of tens of millions of miles in an instant, and soon arrived at the place where his eldest brother's aura was. Here, he saw a man covered in animal skins, looking like a savage, with a beard all over his face. Without thinking too much, this person is Jiang Ziliu's elder brother Jiang Zikong. "Brother, that's great, you finally came out." Jiang Ziliu didn't mind the strong smell on his elder brother. He rushed up to him and gave him a hug. Jiang Zikong was also stunned for a moment before he recognized that the young man whose strength seemed like a mist and who hugged him easily was his younger brother whom he had not seen for many years. Jiang Zikong is now a diamond-level beastmaster, but he still didn't notice how his brother appeared, nor could he sense his breath. He didn't react until he was hugged by him so easily. Jiang Ziliu originally got a great opportunity in a mysterious place and leaped all the way to a diamond-level life. He was still proud of this in his heart. But at this moment, his pride completely disappeared. He knew that his younger brother had poor talent, but later on, for some unknown reason, his younger brother's growth became like a mist, and he disappeared for a long time. What's even more confusing is that his younger brother would send him a large amount of cultivation resources every year. Jiang Zikong was very touched that his younger brother came here to wait for him. It seemed that his younger brother had discovered that he was here and had been waiting for him to appear. Jiang Zikong also felt a little guilty, wondering how his family was doing now. "How are Mom and Dad?" he asked. "They are all fine. I have been keeping them with me for safety. I came to find you after I sensed something happened to you, but your aura disappeared here. Now you are finally out. Also, don't worry, your enemy, the Jiang family, has been completely destroyed." Hearing his brother say this, Jiang Zikong knew without hesitation that it must have been his brother who did it. He didn't know what his younger brother had paid for this process, but he must have paid a lot. "Don't worry, their family has its own big problems. I killed the Jiang family with a borrowed knife, but I didn't destroy them directly." Jiang Zikong heaved a sigh of relief at Jiang Ziliu's next words. Jiang Ziliu then took his eldest brother away from here, found a safe place, let his eldest brother enter the small world, woke up his sleeping parents, and reunited the family. Next, he found a very peaceful and stable small base and lived there with his family. When parents are with their children, the inevitable problem is the destruction of the marriage. Jiang Ziliu wanted to see higher scenery, and had no interest in this aspect until he met the person he loved. A woman who is not absolutely attractive to him will only affect the development of his sexual desire. The eldest brother was hurt in love and was not very interested. In order to find something for his family to do, Jiang Ziliu came up with an idea to open a secret beast taming academy only for civilians. Anyway, eldest brother Jiang Zikong likes being a teacher very much. Even though he has now become a diamond-level expert due to a great opportunity, he still likes teaching. In this case, Jiang Ziliu simply used the forging method he learned from the ancient Tree of Wisdom to forge a semi-artifact that looked like a garden palace. Originally, he couldn't forge a semi-artifact, but he had the help of the ancient time turtle, the emperor-level king of origin, so it was naturally easy for him to do it. This semi-artifact has no other abilities except that it can move randomly in the void, has strong defense, and contains a small world as big as 3 provinces. Jiang Ziliu transformed the small world inside into a beast taming academy. This beast taming academy moves randomly in the void deep in the earth, and it can search on its own for civilian children who have strong enough talents, good wills, and good character. These people will be put through an illusion test by a semi-artifact, and after passing the test they will be given a choice as to whether they are willing to become students of the Void Civilian Academy. If you choose yes, you will be separated from your family for a long time and receive strong training from the college. This academy only accepts talented civilian students and does not accept children of the powerful. The eldest brother Jiang Zikong became the owner of this artifact and also the principal of the entire Void Civilian Academy. Parents then become ordinary teachers for the entire college. The academy only accepts less than 20 students for training in each term, which lasts for 3 years. Once they reach the silver level, they can choose to graduate from the academy or become teachers in the academy. What's more special is that even if they leave, they can give their resources and treasures to the academy in exchange for corresponding contributions. They can also exchange them for the beast taming knowledge, resources, and specific beast taming promotion support they need for their growth from the academy. With this academy, the family became busy and had no time to disturb Jiang Ziliu, allowing him to grow quietly and wait for the moment when he would be promoted to the demigod level. The Void Civilian Beast Taming Academy moves randomly. Its appearance also creates a group of lucky people. Chapter 174. Ziliu is an orphan. She doesn't even have money to go to school and can only survive by doing odd jobs. People who are well dressed will never notice a little beggar like her who is struggling to survive in a corner. They would only look at her with contempt, not wanting her to appear in front of them and pollute their eyes. She learned to read by self-study, but even if she awakened her talent for taming beasts according to the rules of the universe, she was destined not to be able to tame a beast. The lowest level of beast taming support is also provided to students in the school. And an orphan like her who lost both parents is not even considered a human being in the eyes of the powerful. 14-year-old Ziliu thinks most about how to solve the problem of food and clothing tomorrow rather than becoming a noble beast master. But today, she met a special person. It was a young man who suddenly appeared in front of her and asked a question. You have a good talent and have been selected by the Void Beast Taming Civilian Academy. We are an academy that only recruits civilian talents. Now, are you willing to go to our academy to learn the art of beast taming? Ziliu never thought about becoming a beast tamer, she just wanted to have a full meal at the next meal. Will I be able to eat well if I go? She asked this, her eyes filled with the desire to be full. You can eat well and have fun. The person who came was Jiang Zikong, who was brought here by Kongqing Titan Akun. Jiang Zikong had already understood everything. This girl was very talented and was locked in at the first time by the semi-artifact created by Jiang Ziliu. But her life story was extremely miserable. For such a little girl, all she wanted most was to have enough to eat. Okay, I'll go then. Although Ziliu is small, she has seen a lot of sadness in the world and understands best that there is nothing that others can plot against someone like her. Jiang Zikong took her hand and brought her to the small world of the Void Civilian Beast Taming Academy. Here, Ziliu had the first full meal in her life, and the food was very delicious. Halfway through eating, she couldn't help crying, and then continued eating. Seeing this, Jiang's father and mother felt pity for her and kept comforting her. After she finished eating, they took her to change her clothes. The little guy was very thin. He was obviously 14 years old, but he looked like an 8 or 9-year-old stick. Jiang's father and mother discussed it and decided not to let the little guy awaken the contract mark prematurely. They would fatten her up first, and then proceed with this after her body returned to normal condition. Furthermore, the little girl had not received any formal education, so they decided to give her a cultural education first, and then consider taming beasts after that. At this stage, the family will not recruit other students, but will start to accumulate experience by training Ziliu. The three of them almost raised this poor little girl as their own daughter. It took Ziliu nearly half a year for her health to return to normal, and she also learned some cultural knowledge. But the little girl is really amazing. It only took her half a year to learn all the knowledge that a normal child would take 5 or 6 years to learn. At this point, the family began to awaken Ziliu's contract mark. The soul crystals and various other potions they gave her allowed her to strengthen her soul power in advance. It took her a year to strengthen her soul until the moment she could awaken the mark of contract. When the family accomplished this and her gift was revealed, they were truly astounded. Ziliu's talent exceeds SSS and is at least a demigod-level beast-taming talent. The family then understood why she was so smart, why she could learn so quickly, and why she was sensed by the artifact of the Void Civilian Beast-Taming Academy in the first place. Among so many people, the first person to locate this semi-artifact was not anyone else, but Ziliu, because she was truly a lost super genius who almost perished while struggling to make ends meet. Ziliu had at least a demigod-level talent, but the family was unable to determine how high the talent was. Jiang Ziliu was also startled and ran out to see the little guy immediately. The ancient tree of wisdom told him that the little fellow's talent had already grown to the terrifying level of the king of origin. People with such talents are extremely rare in the entire universe. It would take tens of thousands of years in the entire universe for one or two to appear. After discovering how talented Ziliu was, Jiang Ziliu observed the little girl's character and found it very good, which made him very satisfied. So Jiang Ziliu made a decision to let his parents adopt her as their own daughter, and he would personally train Ziliu and train her as his own disciple. He would not miss a genius with the potential to grow to the level of the king of origin. The ancient tree of wisdom also became interested and decided to come out and teach the little guy together. He also wanted to take the little guy as his apprentice. Even the ancient turtle of time became interested. But the ancient turtle of time, who believed in the way above all else, understood that disciples and the like were the result of cause and effect, and were natural troubles. So he gave up the idea and just gave some guidance. Ziliu was unfortunate before, but now she is super lucky. She has Jiang Ziliu's personal teaching, and 3 king-level beings of origin, the ancient tree of wisdom, the ancient turtle of time, and the forging throne, who secretly give the best suggestions for her development. From then on, the little girl has had a different life and is destined to shine in the future. Ziliu is a lucky orphan and also a person born with great luck. Otherwise, after Jiang Ziliu created the artifact, the Void Beast Taming Civilian Academy, he actually ran around and ran to the base where Ziliu was. After a careful analysis of all this, Jiang Ziliu believed that it was destiny that prompted their appearance and destined their family to teach Ziliu and train her to become an unrivaled beast master. Jiang Ziliu guessed that if they didn't show up, other strong people would have discovered her and trained her. She is a powerful being destined to rise. However, Jiang Ziliu did not feel unhappy about this matter at all. Although he was controlled by luck or fate, it was not a bad thing. Ziliu may get into trouble and cause trouble in the future, but with the 3 kings of origin, Jiang Ziliu already has the confidence to fight against everything. After she was taken over by Jiang Ziliu, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother, and Jiang Zikong felt a little disappointed. There was no other way, so they had to search for other geniuses. It took them a year to find a total of 37 children of civilians, of whom only 13 were willing to be separated from their families for a long time and come to study with them. Of these 13, there are 7 girls and 6 boys. The oldest is 17 years old and the youngest is only 11. Now, the Void Civilian Beast Taming Academy has officially opened, and it is destined to cultivate a group of powerful people who will stir up the world in the future. Chapter 175. When the Void Civilian Academy, a semi-artifact, selects students, the first thing it considers is character, followed by talent. Therefore, this college developed very well from the beginning. Ziliu's first beast was not obtained by Jiang Ziliu, but a mysterious egg that the immortal time turtle personally retrieved for her. As a result, when her first beast came out, it turned out to be a black turtle. But the little turtle's blood talent is extremely high, and she only responds to one kind of power, absolute defense. That is, as long as she unleashes this power, as long as the energy in her body is sufficient, no attack that is less than 100 times her strength will be able to break through her defense. This ability can be said to be extremely powerful. Jiang Ziliu then began to personally guide and train Ziliu. There was a drop of water of life in the water she drank every day. He also absorbs soul crystal energy from time to time to strengthen his soul. It can be said that the resources used by Ziliu are all excellent. They are high-quality goods collected by Jiang Ziliu during his 150 years of travels. After taking care of her for nearly a year, Jiang Ziliu was ready to take her to travel around the world. Ziliu had a very hard childhood and has not experienced the real world. What she needs now is not rapid growth, but sufficient experience. Jiang Ziliu doesn't want to train a beastmaster who is naive or only knows hatred. If one's character is too extreme, one is doomed to not go far. Next, Jiang Ziliu began to take her on a planned travel life. As for his own growth, it is something that requires time to polish. After all, the evolution of the soul is slower than the evolution of energy and requires more careful polishing. His growth will become very slow, and this is a process that if accelerated may lead to an unstable foundation, so you can't be impatient. The first stop that Zhang Li took Ziliu to was to observe from a distance an entire silver-level beast-taming adventure team. Except for the time when he could not follow them when they entered the copy space, he and Ziliu observed them for nearly half a year. There are conflicts of interest, solidarity and mutual assistance, betrayal and persistence in ideals. This is an adventure group with extremely complex members that Jiang Ziliu specially selected through intelligence on the black market. Only within such a special group can there be such wonderful stories. All of this is even more exaggerated than in TV dramas. The human emotions such as family love, friendship, love, hatred, resentment, jealousy, etc. in it made Li's scalp tingle. She felt that her previous experiences were really too simple. Either their living conditions are too poor and they experience the hardships of the people at the bottom of society, or their living conditions are too good and they are taken too well by Jiang Ziliu's family. But those were all simple circumstances, and she had never imagined that human nature could be so complex. Some of them have great love for their children and friends, but are absolutely evil to other people. Some people disguise their true colors to the point where it is difficult for bystanders to discover them, until the moment they completely betray you, you can see their sinister human nature. Half a year later, Jiang Ziliu took Ziliu to a small base and lived there for nearly half a year, pretending to be a member of a low-income family. During this half-year, Ziliu went to school for a period of time. She also made friends with similar interests at school and saw all aspects of the lives of ordinary students. Next, Jiang Ziliu forcibly suppressed a diamond ancestor from a prominent family and joined the family as a secret direct descendant of their family. This kind of life of a powerful and wealthy family shocked Ziliu again. There are indeed some playboys in aristocratic families, but most of them are pretending, and only a small number of them are real playboys. The children of noble families fought tooth and nail for the status, power, and resources in the family. They have learned to put on masks of disguise since childhood, and have learned how to deal with the calculations from their relatives and even brothers and sisters since childhood. The people here are darker and more complicated, and they will do anything for the sake of profit. In this aristocratic family, Ziliu also witnessed what the luxurious life of an aristocratic family is like. The most ordinary wallets they use are all high prices that ordinary people cannot afford with their life savings. The most common food they eat on a daily basis is also precious exotic beast meat, which can greatly improve the physique of the beastmaster and enhance their life essence. The water they usually drink is added with treasures such as the water of life. The huge family wealth was exchanged for various resources that were so rich that Ziliu could not imagine, which helped them grow. Jiang Ziliu also often gave Ziliu top-notch treasures, but this kind of daily food and drink was extremely luxurious, which was not the case. Because he needs Ziliu to maintain a simple heart. Too much extravagant daily consumption will ruin her. Life in an aristocratic family is good, but that is not a habit that Ziliu needs to develop. After all, she does not have a powerful family behind her. What she needs is not to seize resources by power or by exploiting others, but to obtain resources through interest. This kind of parasite-like life is destined to only cultivate new children from aristocratic families, but not truly top-notch strong men. After experiencing the life of an aristocratic family for half a year, Jiang Ziliu disappeared again with Ziliu. This experience also gave Ziliu a different life experience and made her understand that children of aristocratic families are not useless corrupt people. At the very least, you cannot underestimate their wisdom, nor think that they are just castles in the air in terms of scheming and strength. In fact, each noble family is a breeding ground restricted by special rules. Only the one who survives can occupy and enjoy the greatest resources of the family. This experience will help Ziliu understand how to deal with these people from aristocratic families in the future. Next, both of them restrained their strength and transformed into a pair of siblings to experience the life of ordinary beast masters. This time they traveled in a lower class identity. During this process, Jiang Ziliu turned into a middle-aged man, playing the role of a guy who was willing to sacrifice himself to protect himself. Unless his bottom line was touched, he would endure it if he could and give in if he could. Jiang Ziliu took Ziliu with him to give money to people to ensure their safety. If they encountered robbery, they would take the initiative to admit their mistakes, even if they were beaten. Every time Ziliu got angry, she wanted to take action, but was held back by him. He just wanted to make Ziliu understand how ordinary people without any power could survive in such a chaotic era. A year later, they ended that life. He then brought Ziliu to the Xiaokangling area, took her quietly underground, and observed from a distance the mysterious guardian of Xiaokangling and the terrifying aura of the evil god sealed below. Only then did Ziliu realize that there was such a terrifying existence beneath the earth of this planet. Afterwards, Ziliu went to see the abandoned clan land of the Jiang family and told her how a huge family suddenly disappeared into ashes. The originally wealthy and luxurious Jiang's fortress has been occupied by a group of goblin aliens. This filthy creature has now created a chaotic mess in the territory of the originally arrogant and powerful Jiang family. This kind of situation, where a force can become a thing of the past if one is not careful, also woke up Ziliu and made her realize the importance of being cautious in this world. Next, Jiang Ziliu took Ziliu to travel around the world while she was studying on her own, planning to train her to the supreme level and then let her live freely. With Ziliu's talent, she would grow to the supreme level faster than Nangang Qingliu, whom Jiang Ziliu had met before. Jiang Ziliu suppressed her, allowing her to awaken as many soul hidden stars as possible at each stage, reaching the limit of soul hidden star opening. However, no matter how talented Ziliu is, even if she uses the formula given by probability judgment, she can only open 8 soul hidden stars after the bronze level. She only opened the 9 soul hidden stars twice in the grey stone and black iron stages. In the future, in higher levels of life, she will not be able to open the 9 soul hidden stars at all. Jiang Ziliu then realized that he was able to open the 9 soul hidden stars not only because of the advanced method he used, but also because he had the probability to judge the golden finger. It is its power that allows him to unlock the 9 truly ultimate soul hidden stars at every level of life. The two of them traveled for a total of 125 years. Chapter 176. 125 years later, Jiang Ziliu brought Ziliu back to the Void Civilian Academy once again. This academy, headed by Zhang Zikong, only enrolls less than 30 students in each class. But every graduating class is truly a gifted one. 1/10 of them chose to stay in the academy as teachers, while the rest were released into the outside world and became talented people with growth potential of at least diamond level. The students of Void Academy are all very powerful and have amazing potential. People gradually came to know about the Void Civilian College, an academy with an unclear mechanism for recruiting students, and realized that its location was not fixed at all. They also knew that the Void Civilian Academy had strong strength and abundant resources. There was once a young man from a noble family who successfully sneaked into the Void Civilian Academy as a commoner, and tried to join forces with his family to rob the academy. But they did not expect that the Void Civilian Academy itself suppressed all attacks. Later, Jiang Ziliu struck a blow that was like a meteorite hitting the earth, directly destroying that family. Even this branch of the family was completely exterminated afterwards. Anyone who dares to attack the Void Civilian Academy may face the end of genocide. This is the warning from the Void Civilian Academy to all families. Jiang Ziliu then created a special semi-artifact, the Oath Monument, which was a semi-artifact modeled after the Star Oath Monument of the Void Merchant. Its main body is made of the evil god soul crystal that Jiang Ziliu once obtained. After being purified by the ancient time turtle, this piece of evil god's soul crystal was transformed into a special semi-artifact of oath. As long as it is on the blue water planet, any life will inevitably be restricted. Students who enter the academy must swear that they will never betray the Void Civilian Academy, otherwise their souls will be shattered. The academy does not recruit children from aristocratic families, even those from impoverished families. If they are not children of commoners, Oath will give them special punishments and they will be expelled from the Void Commoners Academy on the spot. The reputation of the Void Civilian Academy spread among the civilians. They all knew that as long as they had good talent, a high-end college designed for civilians might open its doors to them. Since then, the Void Civilian Academy has experienced balanced and stable development. When Jiang Ziliu returned more than 100 years later, everything here was back on track. Ziliu, Jiang Ziliu's disciple, was also successfully trained by him to the 1-star supreme level. Because of his good talent and high life feedback efficiency, although Ziliu did not have a solid foundation like Jiang Ziliu, he progressed faster than him. But Ziliu did not choose to go out and take risks to grow. Instead, she chose to become the vice president of the Void Civilian Academy and became a teacher in the entire academy whose strength was only at the gold level. On weekdays, she was responsible for guarding the academy's library. After all, the library houses a lot of advanced beast taming knowledge that can only be obtained with college credits. And to obtain this knowledge, one must also take the constraints of an oath. They cannot pass this knowledge on to a second person and can only use it themselves. Ziliu chose to help the college and also chose to stay here, starting the long work of polishing her soul. At this time, Jiang Ziliu had grown to the 9-star supreme level. He returned to the academy to prepare to activate the supreme level soul hidden star. For this purpose, the ancient turtle of time took out a portion of advanced soul source liquid above demigod level from his collection to help him break through. After 10 years of seclusion and practice, Jiang Ziliu truly opened up the 9 hidden soul stars. At this point, he was only a step away from breaking through to the demigod level above the supreme. Jiang Ziliu. Occupation, 9-star Supreme Beast Tamer. Feedback from the king level existence of the contract origin cannot be conducted and is blocked. Lifespan, 317, 100,000, the maximum lifespan for people below demigod. Life status, healthy. Soul strength, 999999999.9. Life level, supreme life form. Dark energy level, 999999999.9. Personal skills. Probability determination, birth skill. You can determine the probability of a specified result at any time. Beast Tamer fusion. Feedback skills. Flesh transformation, demigod level. Emerald light, demigod level. Beast Tamer. 5-star supreme level Sky Blue Titan Akan. 5-star supreme level Thunder Dragon White Lady. 5-star supreme life Fairy 1000 Faces. King of Origin Forging Throne. Royal Origin King Wisdom Ancient Tree. Emperor Origin King Time Ancient Turtle. Beast Taming Skills. Sky Blue Titan Akan. Life Breath Convergence, demigod level. Earth Incarnation, demigod level. Rock Escape, demigod level. Rock Invisibility, demigod level. Wisdom Spirituality, SSS+, Earth Stalking, demigod level. Sword Mastery, demigod level. Titan Bloodline Complete, demigod level. Earth space escape, demigod level, gravity control, demigod level, rumble of the earth, demigod level, earth leverage, demigod level. Thunder dragon white lady. Electromagnetic control, demigod level, natural thunder god, demigod level, complete thunder dragon bloodline, demigod level, divine beast pressure, SSS plus, dragon blood body, demigod level, true dragon soul, demigod level. Life fairy. 95.3% fairy bloodline, demigod level, flesh and blood transformation, demigod level, plant incarnation, SSS, animal incarnation, SSS, super digestion, demigod level, emerald light, demigod level, hymn of life, demigod level, holy wings of life, demigod level. Forged throne. Ancient turtle of time. Origin divine power, emperor level, time power, emperor level, time divine eyes, emperor level. The Beastmaster's life level is too low, only part of the observable information is displayed. Ancient tree of wisdom. Origin divine power, incomplete imperial level, wisdom power, imperial level, eye of wisdom, imperial level, omniscience, imperial level. The Beastmaster's life level is too low, only part of the observable information is displayed. Jiang Ziliu has lived for more than 300 years now, and his 3 frequently used beasts have all been upgraded to the 5-star supreme level. And all his feedback skills have been upgraded to the demigod level. The Fairy of Life has also grown enough and is only a little away from becoming the complete bloodline of the Fairy of Life. Jiang Ziliu himself has reached an absolute state of shackles in terms of life achievement. No matter how much his beast taming skills improve, it cannot provide him with effective life feedback, nor can it motivate him to go further. Next, Jiang Ziliu needs to advance himself to the demigod level. Advancing to the demigod level is a huge hurdle, a very difficult and dangerous one, but it is also the ticket for the Beastmaster to transform his life and step onto the bigger stage of the starry world. Jiang Ziliu began to prepare, ready to be promoted to a demigod level powerhouse in the near future. Chapter 177. The core of a demigod level breakthrough is to transform into a divine kingdom. The first basic element for transforming into the kingdom of God is to have a space. Every beast tamer has this space. It is the beast tamer space where they store their beasts, a space that completely belongs to the beast tamer himself. With this, we have the foundation to evolve into the kingdom of God and upgrade the Beastmaster to a demigod. The beast taming space is the foundation of the kingdom of God. Even though the foundation is there, the emergence of the kingdom of God is not that simple. After all, the beast taming space is just the foundation. The formation of the kingdom of God still requires support. The pillars of the kingdom of God are not dead things, but living things, namely the beasts controlled by the Beastmasters. For every strong person above demigod, the kingdom of God is the foundation of their strength, and the source of divine power is the kingdom of God. The more pillars the kingdom of God has, the more stable it is and the greater its potential for future growth. Not every beast can become a pillar of the kingdom of God. Only when the favorability reaches 100%, which is what Beastmasters usually call an absolutely loyal relationship, can the beast become a pillar of the evolution of the kingdom of God with the assistance of the mark of contract. But this does not mean that after becoming a pillar, the Beastmaster will really become a pillar. That's not the case. It is their existence and their power that support the formation, evolution, and development of the kingdom of God. They can also leave the kingdom of God in the form of an incarnation. As for the powerful demigods who formed the kingdom of God, there was no such thing as feedback skills. As long as the beasts controlled by the demigods become the pillars of the kingdom of God, all their powers and abilities can be called upon by the demigods. Jiang Ziliu's current 3 beasts, the Sky Blue Titan Akun, the Thunder Dragon White Snake, and the Life Fairy Thousand Faces, all have the foundation to become the pillars of the kingdom of God. Jiang Ziliu's other 3 beasts, the 3 Origin Kings, are not affected by the condition of absolute loyalty. They can also become pillars of the kingdom of God. But 2 of these 3 are incomplete. The Forging Throne and the Ancient Tree of Wisdom are willing to serve as the pillars of Jiang Ziliu's Kingdom of God. But they are in an incomplete state. They can only share a portion of the origin of the King of Origin and replace themselves as the pillars of Jiang Ziliu's Kingdom of God. However, the ancient turtle of time only pursues a pure life and is unwilling to be the pillar of his Kingdom of God. It was a great blessing for Jiang Ziliu that the ancient time turtle, an emperor-level King of Origin, could serve as his beast master due to some known and unknown factors. Jiang Ziliu didn't dare to force it. However, the emergence of the Kingdom of God is not based on the beast taming space. The beast taming itself can serve as the pillar. It also needs a core, which is the mark of contract. When forming the Kingdom of God, Jiang Ziliu had to use his transformed life force, energy force, and soul force, combine the 3 into 1, and move the pattern of the contract into the beast controlling space as the contract foundation for the formation of the Kingdom of God, so that the most basic Kingdom of God could be formed. This is why the strong people before becoming demigods must complete life transformation at the gold level, energy transformation at the diamond level, and soul transformation at the supreme level. Only when the life, energy, and soul are united can the beast master pry open the pattern of the God-given contract that belongs to them and turn it into the basic core of the Kingdom of God. The mark of contract itself contains the powerful rules of the universe itself. Therefore, it is the fundamental reason that constitutes the true core of the Kingdom of God, and it is a kind of embodiment of the rules. After some preparation, Jiang Ziliu ran to the starry sky to complete the shaping of the Kingdom of God. When prying the pattern of the contract, it is necessary to connect with the breath of the universe and use the power of the rules of the universe to create the Kingdom of God. Therefore, he cannot complete the formation of the Kingdom of God in places like the subspace and the copy space. He can only complete this step in the real universe. Jiang Ziliu let the origin god ship Hammer take him out of blue Mercury and came to the planet closest to the Sun. This planet is a truly lifeless area and is extremely quiet. So he planned to complete the transformation of the Kingdom of God here. After everything was ready, Jiang Ziliu restored his body, spirit, and dark energy to the best condition. Then the 3 forces began to work together to form a stable power triangle, placing the symbol of the contract in it, preparing to move it to the beast taming space. Many 9-star supreme powers failed in their breakthroughs at this step. If this step fails, the mark of contract will be separated from the host, and the 9-star supreme will lose everything, including the beast taming space, and the beast will also rebel. It can be said that this step is the step that will make you grow into a demigod if successful, and turn you into a mortal if failed. 1 step to heaven, 1 step to hell. Because this step activates the true core of the beast master, the mark of contract. Jiang Ziliu has a strong foundation and has 3 kings of origin looking after it. Their power of rules can play a certain auxiliary role. Therefore, Jiang Ziliu's step of moving the contract pattern to the beast taming space was very smooth. After completing the movement of the mark of contract, his life energy, soul power, and energy power turned into a triangular mark, fixing the mark of contract firmly inside the Kingdom of God. Then comes the deepening of the Kingdom of God. The first to move was the sky blue titan Accompany. It climbed onto the mark of contract, and then Jiang Ziliu connected with the sky blue titan's power, life, and soul according to the demigod's breakthrough method. Then a projection identical to itself emerged from within the body of the sky blue titan Accompany. This is the original projection formed by its power, soul, and energy. It turned into a huge pillar, supporting the original beast taming space, and formed a sky-supporting beast pillar in the center of the beast taming space. Then the body of the sky blue titan Accompany automatically entered the sky-supporting beast pillar it formed and fell asleep. This step consumes a huge amount of Accompany's essence. It takes time to recover. This beast pillar of the Kingdom of God, also known as the sky pillar of the Kingdom of God, is like the backbone of the Kingdom of God. Because the abilities of the sky blue titan Accompany are mainly related to the earth and space, the Kingdom of God itself possesses preliminary rules of the earth and space. The rules derived from the power of the beast itself are imprinted into the beast space, which is the core secret of its evolution into the kingdom of God. The root of everything is the application of the power of rules. The emergence of rules brought about tremendous changes in the beast taming space, and the pure space began to evolve into a small world. The sky, the terrain is gradually taking shape. Next up is Thunder Dragon White Snake. It also used the same method to transform into a pillar of the kingdom of God, but the power rules it formed were the rules of thunder and lightning, as well as the extremely special rules of dragon beasts. After the Thunder Dragon White Snake transformed into the heavenly pillar of the divine kingdom, the speed at which the beast taming space transformed into a small world further accelerated. Then comes the Thousand Faces of the Fairy of Life. After it transformed into a pillar of the kingdom of God, it added the rule of life to the kingdom of God. Next, the Forging Throne differentiated out an origin-level forging source, which became the fourth pillar of the kingdom of God. Under the influence of the origin-level power, forging rules appeared in the beast taming space. It will take at least half a year for the original beast taming space to evolve into a real small world kingdom of God. But the power of the Forging Throne is a super tonic. The beast controlling space, at this moment, completely turned into a small world, forming a true kingdom of God. The last one is the ancient tree of wisdom, which also differentiated into a part of the origin and transformed into the fifth pillar of the kingdom of God. Wise rules also appear in the kingdom of God. Now, both the forging rules and the wisdom rules are overflowing and have reached the limit of the mystery of the rule information that the kingdom of God can accommodate. At this point, Jiang Ziliu's kingdom of God was completely formed. With the help of the two kings of origin, his kingdom of God, as soon as it was formed, had a solid foundation and was able to reach the sky in one step. The size of his kingdom of God is nearly 10,000 kilometers in diameter. This size is already larger than some of the top-level demigod kingdoms. For ordinary demigods, the growth limit of their kingdom is 9,000 kilometers. As for Jiang Ziliu, once the kingdom of God is formed, it will be 10,000 kilometers, and there is still huge room for growth. And the benefits of his transformation are not limited to this. For ordinary demigods, it is already very lucky to have a pillar of the kingdom of God when they are promoted. Because the step of achieving demigod is very dangerous, being able to reach the demigod level is a huge success for them. Jiang Ziliu was able to create 5 pillars of the kingdom of God in one breath, which made him much stronger than others in terms of basic skills. After the kingdom of God is formed, it becomes a strengthened small world. Next, Jiang Ziliu will face the divine calamity. The divine calamity is both a disaster and a blessing, because the divine calamity thunder can help the Beastmaster's soul power, spiritual energy and dark energy to combine into one, and transform them into divine power through the kingdom of God. And a demigod with divine power is the real demigod. It is generally impossible to combine soul power, dark energy and life energy into one. Only the power of human thunder tribulation is the aid for their unity and the trigger for their unity. But the thunder tribulation of a demigod is also a test from heaven, earth, and the universe against beastmasters. Jiang Ziliu's real dangerous test will begin the moment the kingdom of God is formed. Chapter 178. After the kingdom of God is successfully established, there is only one last step left. Zhang Li came to the sky, where thick calamity clouds gathered, the size of which was only 3 meters. Don't underestimate the 3-meter calamity cloud because it is small. But that was just an appearance. The 3-meter high calamity cloud was just a transit station. The real power of the thunder calamity came from the rules of the universe itself and from the origin of the universe. This semi-god tribulation is actually a test from the rules of the universe and the origin of the universe. Zhang Li's 3-meter calamity cloud is not small. For a normal demigod, it would be good if the calamity cloud could be half a meter in size. There are 9 tribulations in the realm of demigod. 1 disaster, 1 realm. Therefore, the first wave of thunder tribulation that Zhang Li faced was only 1 heavenly thunder. But a bolt of lightning does not strike down all at once, but turns into a rain of thunder and lightning, existing in the form of drizzle. In this rain of thunder and lightning, whether it is the fusion and transformation of Jiang Ziliu's dark energy, soul power and life force, or the complete formation of the beast controlling space into the kingdom of God, it all requires the test and assistance of this thunder and lightning power. A thunderstorm came and lasted for nearly an hour. But Jiang Ziliu didn't feel uncomfortable at all, on the contrary he felt very comfortable. He felt the pleasure of having the power of thunder and lightning help you transform. Because Jiang Ziliu's foundation was too powerful, the part of the thunder tribulation called the calamity did not play any role at all. Instead, it was the original power of creation in the power of the thunder tribulation that promoted transformation, which made him feel the pleasure of life sublimation. Everything went smoothly, and with the three kings of origin as the pillars of the kingdom of God, the transformation of the kingdom of God was finally and thoroughly completed. This time, his thunder tribulation was stronger than that of an ordinary demigod, but he still managed to pass through it safely. The beast controlling space was completely transformed into a divine kingdom, and finally landed at the position of his Danshan. And his life force, dark energy and soul power were all integrated into the kingdom of God, and transformed into the divine power of a demigod. From then on, his only energy was condensed into one, the three elements merged into one, and became a higher level of divine power. The 9 realms of demigod are also the 9 realms of the 9 transformations of divine power. In fact, the demigod level divine power is only quasi-divine power. Only after experiencing 9 thunder tribulations and 9 transformations of the demigod power can it be transformed into true divine power. At that time, he was a true god-level powerhouse. He has broken through to the demigod realm. From this moment on, his demigod power began to feed back into his body, allowing his flesh and blood to transform into a high-level god body. Now that he is in the first realm, his body has completed the first step of transformation, that is, a demigod body. The divine body has special properties such as rebirth by a drop of blood and immortality. Its lifespan will also exceed the limit of 100,000 years. As long as it is not completely wiped out, it will exist forever. The same is true for the soul. The divine power feeds back to the soul, allowing ordinary souls to evolve towards immortal souls. The 9th realm of demigod is also a divine body, and the transformation of the soul has completed 9 steps. Similarly, the semi-divine power will also be fed back to several beasts through the pillars of the kingdom of God, promoting their transformation into semi-divine beasts. Unlike a beast master, a demigod-level beast master can directly transform into demigod power, demigod body, and demigod soul. Their ascension does not require the existence of the kingdom of God. But at the same time, when a beast is tamed or a strange beast transforms into a demigod, it also faces huge risks. The risks they face can be understood as inner demons. Because whether it is a beast master or a strange beast, they face 2 choices when transforming. A camp that completely evolves towards chaos and disorder. The demigod-level life that evolves in this way is a crazy and terrifying evil god. One is to evolve in an orderly and measured direction. The demigod-level life that evolves in this way is a divine beast or a spiritual beast, or the source of an intelligent race that has entered the real universe. But no matter which one it is, they have to face the crazy test of life instinct. During evolution, the madness of life's instinct for evolution will make them transform at a rapid speed, but the reality cannot be crazy, there must be a limit. The result of crazy evolutionary instinct control is the collapse of one's own life. The emergence of evil gods means that they have found the correct evolutionary path among countless evolutionary paths and completed the leap of life towards chaos. But this is an event that is entirely based on probability. The more powerful the bloodline of the beast, the greater the possibility of success. But most of the evolved beasts ended up self-destructing. The same is true for beast taming. Therefore, no matter whether it is the choice of chaos or order, the evolving beasts need a strong will. The beast masters can only evolve towards the order camp. But they have a huge helper, and that is the beast master himself. If the Beastmaster is promoted to a demigod, he can use the power of a demigod to help them stabilize their mind and will, and help them fight against their crazy evolutionary instincts. After evolving into a demigod-level powerhouse, the Beastmaster can also use the demigod power to help the Beastmaster improve its bloodline and strengthen its body. When a Beastmaster is upgraded to the demigod level, he no longer needs so many troublesome resources, formulas, and potions to improve the beasts. He can just use the demigod power. The power of demigod is a special kind of universal power. However, the formation of semi-divine power is extremely rare and it is very precious. The demigod power of every demigod is limited, and they have to carefully distribute their demigod power, and use it to strengthen their divine body, their divine soul, or their beastly abilities. But it is not easy to form semi-divine power. Only some demigod-level precious medicines and resources can help demigod-level beastmasters cultivate more demigod power. Similarly, some powerful and special semi-artifacts also speed up the cultivation of semi-divine power by demigod-level life forms. Demigod-level strongmen mainly extract strength from the dark energy of heaven and earth, and transform it into demigod power through their own demigod kingdom. The average demigod can only cultivate 1 drop of demigod power every month. It can be stored in the kingdom of God. When Jiang Ziliu looked at his own cultivation speed, he was really shocked. He can actually cultivate 1,000 drops of semi-divine power every month. This means that his accumulated demigod power will be 1,000 times that of an ordinary demigod. Jiang Ziliu understood that this was the result of his strong foundation and the 3 kings of origin as the pillars of the kingdom of God. His profound foundation made him 1,000 times more powerful than other demigods once he entered the demigod level. At the same time, he also discovered that his demigod body and demigod soul might be much stronger than that of an ordinary demigod. Before Jiang Ziliu became a demigod, the benefits of opening 9 soul hidden stars in every realm were fully revealed in the demigod realm. After becoming a demigod, Jiang Ziliu's kingdom of God became completely stable. The kingdom of God is also the power of powerful demigods. The kingdom of God can form a powerful projection of the kingdom of God and suppress its enemies with power similar to that of a quasi-world domain. At the same time, the demigod kingdom can physically go out and directly hit the opponent. This method of attack is the most powerful, but it also carries the risk of causing the demigod's kingdom to collapse, so the demigod will not use this trick unless it is a critical moment. Jiang Ziliu's demigod kingdom is also more than 100 times stronger than other demigods. It can be said that when he first entered the realm of demigod, his strength was already comparable to those of the late demigods, and his combat power was even much stronger than theirs. Of course, this is in comparison with half of the demigod powers. The universe is so big that there is naturally no shortage of super monsters who are as powerful as Jiang Ziliu or even more powerful than Jiang Ziliu. When it comes to the demigod level, the main training goal of a demigod beastmaster is to comprehend the rules. Similarly, a demigod level beastmaster also has an advantage, which is that he can ask the beast to help him comprehend the rules. A demigod level beastmaster can only do this after his beastmaster has also been upgraded to the demigod level. For a demigod who can tamer demigod level beasts, it is equivalent to double the comprehension improvement effect. Therefore, generally, after entering the demigod level, demigod beastmasters would begin to quickly train their own beasts, allowing them to enter the demigod level earlier, and also allow them to comprehend the laws with themselves. Semi-divine power can transform the divine body, divine soul, and divine kingdom, but it cannot go any further. Only when they understand the rules sufficiently can they break through to the next level. After reaching the demigod level, what matters is everyone's mastery of the rules. Chapter 179. After becoming a demigod, Jiang Ziliu immediately attracted the attention of countless demigod-level beings on Blue Mercury, and their eyes quickly locked onto the place where Jiang Ziliu was going to transcend his tribulation. But Jiang Ziliu disappeared before they could react, and he carefully cleaned up his own breath and traces. The human race and the strong men of various races on Earth only knew that a new demigod had appeared in the starry sky, but they had no idea who this person was or what race he was. Jiang Ziliu returned to the Void Civilian Beast Taming Academy. After leaving a life-saving item containing demigod power to his elder brother, family, and apprentice, he boarded the Origin God ship, the Divine Hammer, and entered the Starry Sky. This time, he will go to the Starry Sky to find the other fragments of the Forging Throne and the Ancient Tree of Wisdom to restore their condition. At the same time, the resources on Earth are not enough for the growth of demigod-level powerhouses. The resources of demigod-level powerful beings are in the endless Starry Sky. The Origin Divine ship made a space-time jump and directly jumped out of the star system where the blue water planet was located. The blue planet is very big now, but it is just an insignificant speck of dust in the vast universe. Even between star systems, there are vast expanses of darkness, nothingness, and icy cold areas. The energy required to cross such an area is enormous. Fortunately, the Origin ship, the Hammer of God, has sufficient energy. Soon, Jiang Ziliu arrived at the neighboring area of the water blue star system, the 7-star system. In this galaxy, there is 1 star and 7 planets. But there are no real-life stars here, and there are a large number of meteorite areas in the asteroid belt, which are extremely dangerous. But such a place is also the best breeding ground for high-level Yuan crystals. The human race established a transit station here, a forward energy source, and a high-level metal mineral mining area. There are 3 powerful human demigods guarding here, and some descendants of mining immigrants live here. The powerful demigod opened up a small world on one of the planets, allowing them to survive in it and help the human race exploit the star resources there. The best thing here is a semi-god level metal called blue-purple spiritual gold, which is extremely scarce. It is a metal that has a high affinity for semi-divine power and can be used to create semi-divine artifacts. Only about 100 grams of blue-purple spiritual gold can be extracted from every 1,000 tons of minerals. Jiang Ziliu was not eager for this metal. He just exchanged some information about the universe with the demigod here and then turned and left. After leaving Blue Mercury, no one could know his background, because the starry sky was very vast, and there was no way to find out Jiang Ziliu's origins. Therefore, in order to obtain cosmic intelligence here, he displayed his demigod-level aura without hesitation. The powerful demigods stationed here did not want to offend this fellow demigod, so they gave Jiang Ziliu the corresponding information. Jiang Ziliu successfully obtained the current distribution map of major forces in the Milky Way. The blue water planet is the base camp of the human race, but in the starry sky, there are not such clear boundaries between various things. All humanoid races recognize their own human identity. These humanoid races together occupy the Milky Way as their base camp, and the Blue Mercury people are just a branch of all humanoid races. The distribution of power in the entire Milky Way is somewhat similar to the feudal lord system. However, the lord of the starry sky is at least a demigod, and the minimum size of a territory is also a star system. In addition, each major civilization also has its own origin. The origin of civilization will not allow the existence of lords. The safety of the origin is recognized and protected by the highest level of humanoids. For example, Blue Water Star is the origin of pure Blue Water Star humans, and no other forces can implement the Lord system there. The origin generally refers to the natural planet of life. The formation and evolution of such a life-bearing planet is extremely difficult, as there are too many factors that can lead to the end of life evolution. Therefore, every planet with life in the universe is extremely precious and is a precious resource. Natural life planets are generally not allowed to become the Lord's tribal territory. They must either be under the rule of the humanoid intelligent life on the planet, or be directly returned to a state of natural development. However, this kind of natural life planet is also the focus of negative universe invasion. Because only on a natural life planet can life from the negative universe eliminate the negative parts of their lives, elevate their souls, and stop being a pure ferocious beast, thereby gaining higher wisdom and having a greater chance of being promoted to an evil god-level existence. Therefore, no matter for the strong people in the real universe or for the purebred beasts in the negative universe, they are extremely precious stars and they cannot be completely controlled by others. Even though the human race on Blue Mercury is very powerful, there are also alien races all over it, and they dare not completely bring it under the control of the human race on Blue Mercury. Now the lords in the starry sky all occupy a star suitable for transformation, and transform it into a lord star, a life star, and then develop, cultivate, and grow it. This is the current status of the Lord system in the Milky Way. There are totalitarian Lord systems, but there are also open, relatively free developing natural life planets. Why did the Great Destruction era occur on Blue Mercury, and why was humanity still able to survive the invasion of all races in the heavens? It is because natural life planets are extremely important that all parties send out are just miscellaneous soldiers below the rank of demigod. It is also for this reason that the humans of Blue Mercury have a chance to breathe and time to rise after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire. If all the races in the universe were serious about it, Blue Mercury would have long become a purely enslaved planet. The Lord system and the existence of natural life stars are prevalent in most areas of the universe. Another point is that there are many lords in the starry sky. But the Lord's authority only exists within 10 million kilometers around the planet. Deep in the vast starry sky, the dark areas inside each star system are all zones of free navigation. They are areas that are not legally controlled by the Lords and must be open. The upper echelons of the Galactic Humanoid Alliance will not really allow these overlords to become truly powerful. One of the important tasks of the Lords is to maintain the safety of the star system they are in and prevent the evil gods within the star system from reviving or forming. If evil gods really appear in a Star Lord's area, or their number increases, all the Lord's rights will be forcibly deprived. While the Lords enjoy the benefits of power, they are also responsible for safeguarding the stability of the universe. In the starry sky, in addition to these things that need attention, you also need to be careful about all kinds of strange starry sky life. Some of them are giant star beasts evolved from alien beasts, some are various technologically modified life forms, and some are pure energy life forms. For example, there is a kind of life called Star Eye, which is pure starlight energy life. Its form of existence is starlight. The starlight in the universe is immortal and the star eyes are immortal. Moreover, this kind of guy likes the brain of intelligent life the most, because its intelligence is not high, but it desires to obtain higher wisdom. Those true ancient starry sky behemoths, the smallest of which are the size of planets, and the largest of which can be comparable to several star systems. They are mainly planets or even stars, and are rare and terrifying existences in the universe. In addition, there are a large number of forbidden places in the universe, such as fragments of ancient battlefields of war between gods, or mysterious dimensional worlds, etc. After Jiang Ziliu understood the basic situation in the starry sky, he decided to temporarily go to a free trade star called Terra to take a look. This is a free trade planet run by void merchants. On Terra, Jiang Ziliu will have the opportunity to obtain more information and lay a solid information foundation for his actions in the universe. Chapter 180. Terra is a star not far from the Earth. It is located at the intersection of the Blue Mercury people, the Grey-Bone Dwarves, the Three-Eyed Titans, and the extremely dangerous Wild Broken Star region. Because of this special nature of no man's land and the balance between the three forces, it plays a huge role as a trading star. Strictly speaking, humans, dwarves, and titans are all part of the entire humanoid alliance in the starry sky. The dwarves are a new and stable race that emerged from the original human race after undergoing bloodline transformation. Their special genes affect their strength, making them constantly desire to go underground and develop in the direction of forging, stubbornness, etc. The Dwarf King, who once caused great trouble on the Blue Water Star and even lost his own Dwarf King's hammer, was the patriarch of a tribe among the Grey-Bone Dwarves. Every dwarf tribe will produce a powerful dwarf king. The Blue Mercury people are part of the purebred human race, while the Grey-Bone Dwarves and the Three-Eyed Titans are part of the Dwarves and the Three-Eyed Titans. The three-eyed titan is a branch of humans formed after their blood merged with the blood of the original giant monsters. In fact, different tribes within the humanoid race often fight over territorial issues. As long as it does not involve the life planet and the survival of the race, they will not care about the conflicts between the small tribes. This kind of small-scale internal strife can actually accelerate the growth of strong people from each race and accelerate the improvement of the internal strength of each race. A similar strategy was also adopted within Blue Mercury, introducing a small number of alien races and a large number of alien beasts to train the basic strength of the human race. Before coming to Terra, Jiang Ziliu successfully completed the strengthening of the demigod kingdom, demigod body, and demigod soul, allowing himself to successfully advance to the second level of demigod. With 3 kings of origin as mentors, he understood the rules very quickly. What limits him is only the growth rate of his soul, divine body, and divine kingdom. The powerful demigods can already travel across the starry universe in their physical bodies. He blew the horn and put away his origin divine ship and divine hammer early, and then descended to the planet Terra. Around the planet Terra, there are hundreds of huge superstar ships that are tens of thousands meters long coming and going. They are all interstellar cargo ships with a certain dimensional space. The characteristic of this type of ship is that it can transport a lot of cargo at a very fast speed. The main reason why it appears so large is that it has thick defensive armor on its body. Its characteristics are strong defense and terrifying speed. As Jiang Ziliu passed by them, he took a glance and saw through the interiors of these huge cargo ships. He did not directly observe the interior of the cargo ships, as that would be tantamount to hostility and spying on the other party's secrets. Respected human race warrior, welcome to Terra. Please land at XXX. We will provide you with full service. Your presence will be our honor. When Jiang Ziliu approached the atmosphere of Terra, a patrol team composed entirely of human, elf, and butterfly women, riding a team of giant sky blue bird-type beasts, came out of the atmosphere and formed a team like a guard of honor to welcome his arrival. Jiang Ziliu thought about it for a moment and understood the profound meaning. On the Terra planet, the presence of the demigod Jiang Ziliu has been sensed. In this star field, demigod-level beings are already rare top powerhouses, and every demigod is a walking, terrifying deterrent force. Although Terra is a free trade planet, the appearance of a demigod will still make it nervous. Because there is no shortage of terrifying star pirate groups composed of powerful demigods in the starry sky. If a demigod were to sneak into Terra, grab a bunch of stuff and run away, it would definitely cause heavy losses to this trading planet. Therefore, when the demigod appeared, they showed absolute respect. At the same time, this team of beautiful women that looked like a guard of honor was composed entirely of diamond-level warriors, and their 3 captains were supreme warriors. The team of beautiful and powerful women is pleasing to the eyes and beautiful, including elf girls and girls from the winged butterfly tribe. As long as they were not demigods with malicious intentions, no one would refuse to have such a team around them. After all, beautiful women are pleasing to the eyes. Jiang Ziliu took a few glances at the beauties of the winged butterfly clan. They had colorful wings made up of colorful energy streams, hair that seemed to have a golden luster, and slender bodies that were very beautiful. The winged butterflies are a small branch of the humanoid alliance. Don't think they are just vases just because they are pretty. When the supreme-level winged butterfly beauty who was leading the group saw Jiang Ziliu looking at them, she instead revealed a very bold smile. She is not afraid of Jiang Ziliu causing trouble, even though Jiang Ziliu is a powerful demigod. The winged butterfly clan is a special group that possesses some illusion power and some time power, and this power mostly comes from the female winged butterfly clan members. If your mental strength is not strong enough, you will easily fall into their illusions. And they also have a secret technique of spiritual connection. If a demigod whose soul is not strong enough falls into the illusion created by their secret technique of mental connection, he will also be affected. In terms of escaping, they can also use the power of time acceleration to enhance their own speed and affect their opponent's sense of time. It is not surprising that there are elves in this team. Because the elves are a very scattered super-large race, various star races will welcome small batches of elves to settle in their star regions. Why is this so? This is because the elves are very good at quickly transforming lifeless planets into life planets. They are proficient in the rules of life and possess various life-like spiritual plants and the sacred tree of life. They are the most outstanding force in this regard. Those groups that are interested in exploring new life planets and expanding their income will like to hire elves. The elves have therefore developed into a large star race. Although they will do some things for their own interests, they are generally a relatively peace-loving race. Therefore, adventurers of the elven race would often be hired by various powers and become a guardian force. Jiang Ziliu knew that this team of honor guard that welcomed him had enough power to deal with him when he had bad intentions. He did not refuse, as he could learn about the entire situation of Terra through them. Another goal of his coming here this time was to collect some special soul resources from high-level dragons, titans, and life elves, so that his 3 regular beasts could be promoted to demigod level as soon as possible. The entire Terra planet is composed of 3 parts: residential area, semi-residential area, and free trade zone. In fact, the various regions are intertwined and mixed. The residential area can only accommodate permanent residents of Terra, while the semi-residential area is inhabited by long-term tenants. Terra will not sell permanent residency to any outsiders. Some of them may have lived here for more than 100 years, and some have been renting here for nearly 3,000 years. Moreover, he was a famous dwarf demigod craftsman on the planet Terra. The semi-artifacts he created were very famous in this area of the Milky Way. But this person is a black dwarf with a certain amount of evil god blood, and is not popular among the dwarf community. A free trade zone means that as long as you pay a certain amount of taxes, you can buy all kinds of things here, including slaves and some things that other races are explicitly prohibited from selling. But whether the things you buy on Terra Star are real or fake, it all depends on your own eyesight. So there are good things here, but there are also a lot of fake ones. There is also a demigod trade zone specially opened up for demigod-level warriors to communicate and trade with each other. The currency used by the demigods is not the UN crystal on Blue Mercury. SSS end-grade UN crystals are not worth much in the hands of demigods. Because what the demigods use is a currency called divine crystals. It is only produced in the hands of all demigods and those stronger than demigods. It is a crystallization of divine power condensed from demigod power and divine power using secret methods disclosed in the universe. Divine crystals can be used to strengthen the divine soul, divine body, and upgrade the divine kingdom. They can also be used to strengthen beast control. They are almost omnipotent. After the demigod warriors condense the demigod power into divine crystals, they can use them to trade. They also only recognize currency transactions consisting of divine crystals. After all, Yuan Jing is too useless for those who are stronger than demigods, unless they have a method like Jiang Ziliu to efficiently convert the power of Yuan Jing into divine power. In order to facilitate the transaction, Jiang Ziliu used his divine power to condense 100 divine crystals before coming here. The divine crystal he condensed is more appropriately called demigod crystal, and is suitable for transactions at the demigod level. However, after arriving at Terra, Jiang Ziliu did not rush to buy what he needed. Instead, he wandered around and began to collect some useful information. Fortunately, the people in the honor guard were also very tactful. They just watched from a distance and did not try to probe into his intelligence. The first thing Jiang Ziliu collected was the information about the human race on Blue Mercury. Because on Blue Mercury, he got the information that all races in the universe were wary of the human race on Blue Mercury. But after arriving in the starry sky, he suddenly discovered that the area controlled by the Blue Mercury human race was not large at all, and the entire human race was not considered a top-notch powerful race among the myriad races in the starry sky. So, what is the underlying reason behind this? Jiang Ziliu feels he needs to figure it out. After all, he is one of the most talented, fastest growing and extremely powerful geniuses among the human race. He had to understand the attitude of all races in the universe, especially the humanoid alliance, towards the genius of the human race on Blue Mercury, and what their attitude was towards such a talented person like himself. He needs to figure out whether it is a certain degree of suppression, elimination, or just fear in the attitude of the grassroots. This information is very important and will greatly affect the details of his future actions and his safety. Chapter 181. In order to obtain intelligence, Jiang Ziliu found an intelligence dealer on Terra. The position of this intelligence dealer is very conspicuous, but few people come to visit him because he is a powerful demigod. Jiang Ziliu walked into this intelligence store located in a corner of a busy trading district. He didn't see anyone at first. But then he used his spiritual power to detect the location of the intelligence dealer. He was just sitting on the counter, but he was too small. This is a race of aliens, the dwarfs, that are only the size of a palm. Because he was too small, and he might have special skills like hiding his aura and sense of presence, Jiang Ziliu ignored his existence at first. The dwarfs are also a subhuman branch of the humanoid race. They are very small, usually only the size of a palm, which is considered tall. They also have limbs and appearance similar to humans. But if you underestimate them just because they are small, you are making a big mistake, because the little people are very gifted in spiritual power. Most of their contracted beasts are invisible type beasts or spiritual type beasts. For example, the heart moon fox and the invisible sky butterfly. The dwarfs may not be good at fighting, but they are definitely good at escaping, gathering intelligence, covert surveillance, etc. They are the best intelligence dealers in the humanoid alliance area. A strange human demigod. Interesting. He must be a genius. And a very cautious human genius. Just by relying on his intelligence vision, this demigod-level dwarf intelligence dealer could tell that Jiang Ziliu was young but had an extraordinary temperament. Even though Jiang Ziliu had undergone a transformation of flesh and blood, the youthfulness in his bones was still noticed by this little human demigod. Your Excellency is extraordinary. I have public intelligence, intelligence on forces, intelligence on major changes in the starry sky, and the most precious private intelligence. Excuse me, sir, what do you need? The dwarf demigod dared not neglect Jiang Ziliu, who might be a genius. Because if this relationship is maintained well, the customer may become a long-term stable customer, and the benefits brought will be unimaginable. As an intelligence businessman, he knows how to treat young people. First, give me a general intelligence information about the entire galaxy. I'll take a look. Jiang Ziliu stated his request. The dwarf demigods didn't care, and every year many relatives came to buy this kind of information. Moreover, this kind of information was semi-public, so it was completely free money. But the key points of this kind of intelligence can also show the depth of an intelligence trader. So he took out the best. I saw a half-human tall stone frog next to the dwarf suddenly opened its mouth, and then a book was spit out. The public intelligence of the entire galaxy is 1 foot thick. Jiang Ziliu only then discovered that this stone frog was not a decoration, but an extremely rare space-type stone frog beast. This stone baby was definitely a demigod-level beast master, which was why he didn't notice anything unusual about it at first and thought he had no life. This guy's breath containment skill is no weaker than that of the sky blue titan Accompany. This only requires 1 semi-god crystal. Jiang Ziliu happily paid a semi-god crystal, and then took the book and read it quickly. The spiritual will of a demigod is extremely strong. Although the book was a foot thick, he finished reading it in less than 30 minutes and wrote down the intelligence information in it. This book contains key information about the Blue Mercury human race. Jiang Ziliu also found the first answer he needed. The number of Blue Mercury humans is not large, but to Jiang Ziliu's surprise, the Blue Mercury humans are really powerful. Super powerful. The Blue Mercury human race is not only one of the 10 council members of the Galactic Humanoid Alliance, but also one of the top 30 races in the universe. Of course, the humans on Blue Mercury only ranked 30th. The average human race on Blue Mercury has lowered the overall ranking of the entire Blue Mercury human race in the universe, while the emergence of some super strong people among humans has directly raised the powerful status of the entire Blue Mercury human race in the universe. The human race on Blue Mercury has produced a total of 7 top-level powerhouses. No one knows the specific information of these 7 powerful men, but they are indeed the top powerful men in the universe. It is their rapid rise that has established the human race's powerful position and has also made the human race relatively fearful of all other races in the universe in terms of its comprehensiveness and potential. To sum up, the strong ones of the Blue Mercury human race are very strong, but the weak ones are also very weak. The middle-level strong men in the middle position are relatively scarce. But in this world where personal power determines everything, as long as there is one top strong person, the status of a certain race will be infinitely elevated. Jiang Ziliu finally understood why the human race was feared, because the human race was indeed special in terms of the comprehensiveness of taming beasts, which helped the human race to produce super strong people. However, only such a super strong person can appear after going through endless baptism of blood and fire. Most of them came from the era of great destruction of the Blue Mercury human race. After the human race on Blue Mercury gradually stabilized, the probability of the human race itself giving birth to a super strong person was in a stagnant state. The comprehensiveness of human power allows human beings above the level of demigod to master more power of rules, which is the advantage of human race. But this comprehensiveness also means mediocrity most of the time, which means it is more difficult to rise and requires more resources and energy. After understanding the situation, Jiang Ziliu no longer worried about this problem. Judging from the information, all races are only relatively wary of the human race and may make some small moves, but they do not have the determination to kill all human geniuses. In fact, all major races do this, sabotaging each other's geniuses to weaken the other's strength. But all races in the universe maintain a relatively peaceful attitude on the surface. Because all races in the universe have a common enemy. Evil God. The evil God evolved from the strange beasts of the negative universe. They are the real enemies of all races in the universe, and are also the absolute targets of annihilation of all races in the universe as determined by the will of the entire universe. Only when you reach above demigod can you come into contact with one thing, luck. People have luck, life has luck, all things have luck, and even races have luck. As for beings above demigods, their luck and fortune depend on just one thing, how many evil gods they have destroyed or how many evil gods they have sealed. The more evil gods you destroy and seal, the more luck the universe will give you. The evil god, a life form evolved from alien beasts in the negative universe, is an infinite threat to the entire positive universe, and the will of the positive universe must destroy it completely at all costs. Even if we can't destroy the evil god, we can weaken it. On the other side of Terra there is a wild star region, deep inside which lies an ancient battlefield. There are demigod-level evil gods lurking there, and it is the pasture where the demigods of the nearby races go to hunt the evil gods. That ancient battlefield is the remnant of the invasion of evil gods in the ancient times, and it is also an upgraded version of the copy space on the stars in the universe today. There is everything in the ancient battlefield, resources, wealth, there is no shortage of it. But at the same time, the dangerous demigod-level evil gods there are also the biggest destabilizing factor and the most terrifying force. Hunting evil gods can gain the favor of the universe, improve one's luck, make one more blessed, and increase one's fortune. But the evil god can also brutally hunt demigod-level life in the normal universe. Demigod-level life is the favorite food of evil gods. Evil gods are not affected by luck. They are cruel, powerful, and terrifying. Most of their abilities are developing in a strange and unpredictable direction, so they are not so easy to deal with. Therefore, in such a risky business as hunting evil gods, the gains and losses are relative. 70% of this public information is about introductions to various types of dangerous demigod-level evil creatures. It is indeed very important to the demigod. After Jiang Ziliu saw this information, he thought it was very good, and he began to look forward to other intelligence from this little human demigod. He hopes he can understand more about the universe.